A turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic. The taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems is in dispute. Hoping to resolve the matter with a blockade of deadly battleships, the greedy Trade Federation has stopped all shipping to the small planet of Naboo. While the Congress of the Republic endlessly debates this alarming chain of events, the Supreme Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy, to settle the conflict. Star Wars Episode I: The Phantom Menace audiobook by Terry Brooks. Enjoy. The suns burned down out of a cloudless blue sky, washing the vast desert wastes of the planet in brilliant white light. The resultant glare rose off the flat, sandy surface in a wet shimmer of blistering heat to fill the gaps between the massive cliff faces and solitary outcroppings of the mountains that were the planet's sole distinguishing feature. Sharply etched, the monoliths stood like sentinels keeping watch in a watery haze. When the pod racers streaked past, engines roaring with ferocious hunger and relentless drive, the heat and the light seemed to shatter and the mountains themselves to tremble. Anakin Skywalker leaned into the curve of the raceway that took him past the stone arch marking the entry into Beggar's Canyon on the first lap of the run, easing the thruster bars forward, giving the engines a little more juice. The wedge-shaped rockets exploded with power, the right a tad harder than the left, banking the pod in which Anakin sat sharply left to clear the turn. Swiftly, he adjusted the steering to straighten the racer, boosted power further, and shot through the arch. Loose sand whiplashed in the wake of his passing, filling the air with a gritty sheen, whirling and dancing through the heat. He ripped into the canyon, fingers playing across the controls, hands steady on the steering. It was all so quick, so instantaneous. One mistake, one misjudgment, and he would be out of the race and lucky if he weren't dead. That was the thrill of it. All that power, all that speed, just at his fingertips and no margin for error. 2 huge turbines dragged a fragile pod over sandy flats, around jagged-edged mountains, down shadowed draws, and over heart-wrenching drops in a series of twisting, winding curves and jumps at the greatest speed a driver could manage. Control cables ran from the pod to the engines, and energy binders locked the engines to each other. If any part of the 3 struck something solid, the whole of the assembly would collapse in a splintering of metal and a fiery wash of rocket fuel. If any part broke free, it was all over. A grin split Anakin's young face as he injected a bit more power into the thrusters. Ahead, the canyon narrowed and the shadows deepened. Anakin bore down on the slit of brightness that opened back onto the flats, keeping low to the ground where passage was widest. If he stayed high, he risked brushing the cliff faces on either side. That had happened to Rega in a race last month, and they were still looking for the pieces. It would not happen to him. He shoved the thruster bars forward and exploded through the gap onto the flats, engines screaming. Sitting in the pod with his hands on the controls, Anakin could feel the vibration of the engines travel up the control cables and fill him with their music. Wrapped in his rough-made jumpsuit, his racing helmet, his goggles, and his gloves, he was wedged so closely in his seat that he could feel the rush of the wind across the pod's skin beneath him. When he raced like this, he was never simply the driver of a pod racer, never just an additional part. Rather, he was at one with the whole, and engines, pod, and he were bound together in a way he could not entirely explain. Each shimmy, each small throb, each tug and twist of strut and tie were apparent to him, and he could sense at any given moment exactly what was happening throughout the length and breadth of his racer. It spoke to him in its own language, a mix of sounds and feelings, and though it did not use words, he could understand everything it said. Sometimes, he thought dreamily, he could sense what it would say before it even spoke. A flash of gleaming orange metal shot past him on his right, and he watched the distinctive splitex of Sebulba's engines flare out before him, taking away the lead he had seized through an unusually quick start. His brow wrinkled in disgust at himself for his momentary lapse of concentration and his dislike of the other racer. All gangly and crook-legged, Sebulba was as twisted inside as out, a dangerous adversary who won often and took delight in doing so at the expense of others. The Dug had caused more than a dozen crashes of other pod racers in the past year alone, and his eyes glinted with wicked pleasure when he recounted the tales to others on the dusty streets of Mos Espa. Anakin knew Sebulba well, and knew better than to take chances with him. He rode the thruster bars forward, fed fresh power to the engines, and rocketed ahead. It didn't help, he supposed, as he watched the distance between them narrow, that he was human, or much worse, that he was the only human ever to drive in the pod races. The ultimate test of skill and daring on Tatooine and the favorite spectator sport of the citizens of Mos Espa, it was supposed to be beyond the skill and capability of any human. Multiple arms and multi-hinged joints, stalk eyes, heads that swiveled 180 degrees, and bodies that twisted as if boneless gave advantages to other creatures that humans could not begin to overcome. The most famous racers, the best of a rare breed, were strangely shaped, complexly formed beings with a penchant for taking risks that bordered on insanity. But Anakin Skywalker, while nothing like these, was so intuitive in his understanding of the skills required by his sport and so comfortable with its demands that his lack of these other attributes seemed to matter not at all. It was a source of some mystery to everyone, and a source of disgust and growing irritation to Sebulba in particular. Last month, in another race, the wily Dug had tried to run Anakin into a cliff face. He had failed only because Anakin sensed him coming up from behind and underneath. An illegal razor saw extended to sever Anakin's right Steelton control cable, and Anakin lifted away to safety before the saw could do its damage. His escape cost him the race, but allowed him to keep his life. It was a trade he was still angry at having been forced to make. The racers whipped through columns of ancient statuary and across the floor of the arena erected on the edge of Mos Espa. They swept under the winner's arch, past row upon row of seats crammed with spectators cheering them on, past pit droids, repair stations, and the boxes where the Hutts watched in isolated splendor above the commoners. From an overlook in a tower centered on the arch, the two-headed Troig who served as announcer would be shouting out their names and positions to the crowd. Anakin allowed himself a momentary glimpse of blurred figures that were left behind so fast they might have been nothing more than a mirage. His mother, S.A. Chemai, would be among them, worrying as she always did. She hated watching him drive in the pod races, but she couldn't help herself. She never said so, but he thought she believed that simply by being there she could keep him from coming to harm. It had worked so far. He had crashed twice and failed to finish even once, but after more than half a dozen races, he was unharmed. And he liked having her there. It gave him a strange sort of confidence in himself he didn't like to think about too closely. Besides, what choice did they have in the matter? He raced because he was good at it, Watto knew he was good at it, and whatever Watto wanted of him, he would do. That was the price you paid when you were a slave, and Anakin Skywalker had been a slave all his life. Arch Canyon rose broad and deep before him, an expanse of rock leading into Jag Crag Gorge, a twisting channel the racers were required to navigate on their way to the high flats beyond. Sebulba was just ahead, rocketing low and tight across the ground, trying to put some distance between Anakin and himself. Behind Anakin, close now, were three other racers spread out against the horizon. A quick glance revealed Mohanik, Gasgano, and Rimkar trailing in his strange bubble pod. As all three were gaining, Anakin started to engage his thrusters, then drew back. They were too close to the gorge, too much power there, and he would be in trouble. Response time in the channel was compacted down to almost nothing. It was better to wait. Mahanik and Gasgano seemed to agree, settling their pods into place behind his as they approached the split in the rock. But Rimkar was not content to wait and roared past Anakin's split seconds before they entered the cleft and disappeared into darkness. Anakin leveled out his pod, lifting slightly from the rock-strewn floor of the channel, letting his memory and his instincts take him down the winding cut. When he raced, everything around him slowed down rather than sped up. It was different than you'd expect. Rock and sand and shadows flew past in a wild mix of patterns and shapes, and still he could see so clearly. All the details seemed to jump out at him, as if illuminated by exactly what should make them so difficult to distinguish. He could almost close his eyes and drive, he thought. He was that much in tune with everything around him, that much aware of where he was. He eased swiftly down the channel, catching glimpses of Rimkar's engine exhausts as they flashed crimson in the shadows. Far, far overhead, the sky was a brilliant blue streak down the center of the mountain, sending a frail streamer of light into the gap that lost brilliance with every meter it dropped, so that by the time it reached Anakin and his fellow racers, it barely cut the dark. Yet Anakin was at peace, lost deep within himself as he drove his pod, bonded with his engines, given over to the throb and hum of his racer and the soft, velvet dark that folded about. When they emerged into the light once more, Anakin jammed the thruster bars forward and streaked after Sebulba. Mahanik and Gasgano were right behind. Ahead, Rimkar had caught Sebulba and was trying to edge past. The lanky Dug lifted his Splitex engines slightly to scrape against Rimkar's pod, but Rimkar's rounded shell eased smoothly away unaffected. Side by side, the racers tore across the high flats, headed for meta drop. Anakin closed on them, drawing away from Mahanik and Gasgano. People said what they wanted about Watto, and there was plenty to say that wasn't good, but he had an eye for pod racers. The big engines jumped obediently as Anakin fed fuel into the thrusters, and in seconds he was drawing alongside Sebulba's Splitex. They were even when they reached meta drop and rocketed over and tumbled straight down. The trick with drops, as every racer knew, was to gather enough speed going down to gain time over your opponents, but not so much speed that the racer couldn't pull out of the drop and level out again before it nosedived into the rocks below. So when Sebulba pulled out early, Anakin was momentarily surprised. Then he felt the backwash of the Splitex engines hammer into his pod. The treacherous Dug had only looked as if he would pull out and instead had lifted away, and then deliberately fishtailed atop both Anakin and Rimkar, using his exhaust to slam them against the cliff face. Rimkar, caught completely by surprise, jammed his thruster bars forward in an automatic response that took him right into the mountain. Metal fragments of pod and engines careened away from the rock wall in a fiery shower, leaving a long black scar along the ravaged surface. Anakin might have gone the same way but for his instincts. Almost before he knew what he was doing, at the same instant he felt the backwash of Sebulba's engines slam into him. He lifted out of his own descent and away from the mountain, almost colliding with a surprised Sebulba who veered off wildly to save himself. Anakin's sudden wrenching of his pod's steering took him spinning away into the midday, off course and out of control. He pulled back on the steering, eased off on the thrusters, cut the fuel supply to the big engines, and watched the ground rise up to meet him in a rush of sand and reflected light. He struck the ground in a bone-wrenching skid that severed both control cables, the big engines flying off in two directions while the pod careened first left, then right, and then began to roll. Anakin could only brace himself inside, spinning and twisting in a roil of sand and heat, praying that he didn't wind up against an outcropping of rock. Metal shrieked in protest and dust filled the pod's interior. Somewhere off to his right, an engine exploded in a ground-shaking roar. Anakin's arms were stretched out to either side, keeping him squarely placed through the pummeling the pod experienced as it continued to roll and then roll some more. Finally, it stopped, tilted wildly to one side. Anakin waited a moment, then loosened his restraining belt and crawled out. The heat of the desert rose to meet him, and the blinding sunlight bore down through his goggles. Overhead, the last of the pod racers streaked away into the blue horizon, engines whining and booming. Silence followed, deep and profound. As Anakin glanced left and right at what remained of his engines, taking in the damage, assessing the work they would need to operate again, he looked finally at his pod and grimaced. Watto would not be happy. But then Watto seldom was. Anakin Skywalker sat down with his back against the ruined pod, gaining what small relief he could from its shadow in the glare of Tatooine's twin suns. A landspeeder would be along in a few minutes to pick him up. Watto would be there to chew him out. His mother would be there to give him a hug and take him home. He wasn't satisfied with how things had turned out, but he wasn't discouraged either. He could have won the race if Sebulba had played fair. He could have won easily. He sighed and tipped back his helmet. One day soon, he would win a lot of races. Maybe even next year when he reached the age of 10. Do you have any idea what this is going to cost me, boy? Do you have any idea at all, Oba Chica? Watto hovered before him, launching into Huddies without even thinking about it, choosing a language that offered a vast array of insulting adjectives he could draw upon. Anakin stood stoically in place, his young face expressionless, his eyes fastened on the pudgy blue Toydarian hovering before him. Watto's wings were a blur of motion, beating with such ferocity it seemed as if they must surely fly off his lumpy little body. Anakin stifled an urge to laugh as he imagined this happening. It would not do to laugh just now. When Watto paused for breath, Anakin said quietly, "It wasn't my fault. Sebulba flashed me with his port vents and nearly smashed me into meta drop. He cheated." Watto's mouth worked as if chewing something, his snout wrinkling over his protruding teeth. Of course he cheated, boy. He always cheats. That's how he wins. Maybe you should cheat just a little now and then. Maybe then you wouldn't crash your pod time after time and cost me so much money. They were standing in Watto's shop in the merchants' district of Mos Espa, a dingy mud-ensemble hut fronting an enclosure packed with rocket and engine parts salvaged from scrapped and junked wrecks. It was cool and shadowy inside, the planet's heat shut out by the thick walls, but even here dust hung in the air in hazy streamers caught by the ambient light cast by glow lamps. The race had long since ended and the planet's twin suns had dropped toward the horizon with evening's slow approach. The wrecked pod racer and its engines had been transported by mechanic droids from the flats back to the shop. Anakin had been transported back as well, though with somewhat less enthusiasm. "Rasa Dwikuppa Peduncle," Watto screamed, starting in again on Anakin in a fresh burst of Huddies. The pudgy body lurched forward a few centimeters with each epithet, causing Anakin to step back in spite of his resolve. Watto's bony arms and legs gestured with the movements of his head and body, giving him a comical appearance. He was angry, but Anakin had seen him angry before and knew what to expect. He did not cringe or bow his head in submission. He stood his ground and took his scolding unflinchingly. He was a slave and Watto was his master. Scoldings were part of life. Besides, Watto would wind down shortly now. his anger released in a manner that would satisfy his need to cast blame in a direction other than his own, and things would go back to normal. All three fingers of Watto's right hand pointed at the boy. I shouldn't let you drive for me anymore. That's what I should do. I should find another driver. I think that is a very good idea, SHMI agreed. Anakin's mother had been standing to one side, not saying anything during the whole of Watto's diatribe, but now she was quick to take advantage of a suggestion she would have made herself if asked. Watto wheeled on her, spinning violently, wings whirring, and flew to confront her. But her calm, steady gaze brought him up short, pinning him in the air midway between mother and son. It's too dangerous in any case, she continued reasonably. He's only a boy. Watto was immediately defensive. He's my boy, my property, and he'll do what I want him to do. Exactly. SHMI's dark eyes stared out of her worn, lined face with resolution. Which is why he won't race anymore if you don't want him to? Isn't that what you just said? Watto seemed confused by this. He worked his mouth and trunk-like nose in a rooting manner, but no words would come out. Anakin watched his mother appreciatively. Her lank, dark hair was beginning to gray, and her once graceful movements had slowed. But he thought she was beautiful and brave. He thought she was perfect. Watto advanced on her another few centimeters, then stopped once more. SHMI held herself erect in the same way that Anakin did, refusing to concede anything to her condition. Watto regarded her sourly for a moment more, then spun around and flew at the boy. You will fix everything you ruined, boy, he snapped, shaking his finger at Anakin. You will repair the engines and the pod and make them as good as new, better than new in fact, and you'll start right now, right this instant. Get out there and get to work. He spun back toward SHMI defiantly. Still plenty of daylight for a boy to work, time is money. He gestured at first mother and then son. Get on with it, the both of you, back to work, back to work. SHMI gave Anakin a warm smile. Go on, Anakin, she said softly. Dinner will be waiting. She turned and went out the door. Watto, after giving Anakin a final withering glance, followed after her. Anakin stood in the shadowed room for a moment, staring at nothing. He was thinking that he shouldn't have lost the race. Next time, and there would be a next time if he knew Watto, he wouldn't. Sighing in frustration, he turned and went out the back of the shop into the yard. He was a small boy, even at 9 years of age, rather compactly built, with a mop of sandy hair, blue eyes, a pug nose, and an inquisitive stare. He was quick and strong for his age, and he was gifted in ways that constantly surprised those around him. He was already an accomplished driver in the pod races, something no human of any age had ever been before. He was gifted with building skills that allowed him to put together almost anything. He was useful to Watto in both areas, and Watto was not one to waste a slave's talent. But what no one knew about him except his mother was the way he sensed things. Frequently, he sensed them before anyone even knew they would happen. It was like a stirring in the air, a whisper of warning or suggestion that no one else could feel. It had served him well in the pod races, but it was also there at other times. He had an affinity for recognizing how things were or how they ought to be. He was only 9 years old, and he could already see the world in ways most adults never would. But for all the good it was doing him just at the moment. He kicked at the sand in the yard as he crossed to the engines and pod the droids had dumped there earlier. Already his mind was working on what it would take to make them operable again. The right engine was almost untouched if he ignored the scrapes and tears in the metal skin. The left was a mess, though, and the pod was battered and bent, the control panel a shambles. "Oh, fidget," he muttered softly, "just fidget." Mechanic droids came out at his beckoning and set to work removing the damaged parts of the racer. He was only minutes into sorting through the scrap when he realized there were parts he needed that Watto did not have on hand, including thermal varostats and thruster relays. He would have to trade for them from one of the other shops before he could start on a reassembly. Watto would not like that. He hated asking for parts from other shops, insisting that anything worth having he already had, unless it came from off-world. The fact that he was trading for what he needed didn't seem to take the edge off his rancor at having to deal with the locals. He'd rather win what he needed in a Padres, or simply steal it. As Anakin looked skyward, where the last of the day's light was beginning to fade. The first stars were coming out, small pinpricks against the deepening black of the night sky. Worlds he had never seen and could only dream about waited out there, and one day he would visit them. He would not be here forever, not him. "Loves to Anakin." A voice whispered cautiously to him from the deep shadows at the back of the yard, and a pair of small forms slipped through the narrow gap at the fence corner where the wire had failed. It was Kitster, his best friend, creeping into view with Wald, another friend, following close behind. Kitster was small and dark, his hair cut in a close bowl about his head, his clothing loose and nondescript, designed to preserve moisture and deflect heat and sand. Wald, trailing uncertainly, was a Rhodian, an off-worlder who had come to Tatooine only recently. He was several years younger than his friends, but bold enough that they let him hang around with them most of the time. "Hey, Annie, what are you doing?" Kitster asked, glancing around doubtfully, keeping a wary eye out for Watto. Anakin shrugged. "Watto says I have to fix the pod up again, make it like new." "Yeah, but not today," Kitster advised solemnly. "Today's almost over. Come on, tomorrow's soon enough for that. Let's go get a ruby bleel." It was their favorite drink. Anakin felt his mouth water. "I can't. I have to stay and work on this until..." He stopped. Until dark, he was going to say, but it was nearly dark already, so... "What'll we buy them with?" he asked doubtfully. Kitster motioned toward Wald. "He's got 5 druggets he says he found somewhere or other." He gave Wald a sharp look. He says, "I got him right here, I do." Wald's strange, scaly head nodded assurance, his protruding eyes blinking hard. He pulled on one green ear. "Don't you believe me?" Wald said in Huddies. Yeah, we believe you." Kitster winked at Anakin. "Come on, let's go before old flapping wings gets back." They went out through the gap in the fence and down the road behind, turned left, and hurried through the crowded plaza toward the food stores just ahead. The streets were still crowded, but the traffic was all headed homeward or to the Hutt pleasure dens. The boys zipped smoothly through knots of people and carts, past speeders hovering just off the surface, down walks beneath awnings in the process of being drawn up, and along stacks of goods being set inside under lock and key. In moments, they had reached the shop that sold ruby bleels and had worked their way up to the counter. Wald was as good as his word, and he produced the requisite druggets in exchange for 3 drinks and handed one to each of his friends. They took them outside, sipping at the gooey mixture through straws, and made their way slowly back down the street, chatting among themselves about racers and speeders and mainline ships, about battle cruisers and starfighters and the pilots who captained them. They would all be pilots one day, they promised each other, a vow they sealed with spit and hand slaps. They were right in the middle of a heated discussion over the merits of starfighters, when a voice close to them said, "Give me the choice, I'd take a Z-95 Headhunter every time." The boys turned as one. An old spacer stood leaning on a speeder hitch watching them. They knew what he was right away from his clothing, weapons, and the small, worn fighter corps insignia he wore stitched to his tunic. It was a Republic insignia. You didn't see many of those on Tatooine. "Saw you race today," the old spacer said to Anakin. He was tall and lean and corded, his face weather-worn and sun-browned, his eyes an odd color of gray, his hair cut short so that it bristled from his scalp, his smile ironic and warm. "What's your name?" "Anakin Skywalker," Anakin told him uncertainly. "These are my friends Kitster and Wald." The old spacer nodded wordlessly at the other two, keeping his eyes fixed on Anakin. "You fly like your name, Anakin. You walk the sky like you own it. You show promise." He straightened and shifted his weight with practiced ease, glancing from one boy to the next. "You want to fly the big ships someday." As all three boys nodded as one, the old spacer smiled. "There's nothing like it, nothing. Flew all the big boys once upon a time when I was younger. Flew everything there was to fly in and out of the Corps. You recognize the insignia, boys." As again, they nodded, interested now, caught up in the wonder of coming face to face with a real pilot. Not just of pod racers, but of fighters and cruisers and mainline ships. "It was a long time ago," the spacer said, his voice suddenly distant. "I left the Corps 6 years back, too old. Time passes you by, leaves you to find something else to do with what's left of your life." He pursed his lips. "How're those ruby bleals? Still good, haven't had one in years. Maybe now's a good time. You boys care to join me? Care to drink a ruby bleal with an old pilot of the Republic?" He didn't have to ask twice. He took them back down the street to the shop they had just left and purchased a second drink for each of them and one for himself. They went back outside to a quiet spot off the plaza and stood sipping at the bleals and staring up at the sky. The light was gone and stars were sprinkled all over the darkened firmament, a wash of silver specks nestled against the black. "Flew all my life," the old spacer advised solemnly, eyes fixed on the sky. "Flew everywhere I could manage, and you know what? I couldn't get to 100th of what's out there, couldn't get to 1,000,000th. But it was fun trying, a whole lot of fun." His gaze shifted to the boys again. "Flew a cruiser filled with Republic soldiers into Macom T during its rebellion. That was a scary business. Flew Jedi Knights once upon a time, too." "Jedi," Kitster exhaled sharply. "Wow." "Really, you really flew Jedi?" Anakin pressed, eyes wide. The spacer laughed at their wonder. "Cross my heart and call me bantha fodder if I'm lying. It was a long time ago, but I flew 4 of them to a place I'm not supposed to talk about even now. Told you. I've been everywhere a man can get to in one lifetime, everywhere." "I want to fly ships to those worlds one day," Anakin said softly. Wald snorted doubtfully. "You're a slave, Annie. You can't go anywhere." The old pilot looked down at Anakin. The boy couldn't look at him. "Well," he said softly, "in this life you're often born one thing and die another. You don't have to accept that what you're given when you come in is all you'll have when you leave." He laughed suddenly. "Reminds me of something. I flew the Kessel Run once long ago. Not many have done that and lived to tell about it. Lots told me I couldn't do it, told me not to bother trying, to give it up and go on to something else. But I wanted that experience, so I just went ahead and found a way to prove them wrong." He looked down at Anakin. "Could be that's what you'll have to do, young Skywalker. I've seen how you handle a pod racer. You got the eyes for it, the feel. You're better than I was at twice your age." He nodded solemnly. "You want to fly the big ships, I think maybe you will." He stared at the boy, and Anakin stared back. The old spacer smiled and nodded slowly. "Yep, Anakin Skywalker, I do think maybe one day you will." He arrived home late for dinner and received his second scolding of the day. He might have tried making something up about having to stay late for Watto, but Anakin Skywalker didn't lie to his mother. Not about anything, not ever. He told her the truth about stealing away with Kitster and Wald, about drinking Ruby Bleals, and about sharing stories with the old spacer. SHMI wasn't impressed. She didn't like her son spending time with people she didn't know, even though she understood how boys were and how capable Anakin was of looking after himself. As if you feel the need to avoid the work you've been given by Watto, come see me about the work that needs doing here at home, she advised him sternly. Anakin didn't argue with her, smart enough by now to realize that arguing in these situations seldom got him anywhere. He sat quietly, eating with his head down, nodding when nodding was called for, thinking that his mother loved him and was worried for him, and that made her anger and frustration with him all right. Afterward, they sat outside on stools in front of their home in the cool night air and looked up at the stars. Anakin liked sitting outside at night before bed. It wasn't so close and confined as it was inside. He could breathe out here. His home was small and shabby and packed tight against dozens of others, its thick walls comprised of a mixture of mud and sand. It was typical of quarters provided for slaves in this part of Mos Espa, a hut with a central room and 1 or 2 bumpouts for sleeping. But his mother kept it neat and clean, and Anakin had his own room, which was rather larger than most and where he kept his stuff. A large workbench and tools took up most of the available space. Right now, he was engaged in building a protocol droid to help his mom. He was adding the needed parts a piece at a time, scavenging them from wherever he could, slowly restoring the whole. Already it could talk and move about and do a few things. He would have it up and running soon. "Are you tired, Annie?" his mother asked after a long silence. He shook his head, "Not really. Still thinking about the race." "Oh, yes." And he was, but mostly he was thinking about the old spacer and his tales of flying mainline ships to distant worlds, of going into battle for the Republic, and of rubbing shoulders with Jedi Knights. "I don't want you racing pods anymore, Annie," his mother said softly. "I don't want you to ask Watto to let you. Promise me you won't." He nodded reluctantly. "I promise." He thought about it a moment. "But what if Watto tells me I have to, Mom? What am I supposed to do then? I have to do what he tells me, so if he asks, I have to race." She reached over and put a hand on his arm, patting him gently. "I think maybe after today he won't ask again. He'll find someone else." Anakin didn't say so, but he knew his mother was wrong. There wasn't anyone better than he was at pod racing, not even Sebulba if he couldn't cheat. Besides, Watto would never pay to have someone else drive when he could have Anakin do it for free. Watto would stay mad another day or two and then begin to think about winning again. Anakin would be back in the pod races before the month was out. He gazed skyward, his mother's hand resting lightly on his arm, and thought about what it would be like to be out there, flying battle cruisers and fighters, traveling to far worlds and strange places. He didn't care what Wald said. He wouldn't be a slave all his life, just as he wouldn't always be a boy. He would find a way to leave Tatooine. He would find a way to take his mother with him. His dreams whirled through his head as he watched the stars, a kaleidoscope of bright images. He imagined how it would be. He saw it clearly in his mind, and it made him smile. One day, he thought, seeing the old spacer's face in the darkness before him, the wry smile and strange gray eyes, "I'll do everything you've done. Everything." He took a deep breath and held it. "I'll even fly with Jedi Knights." Slowly he exhaled, the promise sealed. The small Republic space cruiser, its red color the symbol of ambassadorial neutrality, knifed through starry blackness toward the emerald bright planet of Naboo and the cluster of Trade Federation fleet ships that encircled it. The ships were huge, blocky fortresses, tubular in shape, split at one end and encircling an orb that sheltered the bridge, communications center, and hyperdrive. Armaments bristled from every port and bay, and Trade Federation fighters circled the big beasts like gnats. The more traditionally shaped Republic cruiser, with its tri-engines, flat body, and squared-off cockpit, looked insignificant in the shadow of the Trade Federation battleships, but it continued toward them undeterred. The cruiser's captain and co-pilot sat side by side at the forward console, hands moving swiftly over the controls as they steered closer to the ship with the Trade Federation Viceroy insignia emblazoned on its bridge. There was a nervous energy to their movements that was unmistakable. From time to time, they would glance uneasily at each other and over their shoulders at the figure who stood in the shadows behind. On the view screen in front of them, captured from his position on the bridge of the battleship toward which they were headed, was Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray, his reddish-orange eyes staring out at them expectantly. The Neimoidian wore his perpetually sour expression, mouth downturned, bony brow emphasizing his discontent. His green-gray skin reflected the ambient lighting of the ship, all pale and cold in contrast to his dark robes, collar, and tri-cornered headdress. "Oh, Captain." The cruiser captain turned slightly in her seat to acknowledge the figure concealed in the shadows behind her. "Yes, sir. I tell them we wish to board at once." The voice was deep and smooth, but the measure of resolution it contained was unmistakable. "Yes, sir," the captain said, giving the co-pilot a covert glance, which the co-pilot returned. The captain faced Newt Gunray on the screen. "With all due respect, Viceroy, the ambassadors for the Supreme Chancellor have requested that they be allowed to board immediately." The Neimoidian nodded quickly. Yes, Captain, of course. We would be happy to receive the ambassadors at their convenience. Happy to, Captain." The screen went dark. The captain hesitated, glancing back at the figure behind her. "Sir." Proceed, Captain," Qui-Gon Jinn said. The Jedi Master watched silently as the Trade Federation battleship loomed before them, filling the viewport with its gleaming bulk. Qui-Gon was a tall, powerfully built man with prominent leonine features. His beard and mustache were close-cropped, and his hair was worn long and tied back. Tunic, pants, and hooded robe were typically loose-fitting and comfortable, a sash binding them at his waist where his lightsaber hung just out of view but within easy reach. Qui-Gon's sharp blue eyes fixed on the battleship as if to see what waited within. The Republic's taxation of the trade routes between the star systems had been in dispute since its inception, but until now all the Trade Federation had done in response was to complain. The blockade of Naboo was the first act of outright defiance, and while the Federation was a powerful body equipped with its own battle fleet and army of droids, its action here was atypical. The Neimoidians were entrepreneurs, not fighters. They lacked the backbone necessary to undertake a challenge to the Republic. Somehow they had found that backbone. It bothered Qui-Gon that he could not explain how. He shifted his weight as the cruiser moved slowly into the gap in the Trade Federation flagship's outer wheel toward the hangar bay. Tractor beams took hold, guiding the cruiser inside where magnetic clamps locked the ship in place. The blockade had been in effect now for almost a month. The Republic Senate continued to debate the action, searching for an amicable way to resolve the dispute. But no progress had been made, and at last the Supreme Chancellor had secretly notified the Jedi Council that he had sent 2 Jedi directly to the ostensible initiators of the blockade, the Neimoidians, in an effort to resolve the matter more directly. It was a bold move. In theory, the Jedi Knights served the Supreme Chancellor, responding on his direction to life-threatening situations. But any interference in the internal politics of the Senate's member bodies, particularly where an armed conflict between worlds was involved, required Senate approval. The Supreme Chancellor was skirting the edges of his authority in this case. At best, this was a covert action and would spark heated debate in the Senate at a later date. The Jedi Master sighed. While none of this was his concern, he could not ignore the implications of what it meant if he failed. The Jedi Knights were peacemakers. That was the nature of their order and the dictate of their creed. For thousands of years, they had served the Republic, a constant source of stability and order in a changing universe. Founded as a theological and philosophical study group so far back that its origins were the stuff of myth, the Jedi had only gradually become aware of the presence of the Force. Years had been spent in its study, in contemplation of its meaning, in mastery of its power. Slowly, the Order had evolved, abandoning its practice of and belief in a life of isolated meditation in favor of a more outward-looking commitment to social responsibility. Understanding the Force sufficiently to master its power required more than private study. It required service to the greater community and implementation of a system of laws that would guarantee equal justice for all. That battle was not yet won. It probably never would be. But the Jedi Knights would not see it lost for lack of their trying. In the time of Qui-Gon Jinn, 10,000 Jedi Knights in service to the Republic carried on the struggle each day of their lives in 100,000 different worlds spread across a galaxy, so vast it could barely be comprehended. He turned slightly as his companion in this present enterprise arrived on the bridge and came up to stand beside him. "Are we to board?" Obi-Wan Kenobi asked softly. Qui-Gon nodded. "The Viceroy will meet with us." He glanced momentarily at his protege, taking his measure. Obi-Wan, in his mid-20s, was more than 30 years younger and still learning his craft. He was not yet a full Jedi, but he was close to being ready. Obi-Wan was shorter than Qui-Gon, but compact and very quick. His smooth, boyish face suggested an immaturity that had been long since shed. He wore the same type of clothes as Qui-Gon, but his hair was cut in the style of a Padawan learner, short and even, save for the tightly braided pigtail that hung over his right shoulder. Qui-Gon was staring out the viewport at the interior of the Trade Federation battleship when he spoke again. "Why Naboo, do you think, my young apprentice? Why blockade this particular planet when there are so many to choose from, most larger and more likely to feel the effects of such an action?" Obi-Wan said nothing. Naboo was indeed an odd choice for an action of this sort, a planet at the edge of the galaxy, not particularly important in the scheme of things. Its ruler, Amidala, was something of an unknown. New to the throne, she had only been queen a few months before the blockade had begun. She was young, but it was rumored she was prodigiously talented and extremely well-trained. It was said she could hold her own with anyone in a political arena. It was said she could be circumspect or bold when necessary and was wise beyond her years. The Jedi had been shown a hologram of Amidala before they left Coruscant. The Queen favored theatrical paint and ornate dress, cloaking herself in trappings and makeup that disguised her true appearance while lending her an aura of both splendor and beauty. She was a chameleon of sorts, masking herself to the world at large and finding companionship almost exclusively with a cadre of handmaidens who were always with her. Qui-Gon hesitated a moment longer, thinking the matter through, then said to Obi-Wan, "Come, let's be off." They passed downward through the bowels of the ship to the main hatch, waited for the light to turn green, and released the locking bar so that the ramp could lower. Raising their hoods to help conceal their faces, they stepped out into the light. A protocol droid named TC-14 was waiting to escort them to their meeting. The droid took them from the bay down a series of hallways to an empty conference room and motioned them inside. "I hope your honored sirs will be comfortable here." The tinny voice reverberated inside the metal shell. "My master will be with you shortly." The droid turned and went out, closing the door softly behind. Qui-Gon watched it go, glanced briefly at the exotic, bird-like creatures caged near the door, then moved to join Obi-Wan at a broad window that looked out through the maze of Federation battleships to where the lush green sphere of Naboo hung resplendent against the dark sky. "I have a bad feeling about this," Obi-Wan said after a moment's contemplation of the planet. Qui-Gon shook his head. "I don't sense anything." Obi-Wan nodded. "It's not about here, Master. It's not about this mission. It's something elsewhere, something elusive." The older Jedi put his hand on the other's shoulder. "Don't center on your anxiety, Obi-Wan. Keep your concentration on the here and now, where it belongs." "Master Yoda says I should be mindful of the future, but not at the expense of the present." Qui-Gon waited until his young apprentice was looking at him. "Be mindful of the living force, my young Padawan." And to his credit, Obi-Wan managed a small smile. "Yes, Master." He looked out the viewport again, eyes distant. "How do you think the Viceroy will deal with the Supreme Chancellor's demands?" And Qui-Gon gave an easy shrug. "These people are cowards. They will not be hard to persuade. The negotiations will be short." On the bridge of the Trade Federation battleship, Neimoidian Viceroy Newt Gunray and his lieutenant, Dalte Dauphine, stood staring in shock at the protocol droid they had sent to look after the Supreme Chancellor's ambassadors. What did you say?" Gunray hissed furiously. TC-14 was impervious to the look the Neimoidian gave it. "The ambassadors are Jedi Knights. One of them is a Jedi Master. I am quite certain of it." Dauphine, a flat-faced, restless sort, wheeled on his companion in dismay. "I knew it. They were sent to force a settlement. The game's up. Blind me, we're done for." Gunray made a placating gesture. "Stay calm. I'll wager the Senate is completely unaware of the Supreme Chancellor's moves in this matter. Go, distract them while I contact Lord Sidious." The other Neimoidian gaped at him. "Are you brain dead? I'm not going in there with 2 Jedi Knights. Send the droid." He waved hurriedly at TC-14, who bowed, made a small squeaky sound in response, and went out. When the protocol droid was gone, Dauphine summoned Rune Hako, the third member of their delegation, drew both his compatriots to a closed, separate space on the bridge where they could be neither seen nor heard by anyone else, and triggered a holographic communication. It took a few moments for the hologram to appear. As it did so, a stoop-shouldered, dark-robed shape appeared, cloaked and hooded so that nothing of its face could be seen. What is it?" an impatient voice demanded. Newt Gunray found his throat so dry that for a moment he could not speak. "The Republic ambassadors are Jedi Knights." "Jedi," Darth Sidious breathed the word softly, almost reverently. There was a measure of calm about his acceptance of the news. "Are you sure?" Newt Gunray found what little courage he had been able to muster for this moment quickly evaporating. He stared at the black form of the Sith Lord in mesmerized terror. "They have been identified, my lord." As if unable to endure the silence that followed, Dalte Dauphine charged into the gap, wild-eyed. "This scheme of yours has failed, Lord Sidious. The blockade is finished. We dare not go up against Jedi Knights." The dark figure in the hologram turned slightly. Are you saying you would rather go up against me, Dauphin? I am amused. The hood shifted toward Gunray, Viceroy. Newt stepped forward quickly. Yes, my lord. Darth Sidious's voice turned slow and sibilant. I don't want this stunted piece of slime to pass within my sight again. Do you understand? Newt's hands were shaking, and he clasped them together to still them. Yes, my lord. He wheeled on Dauphin, but the other was already making his way from the bridge, his face filled with terror, his robes trailing behind him like a shroud. When he was gone, Darth Sidious said, "This turn of events is unfortunate but not fatal. We must accelerate our plans, Viceroy. Begin landing your troops at once." Newt glanced quickly at Rune Hako, who was trying his best to disappear into the ether. Ah, my lord, of course, but is that action legal? I will make it legal, Viceroy. Yes, of course. Newt took a quick breath, and the Jedi. Darth Sidious seemed to grow darker within his robes, his face lowering further into shadow. The Supreme Chancellor should never have brought the Jedi into this. Kill them now, immediately. Yes, my lord, Newt Gunray answered, but the hologram of the Sith Lord had already vanished. He stared at the space it had left behind for a moment, then turned to Hako. Blow up their ship. I will send a squad of battle droids to finish them. In the conference room in which they had been left, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan stared at each other across a long table. Is it customary for Neimoidians to make their guests wait this long? The younger Jedi asked. Before Qui-Gon could respond, the door opened to admit the protocol droid bearing a tray of drinks and food. TC-14 crossed to their table, placed the tray before them, and handed each a drink. It stepped back then, waiting. Qui-Gon motioned to his young companion, and they lifted the drinks and tasted them. Qui-Gon nodded at the droid, then looked at Obi-Wan. I sense an unusual amount of maneuvering for something as trivial as this trade dispute. I sense fear as well. Obi-Wan placed his drink back on the table, perhaps. An explosion rocked the room, spilling the drinks, sending the tray with its food skidding toward the edge. The Jedi leapt to their feet in response, lightsabers drawn and activated. The protocol droid backpedaled quickly, arms lifting, muttering its apologies, looking every which way at once. What has happened? Obi-Wan asked quickly. Qui-Gon hesitated, closed his eyes, and retreated deep within himself. His eyes snapped open. They've destroyed our ship. He glanced around swiftly. It took only a moment for him to detect a faint hissing sound from the vents near the doorway. A gas, he said to Obi-Wan in warning. In the cage beside the door, the bird-like creatures began to drop like stones. On the bridge, Newt Gunray and Rune Hako watched through a view screen as a squad of battle droids marched into the hallway just outside the conference room in which the Jedi were trapped. On crooked metal legs, they approached the doorway, blasters held at the ready, a hologram of Newt directing them from behind. They must be dead by now, but make certain. He directed the battle droids and switched off the hologram. The Neimoidians watched closely as the foremost of the battle droids opened the door and stepped back. A cloud of noxious green gas poured from the room, and a solitary figure stumbled into view, arms waving. Excuse me, sirs, I'm so sorry. TC-14 babbled as it maneuvered through the battle droids, holding aloft its tray of scattered food and spilled drinks. In the next instant, the Jedi appeared, charging from the room with lightsabers flashing. Qui-Gon's weapon sent a pair of the battle droids flying in a shower of sparks and metal parts that scattered everywhere. Obi-Wan's saber deflected blaster fire into several more. He raised his hand, palm outward, and another of the droids went crashing into the wall. On the bridge view screen, smoke and lingering clouds of green gas obscured everything. Alarms began to sound throughout the battleship, reverberating off its metal skin. What in blazes is going on down there? Newt Gunray demanded of his associate, eyes wide. Rune Hako shook his head doubtfully. There was fear in his orange-red eyes. You've never encountered Jedi Knights before, have you? Well, no, not exactly, but I don't see. The alarms continued to blare, and suddenly Newt Gunray was unabashedly afraid. Seal off the bridge, he shouted frantically. Rune Hako backed away as the doors to the bridge began to close. His voice was small and went unheard as he whispered to himself, "That won't be enough." In seconds, the Jedi were standing in the hallway outside the bridge, dispatching the last of the battle droids that stood in their way. An unstoppable force, the two men worked in unison against their adversaries, seemingly able to anticipate every form of attack. Lightsabers flashed and stabbed in brilliant bursts of color. Droids and blasters fell away in broken pieces. "I want destroyer droids up here at once," Newt Gunray screamed, watching as one of the Jedi began cutting through the bridge door with his lightsaber. He felt his throat tighten and his skin begin to crawl. "Close the blast doors now." One after another, the blast doors began to shut and seal with hissing sounds. The crew stood transfixed as on the view screen the Jedi continued their attack, lightsabers cutting at the massive doors, melting away the steelcrete like soft butter. Mutters of disbelief were heard, and Newt screamed at them to be silent. Sparks showered off the blast door under attack by the Jedi, and a red spot appeared at its center where the larger man plunged his lightsaber into the metal almost up to its hilt. The view screen suddenly went blank. At the center of the door, the metal began to turn molten and drop away. "They're still coming," Rune Hako whispered, gathering his robes as he backed away further. Viceroy Newt Gunray said nothing in response. Impossible, he was thinking, impossible. Qui-Gon was hammering at the blast door with every ounce of strength he possessed, determined to break through to the treacherous Neimoidians, when his instincts warned him of danger from another quarter. "Obi-Wan," he shouted to his companion, who wheeled toward him at once. "Destroyer droids." The younger Jedi nodded, smiling. "Offhand, I'd say this mission is past the negotiation stage." In the hallway just beyond the area in which the Jedi fought, 10 destroyer droids rolled into view. They resembled gleaming metal wheels as they rounded a corner, smooth and silent in their approach. One by one, they began to unfold, releasing tripods of spidery legs and stunted arms into which laser guns had been built. Crooked spines unlimbered, and the droids rose to a standing position, armored heads cocked forward. They were wicked-looking and deadly, and they were built for one purpose only. Skittering around the final corner to the bridge entry, they triggered their laser guns, filling the open area with a deadly crossfire. When the lasers went still, the destroyer droids advanced, searching for their prey. But the anteway was empty, and the Jedi Knights were gone. On the bridge, Newt Gunray and Rune Hako watched the view screen flicker back to life. The destroyer droids were reverting to their wheeled forms, spinning away across the entry and down the hallway, clearly in pursuit of the Jedi. "We have them on the run," Rune Hako breathed, scarcely able to believe their good fortune. Newt Gunray said nothing, thinking that their escape had been entirely too close. It was ridiculous that they should be fighting Jedi Knights in any event. This was a matter of commerce, not of politics. The Trade Federation was fully justified in resisting the Republic Senate's foolish decision to impose a tax on trade routes when there was no basis in law for doing so. That the Neimoidians had found an ally to stand with them in this matter, to advise them on imposing a blockade and forcing a withdrawal of sanctions, was no cause for calling in the Jedi. He hunched his shoulders and made a fuss over straightening his robes to disguise his shaking. He was distracted suddenly by a call from the communications center behind him. "Sir, a transmission from the city of Theed on Naboo." The view screen to the planet flickered to life and a woman's face appeared. She was young, beautiful, and serene. An applied beauty mark of deepest crimson split her lower lip, and a golden headdress framed her powdery white face. She stared out at the Neimoidians from the screen as if she were so far above and beyond them as to be unapproachable. "It's Queen Amidala herself," Rune Hako whispered just out of holocam view. Newt Gunray nodded, moving closer. "At last we're getting results," he whispered back. He moved to where he could be seen by the Queen. Cloaked in her ceremonial robes, Amidala sat on her throne, an ornate chair on a raised dais fronted by a low, flat-surfaced divider. The Queen was surrounded by 5 handmaidens, all of them cloaked and hooded in crimson. Her gaze was steady and direct as it took in the Viceroy's leathery countenance. "The Trade Federation is pleased you have chosen to come before us, Your Highness," he began smoothly. "You will not be so pleased when you hear what I have to say, Viceroy," she said flatly, cutting him short. "Your trade boycott is ended." Newt fought down his shock, regained his composure, and smirked at Rune. "Really, Your Highness, I was not aware." "I have word that the Senate is finally voting on the matter," she continued, ignoring him. "I take it you know the outcome already then?" Newt felt a measure of uncertainty take hold. "I wonder why they bother to vote at all." Amidala leaned forward slightly, and the Neimoidian could see the fire in her brown eyes. "I have had enough of pretense, Viceroy. I am aware that the Supreme Chancellor's ambassadors are with you now and that you have been commanded to reach a settlement. What is it to be?" Newt Gunray felt a deep hole open in his waning confidence. "I know nothing about any ambassadors. You must be mistaken." There was a flicker of surprise on the Queen's face as she studied the Viceroy carefully. "Beware, Viceroy," she said softly. "The Federation has gone too far this time." Newt shook his head quickly, drawing himself up in a defensive posture. "Your Highness, we would never do anything in defiance of the Senate's will. You assume too much." Amidala sat motionless, brown eyes fixed on him, as if she could see the truth he was trying to hide, as if he were made of glass. "We shall see," she said softly. The view screen went blank. Newt Gunray drew a long breath and exhaled slowly, not caring much for how this woman made him feel. "She's right," Rune Hako said at his elbow. "The Senate will never let." Newt lifted one hand to cut him short. "It's too late now. The invasion is underway." Rune Hako was silent for a moment. "Do you think she suspects an attack?" The Viceroy wheeled away. "I don't know, but I don't want to take any chances. We must move quickly to disrupt all communications down there until we're finished." In the main hangar bay of the ship, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi crouched silently in the opening of a large circulation vent that overlooked 6 massive double-winged Federation landing ships surrounded by a vast array of transports. The transports were large, boot-shaped vehicles with bulbous noses. The doors that formed those noses gaped open, racks were extended, and thousands of sleek silvery shapes were marching inside in perfect formation to be secured. Battle droids, Qui-Gon said softly. There was surprise and dismay in his deep voice. It's an invasion army, Obi-Wan said. They continued to watch for a time, taking in the scene, counting transports and droids as they filled the half-dozen landing craft, taking measure of the size of the army. It's an odd play for the Federation, Qui-Gon observed. We've got to warn the Naboo and contact Chancellor Valorum. Obi-Wan nodded. We'd best do it somewhere besides here. His mentor glanced at him. Maybe we can hitch a ride with our friends down there. It's the least they can do after the way they've treated us so far. Obi-Wan pursed his lips. You were right about one thing, Master. The negotiations were short. Qui-Gon Jinn smiled and beckoned him ahead. A twilight that was misty and seemed perpetual lay in silvery gray layers over the green lushness of Naboo as the Federation landing ships descended out of the black infinity of space to settle slowly planetward. One set of three moved away from the others, dropping silently through clouds that hung still and endless across the world's emerald surface. Ghost-like as they passed through the haze, double wings shaped like a giant eye, they materialized one by one near a vast, murky swamp. As they gently landed next to the dark waters and clumps of trees and grasses, their metal bodies parted to allow the bulbous-nosed transports to offload onto the surface and begin forming up. Some distance away from the closest of the landing craft, Obi-Wan Kenobi's head broke the swamp's still waters. A quick breath and he was gone again. He surfaced once more farther away and this time took a moment to look back at the invasion force. Dozens of transports filled with battle droids and tanks were moving into place in front of the landing craft. Some hovered above the swamp's waters. Some had found purchase on dry ground. Far to his left, he caught sight of a shadowy form running through the mist and trees. Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan took another deep breath, submerged swiftly, and began to swim. Qui-Gon Jinn slipped wraith-like through the swamp, listening to the sounds of heavy rustling and snapping branches behind him as the Trade Federation transports began to advance. Mixed with the deeper, heavier whine of the transport engines was the higher-pitched buzzing of staps, single-trooper aerial platforms, small, individually piloted mobile gun units used to transport battle droids as scouts for the main army. The staps whipped above the watery terrain of Naboo, fleeting shadows as they surged in front of the larger transports. Animals of all shapes and sizes began to scatter from their places of concealment, racing past Qui-Gon in search of safety. Ikopi, Fuelimpazets, Mots, Pico-Picos, the names recalled themselves instantly to the Jedi Master from his preparation for this journey. Dodging the frightened creatures stampeding around him, he cast about for Obi-Wan, then picked up his pace as the dark shadow of a transport appeared out of the mist directly behind him. He was running out of firm ground and searching for a way past a large lake when he saw a strange frog-like creature before him. It was squatting in the water, its rubbery body crouched over a shell it had just pried open, its long tongue licking out the insides with a quick whipping movement, its throat swallowing. Casting aside the empty shell, it rose to face Qui-Gon, its long, flat ears dangling from its amphibious head in broad flaps, its duck-like snout working thoughtfully around whatever delicacy it had removed from the shell. Eyes that protruded from the top of its head blinked in confusion, taking in Qui-Gon and the animals about him, then seeing clearly for the first time the massive shadow from which they fled. Oh, the creature muttered, the syllables clouded but recognizable. Qui-Gon broke left past the strange creature, anxious to get out of the path of the approaching transport. The creature dropped the shell, eyes wide and frantic, and grabbed onto Qui-Gon's robes. Help me. It cried plaintively, rubbery face contorting in shock and desperation. Let go, Qui-Gon snapped, trying in vain to break free. The transport thundered toward them, skimming the surface of the swamp, flattening grasses and stirring up water spouts in the wake of its passing. It bore down on Qui-Gon as he fought to break free of the creature that clung to him, dragging it sideways in a futile effort to escape. Finally, with the transport only meters away and looming over him like a building about to topple, the Jedi Master pushed the creature into the shallow water and sprawled face down on top of it. The Trade Federation transport passed over them in a wash of sound and shocked air, the vibrations hammering into their prone forms, flattening them into the mire. When it was safely past, Qui-Gon pulled himself out of the mud and took a deep, welcome breath. The strange creature rose with him, still clinging to his arm, cloudy water dripping from its flat-billed face. It gave a quick glance after the departing transport, then threw itself on Qui-Gon, hugging him ecstatically. Oh boy, it gasped with a high-pitched, warbled sound. I love yous forever. The creature began kissing him. Let go, Qui-Gon huffed. Are you brainless? You almost got us killed. The creature looked offended. Brainless, I speak. The ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Qui-Gon was having none of it. Now let go of me and get out of here. He freed himself from the creature and began to move off, glancing around uneasily as the high-pitched buzz of steps sounded in the distance. The creature hesitated, then began trailing after him. No, me stay wit you, me stay. Jar Jar be loyal, humble Gungan servant, be you's friend me. The Jedi Master barely glanced at him, watching the shadows, searching now for Obi-Wan. Thanks, but that won't be necessary. Better be off with you. Jar Jar the Gungan splashed after him, billed mouth working, arms waving. Oh, bot tease necessary, tease demanded by de Guds, tease life debt, me no dis, sure as name be Jar Jar Binks. The swamp reverberated with the sound of SDAP engines, and now two of the gun platforms burst from the mist, bearing down on a fleeing Obi-Wan Kenobi, battle droid drivers wheeling their speeders to the attack. Qui-Gon pulled free his lightsaber, motioning Jar Jar away. I have no time for this now. But must take me wit yous, keep me. Jar Jar stopped, hearing the steps, turning to see them bearing down, eyes going wide all over again. Oh, we gonna. Qui-Gon grabbed the Gungan and threw him face down in the swamp water once more. Stay put. He flicked on the lightsaber, bracing himself as Obi-Wan and the pursuing steps approached. Jar Jar's head popped up. We gonna die, he screamed. The battle droids opened fire with laser cannons from their gun platforms just as Obi-Wan reached his friend. Qui-Gon blocked the bolts with his lightsaber and deflected them back into the attack craft. The steps exploded in shards of hot metal and fell into the swamp. An exhausted Obi-Wan wiped his mudded brow, gasping for breath. Sorry, Master, the swamp fried my lightsaber. He pulled out his weapon. The business end was blackened and burned. Qui-Gon took it from him and gave it a cursory inspection. Behind him, Jar Jar Binks pulled himself out of the muddy swamp water and blinked curiously at the newly arrived Jedi. You forgot to turn off your power again, didn't you, Obi-Wan? His friend asked pointedly. Obi-Wan nodded sheepishly. It appears so, Master. It won't take long to recharge, but it will take some time to clean it up. I trust you have finally learned your lesson, my young Padawan. Yes, Master. Obi-Wan accepted the proffered lightsaber with a chagrined look. Jar Jar pushed forward, amphibious feet flopping, ears flapping, long limbs looking as if they might take him in almost any direction. "You save me again, hey?" he asked Qui-Gon rhetorically. Obi-Wan stared. "What's this?" "A Gungan, one of the locals. His name's Jar Jar Binks." Qui-Gon's attention was directed out at the swamp. "Let's go before more of those staps show up." More," Jar Jar gasped worriedly. "You say more." Qui-Gon was already moving, shifting into a steady trot through the mire. Obi-Wan was only a step behind, and it took a moment for Jar Jar to catch up to them, his long legs working frantically, his eyes rolling. "Excuse me, but the most grand, safest place is in Otoh Gunga," he gasped at them, trying to catch their attention. All about, lost somewhere in the mists, staps sounded their high-pitched whine. "Otoh Gunga," Jar Jar repeated. "Tease where I grew, tease safe city." Qui-Gon brought them to a halt, staring fixedly now at the Gungan. "What did you say, a city?" Jar Jar nodded eagerly. "Can you take us there?" The Gungan seemed suddenly distraught. Med me not really take yous, not really no." Qui-Gon leaned close, his eyes dark. "No." Jar Jar looked as if he wished he could disappear into the swamp completely. His throat worked and his build mouth opened and closed like a fish's. "Tease embarrassment, but me afraid me be banished. Sent oot. Me forget boss nas do terrible hurt to me if go back Dara. Terrible bad hurt." A low, deep, pulsating sound penetrated the whine of the staps, rising up through mist and gloom, growing steadily louder. Jar Jar glanced around uneasily. Oh. "You hear that?" Qui-Gon asked softly, placing a finger on the Gungan's skinny chest. Jar Jar nodded reluctantly. "There's 1,000 terrible things heading this way, my Gungan friend. And when they find you, they will crush you into dust, grind you into little pieces, and then blast you into oblivion," Obi-Wan added with more than a little glee. And Jar Jar rolled his eyes and gulped. Oh, you's point very good one," he gestured frantically. Dis way, hurry quick." And in a rush, they raced away into the twilight mist. Sometime later, the Jedi and the Gungan emerged from a deep stand of swamp grass and thick rushes at the edge of a lake so murky that it was impossible to see anything in the reflection of twilight off the surface. Jar Jar bent double, three-fingered hands resting on bony knees as he fought to catch his breath. His rubbery form twisted this way and that as he looked back in the direction from which they had come, long ears flapping with the movement. Obi-Wan shook his head at Qui-Gon Jinn in faint reproval. He was not happy with the Jedi Master's decision to link up with this foolish-looking creature. Somewhere in the distance, they could hear the steady, deep thrum of Federation transport engines. How much farther? Qui-Gon pressed their reluctant guide. The Gungan pointed at the lake. "We go underwater oak days." The Jedi looked at each other, then extracted small containers from their clothing, releasing portable breathing devices the size of the palms of their hands. "Me warning yous," Jar Jar's eyes shifted from one to the other. "Gungans know like yous outlanders, yous not gonna get warm welcome." Obi-Wan shrugged. "Don't worry, this hasn't been our day for warm welcomes." Get going," Qui-Gon motioned, fitting the device between his teeth. The Gungan shrugged, as if to disclaim all responsibility for what would follow, turned back to the lake, performed a wild double somersault, and disappeared into the gloom. The Jedi waited after him. Downward into the murkiness they swam, the Jedi following the slender form of the Gungan, who seemed far more at home in the water than on land. He swam smoothly and gracefully, long limbs extended, body undulating with practiced ease. They swam for a long time, angling steadily deeper, the light from the surface fading slowly away behind them. What light there was came from sources beneath the surface, not all of them visible. As the minutes slipped away, and Obi-Wan began to have second thoughts about what they were doing. Then suddenly there was a new light, this one a steady glow that came from ahead. Slowly Otoh Gunga came into view. The city was comprised of a cluster of bubbles that connected to one another like balloons and were anchored to several huge rock pillars. One by one, the bubbles grew more distinct, and it became possible to make out the particulars of the structures within and the features of the Gungans as they moved about their business. Jar Jar swam directly toward one of the larger bubbles, the Jedi close on his heels. When he reached the bubble, he pushed at it with his hands and it gave way to him, accepting first his arms, then his head and body, and finally his legs, swallowing him whole and closing behind him without rupturing. Amazed, the Jedi followed, moving through the strange membrane, entering the bubble without resistance. Once inside, they found themselves on a platform that led down to a square surrounded by buildings. Light emanated from the bubble's walls in a steady glow, brightening the space inside. The Jedi found the air breathable. As they descended to the square below, water dripping from their clothing, Gungans began to catch sight of them and to scatter with small cries of alarm. In short order, a squad of uniformed Gungan soldiers appeared, riding two-legged mounts with build faces not entirely dissimilar to their own. Kadu Qui-Gon recalled swamp runners with powerful legs, great endurance, and keen senses. The Gungans carried long, deadly-looking electropoles, which they used to motion back the distraught populace at the same time they advanced on the intruders. Ehede Ho Cap'n Tarples, Jar Jar greeted the leader of the squad cheerfully. "Me backs." "Not again, Jar Jar Binks," the other snapped, clearly irritated. "You's gon' ta boss Nass, see what he say, you's meb in big trouble dis time." Is ignoring the Jedi, he gave Jar Jar a quick poke with his electropole, sending a shock through the hapless Gungan that lifted him a half-meter off the ground. Jar Jar rubbed his backside ruefully, muttering. The Gungan soldiers took them through the buildings of the city, down several connecting passages, and into what Jar Jar whispered to his companions was the high tower boardroom. The room was transparent on all sides, and small glowing fish swam about the outside of the membrane, tiny stars against a darker backdrop. A long, circular bench dominated one end of the room with one section set higher than the rest. All the seats were occupied by Gungan officials in their robes of office, and a way was quickly made for the newcomers through Gungans already present to conduct other business. The Gungan occupying the highest seat was a heavy-set, squat fellow so compressed by age and weight that it was impossible to imagine he had ever been as slender as Jar Jar Binks. Folds of skin draped from his body in loose layers, his neck was compressed into his shoulders, and his face bore such a sour look that even Jar Jar seemed more than a little cowed as they were motioned forward. The Gungan officials stared, muttering among themselves as the Jedi approached. "What yous want, Outlanders?" Boss Nass rumbled at them after identifying himself. Qui-Gon Jinn told him, relating what had brought the Jedi to Naboo, warning of the invasion taking place above, asking the Gungans to give them help. The Gungan council listened patiently, saying nothing until Qui-Gon was finished. Boss Nass shook his head, the flesh of his thick neck jiggling with the movement. "Yous can't be here, dis army of machinics up Dara T's not our problem." Qui-Gon held his ground. "That army of battle droids is about to attack the Naboo, we must warn them." "We know like de Naboo," Boss Nass growled irritably. And dey no like de Gungans, de Nabu think dey more smart den us, dey think dey brains so big. Dey have nuttin' ta do wid us cause we live in de swamp and dey live up dera. Long time no have nuttin' ta do wid each other, dis not gonna change because of machinics. After that army takes control of the Nabu, they will come here and take control of you, Obi-Wan said quietly. Boss Nass chuckled. No, me think not, me talk meb 1-2 times wit Nabu in whole life and no talk ever wit machinics. Machinics no come here, dey not even know Gungans exist. The remaining members of the council nodded in agreement, muttering their verbal approval of Boss Nass's wisdom. You and the Nabu are connected, Obi-Wan insisted, his youthful face intent, not ready to concede the matter. What happens to one will affect the other, you must understand this. Boss Nass dismissed him with a wave of one thick hand. We know nuttin' of you's Outlander, and we no care about de Nabu. Before Obi-Wan could continue his argument, Qui-Gon stepped forward. Then speed us on our way, he demanded, bringing up one hand in a casual motion, passing it smoothly before the Gungan chief's eyes in a quick invocation of Jedi mind power. Boss Nass stared at him, then nodded. We speed you's far away. Qui-Gon held his gaze. We need transport to theed. Oakday, Boss Nass nodded some more. We give you's bongo, de speedest way Tada Nabu is gone through decor, you's go now. Qui-Gon stepped back. Thank you for your help, we go in peace. As the Jedi turned to leave, Obi-Wan whispered, Master, what is a bongo? Qui-Gon glanced at him and cocked one eyebrow thoughtfully. A ship of some sort, I hope. They were moving away from Boss Nass and the other Gungan officials when they caught sight of Jar Jar Binks standing forlornly to one side, wearing wrist binders and awaiting his fate. Qui-Gon slowed and made eye contact with the unfortunate creature. Master, Obi-Wan said softly in warning. He knew Qui-Gon too well not to see what was coming. The tall Jedi moved over to Jar Jar and stood looking at him. Dey settin' you's up for bad fall, the Gungan declared sullenly, glancing around to see if anyone else might be listening. Gone through decor is bad danger. Qui-Gon nodded. Thank you, my friend. Jar Jar Binks shrugged and looked sad. Tease okay. Then he gave the Jedi Master a slow, sheepish grin and a hopeful look. Hey, any hep here would be hot. Qui-Gon hesitated. We are short of time, Master, Obi-Wan advised quietly, moving to his side. The Jedi Master turned to face his protege, eyes distant. Time spent here may help us later, Jar Jar might be of some use. As Obi-Wan shook his head in frustration, his mentor was too eager to involve himself when it was not necessary. He was too quick to adopt causes that were not his own. It had cost him time and time again with the Jedi Council. One day it would be his undoing. He bent close. I sense a loss of focus. Qui-Gon's eyes fixed on him. Be mindful, young Obi-Wan, he chastised gently. Your sensitivity to the living force is not your strength. The younger Jedi held his gaze only a moment, then looked away, stung by the criticism. Qui-Gon turned from him and walked back to Boss Nass. What is to become of Jar Jar Binks? He asked. Boss Nass, who was engaged in conversation with another of the Gungan officials, turned to him in annoyance, his heavy jowls puffing. Binks breaks Nakam back law, breaks exile, he be punished. Not too severely, I trust, the Jedi Master pressed. He has been of great help to us. A slow laugh rumbled out of Boss Nass. Pounded unto death, dis one. Somewhere in the background, Jar Jar Binks moaned loudly. There were mutterings about the room. Even Obi-Wan, who was back at his master's side, looked shocked. Qui-Gon was thinking fast. We need a navigator to get us through the core to Theed. I saved Jar Jar's life on the surface. He owes me for that. I claim a life debt on him. Boss Nass stared at the Jedi in silence, a deep frown furrowing his brow and twisting his mouth. His head seemed to sink deeper into his shoulders, into the wattles of skin that obscured his neck. Then his small eyes sought the unfortunate Jar Jar and he gestured, Binks. Jar Jar moved forward obediently to stand beside the Jedi. Use half-life det-wit dis outlander, Boss Nass demanded darkly. Jar Jar nodded, head and ears hanging, but a flicker of hope springing into his eyes. Your gods demand he satisfy that debt, Qui-Gon insisted, passing his hand in front of Boss Nass's eyes, invoking his Jedi power once more. His life belongs to me now. The head Gungan considered the matter only a moment before nodding in agreement. His life yous, worthless anywhat, begon wit him. A guard came forward and removed Jar Jar's wrist binders. Come, Jar Jar, Qui-Gon Jinn advised, turning him away. Through decor, Jar Jar gasped, realizing suddenly what had happened. Count me out a dis, better dead here den dead in decor, me not go. But by then the Jedi were dragging him out of the room and all sight and sound of Boss Nass. On the bridge of the Trade Federation's lead battleship, Newt Gunray and Rune Hako stood alone before a hologram of Darth Sidious. Neither of the Neimoidians was looking at the other, and both were hoping the Sith Lord could not sense what they were thinking. The invasion is on schedule, my lord, the Viceroy was saying, robes and headdress hiding the occasional twitching of his limbs as he faced the cloaked and hooded form before him. Our army nears Theed. Good, very good, Darth Sidious spoke in a soft, calm voice. I have the Senate bogged down in procedures. By the time this incident comes up for a vote, they will have no choice but to accept that your blockade has been successful. Newt Gunray glanced quickly at his compatriot. The Queen has great faith that the Senate will side with her. Queen Amidala is young and naive. You will find controlling her will not be difficult, the hologram shimmered. You have done well, Viceroy. Thank you, my lord, the other acknowledged as the hologram faded away. In the ensuing silence, the Neimoidians turned to each other with knowing looks. You didn't tell him, Rune Hako said accusingly. Of the missing Jedi, Newt Gunray made a dismissive gesture. No need to tell him that, no need to tell him anything until we know for certain what has happened. Rune Hako studied him a long time before turning away. No need, he said softly and walked from the room. As Obi-Wan Kenobi sat hunched over the controls of the bongo, familiarizing himself with their functions as Jar Jar Binks, positioned next to him, rambled on and on about nothing. Qui-Gon sat in the shadows behind them, silent and watchful. Dis is nutsin', Jar Jar moaned as the bongo motored steadily away from the shimmering lighted bubbles of Otoh Gunga and deeper into the waters of Naboo. The bongo was an ungainly little underwater craft that consisted mostly of an electrical power plant, guidance system, and passenger seating. It looked somewhat like a species of squid, having flat, swept-back fins and aft tentacles that rotated to propel the craft. 3 bubble-canopied passenger compartments were arranged symmetrically, one on each wing and the third forward on the nose. The Jedi and the Gungan occupied the nose compartment, where Obi-Wan had assumed command of the controls and Jar Jar had been instructed to start directing them through the core. It seemed that there were underwater passageways all through the planet, and if you were able to locate the right one, you could cut travel time considerably. Or in the alternative, Obi-Wan thought darkly, you could cut your own throat. "We doomed," Jar Jar muttered plaintively. His flat-billed face lifted away from the directional guidance system toward the Jedi, his long ears swaying like ridiculous flaps. "Hey-de-ho, where we goin', Cap'n Qui-Gon?" "You're the navigator," Qui-Gon observed. Jar Jar shook his head. "Me, you's dreaming, don't know nothin' 'bout dis, me." Qui-Gon placed a hand on the Gungan's shoulder. "Just relax, my friend, the Force will guide us." "De Force? What tease de Force?" Jar Jar did not look impressed. "Max a big thing dis Force use betcha, gonna save me use all us, huh?" Obi-Wan closed his eyes in dismay. This was a disaster waiting to happen, but it was Qui-Gon's disaster to manage. It was not his place to interfere. Qui-Gon had made the decision to bring Jar Jar Binks along after all, not because he was a skilled navigator or had displayed even the slightest evidence of talent in any other regard, but because he was another project that Qui-Gon, with his persistent disregard for the dictates of the Council, had determined had value and could be reclaimed. It was a preoccupation that both mystified and frustrated Obi-Wan. His mentor was perhaps the greatest Jedi alive, a commanding presence at Council, a strong and brave warrior who refused to be intimidated by even the most daunting challenge, and a good and kind man. Maybe it was the latter that had gotten him into so much trouble. He repeatedly defied the Council in matters that Obi-Wan thought barely worthy of championing. He was possessed of his own peculiar vision of a Jedi's purpose, of the nature of his service, and of the causes he should undertake, and he followed that vision with unwavering single-mindedness. As Obi-Wan was young and impatient, headstrong, and not yet at one with the Force in the way that Qui-Gon was, but he understood better, he thought, the dangers of overreaching, of taking on too many tasks. Qui-Gon would dare anything when he found a challenge that interested him, even if he risked himself in the undertaking. So it was here. Jar Jar Binks was a risk of the greatest magnitude, and there was no reason to think that embracing such a risk would reap even the smallest reward. The Gungan muttered some more, all the while casting about through the viewport as if seeking a road sign that would allow him to at least pretend he knew what he was doing. Obi-Wan gritted his teeth. "Stay out of it," he told himself sternly. "Stay out of it." "Here, take over," he snapped at Jar Jar. He moved out of his seat to kneel close to Qui-Gon. "Master," he said, unable to help himself, "why do you keep dragging these pathetic life forms along with us when they are of so little use?" Qui-Gon Jinn smiled faintly. "He seems that way now perhaps, but you must look deeper, Obi-Wan." "I've looked deep enough and there is nothing to see." Obi-Wan flushed with irritation. "He is an unneeded distraction." "Maybe for the moment, but that may change with time." Obi-Wan started to say something more, but the Jedi Master cut him short. "Listen to me, my young Padawan. There are secrets hidden in the Force that are not easily discovered. The Force is vast and pervasive, and all living things are a part of it. It is not always apparent what their purpose is, however. Sometimes that purpose must be sensed first in order that it may be revealed later." Obi-Wan's young face clouded. "Some secrets are best left concealed, Master." He shook his head. "Besides, why must you always be the one to do the uncovering? You know how the Council feels about these detours. Perhaps just once the uncovering should be left to someone else." Qui-Gon looked suddenly sad. "No, Obi-Wan, secrets must be exposed when found. Detours must be taken when encountered. And if you are the one who stands at the crossroads or the place of concealment, you must never leave it to another to act in your place. The last of the lights from Otoh Gunga disappeared in a wash of murkiness, and the waters closed around them in a dark cloud. Jar Jar Binks was taking the craft ahead at a slow, steady speed, no longer muttering or squirming, his hands fixed on the controls. He flipped on the lights as darkness closed about, and the broad yellow beams revealed vast stretches of multicolored coral weaving and twisting away through the black. I respect your judgment in this, Master, Obi-Wan said finally, but it doesn't stop me from worrying. Like all of the Jedi Knights, Obi-Wan Kenobi had been identified and claimed early in his life from his birth parents. He no longer remembered anything of them now. The Jedi Knights had become his family. Of those, he was closest to Qui-Gon, his mentor for more than a dozen years, who had become his most trusted friend. Qui-Gon understood his attachment and shared it. Obi-Wan was the son he would never have. He was the future he would leave behind when he died. His hopes for Obi-Wan were enormous, but he did not always share his students' beliefs. Be patient with me, Obi-Wan, he replied softly. A little faith sometimes goes a long way. The Bongo navigated a coral tunnel, the bridge work revealed in deep fissures of crimson and mauve in the glow of the little craft's lights. All about, brightly colored fish swam in schools through the craggy rock. Are the Gungans and the Naboo at war with each other? Qui-Gon asked Jar Jar thoughtfully. The Gungan shook his head. No war, Naboo and Gungans don't fight. Long time ago, Meb. Now Naboo keep out a swamp, Gungans keep out a plains. They don't even see each other. But they don't like each other, the Jedi Master pressed. Jar Jar snorted. De Naboo got a big heads, alla time think they so much better den de Gungans, big nuttons. Obi-Wan bent over Jar Jar Binks, his eyes directed out the viewport. Why were you banished, Jar Jar? He asked. The Gungan made a series of small smacking sounds with his billed lips. T's kinda long story, but keeping dis short me kinda clumsy. You were banished because you're clumsy, Obi-Wan exclaimed in disbelief. The Bongo turned down through an open stretch of water between two huge coral shelves. Neither the Jedi nor the Gungans saw the dark shape that detached itself from the larger outcropping and began to track them. Jar Jar squirmed. Me cause Meb one or two little bitty accidents, boom de gasser, crash dare bosses hey blibber, den day banish me. Obi-Wan was not entirely sure what Jar Jar was telling him, but before he could ask for clarification, there was a loud thump as something struck the Bongo, causing it to lurch sharply to one side. A huge crustacean with multiple legs and massive jaws ringed with teeth had hooked them with its long tongue and was drawing them steadily toward its widespread maw. A OPC killer, Jar Jar cried in dismay, we doomed. Full speed ahead, Jar Jar, Qui-Gon ordered quickly, watching the jaws open behind them. But instead of pushing the throttles forward, Jar Jar panicked and jammed them into reverse, causing the little ship to fly directly into the mouth of their attacker. The Bongo slammed into the back of the monster's throat with a heavy thump that sent the Jedi reeling over the seats and into the walls. Rows of jagged teeth began to close about them as the lights on the control panel flickered uncertainly. Oh, Jar Jar Binks said. Obi-Wan leapt quickly back into the co-pilot's seat. Here, give me the controls. He seized the throttles and steering apparatus and shoved everything into forward full speed ahead. To his surprise, the OPC killer's mouth opened with a spasmodic jerk, and they shot through its teeth as if from a laser cannon. Oh, we free, we free. Jar Jar was jumping about in his seat, ecstatic over their good fortune. But a quick glance back revealed that they were lucky for a different reason than they thought. The OPC killer was caught in the jaws of a creature so huge that it dwarfed even the beast it was eating. A long, eel-like hunter with clawed forelegs, rear fins, and a wicked pair of jaws was crunching the sea killer into tiny bits and swallowing it down eagerly. The Sando Aqua monster, oh oh, Jar Jar Binks moaned, burying his face in his hands. As Obi-Wan increased power, trying to put more distance between themselves and this newest threat, the Sando Aqua monster disappeared behind them, but the lights of the bongo were flickering ominously. The little craft dived deeper, penetrating the planet's core. Suddenly, something exploded inside a control panel behind them, showering the cabin with sparks. Seams split overhead, and water began leaking through the bongo's outer skin. "Master," Obi-Wan said as the power drive wind took a sudden dive, "we're losing power." Qui-Gon was working over the troubled control panel, head lowered. "Stay calm, we're not in trouble yet." Not yet. Jar Jar had lost all pretense of calm and was flailing about in his seat. "Monsters out Dara, leakin' in here, we sinkin' with no power, use nuts, when yous think we in trouble." With that, the lights inside the bongo went completely black. Jar Jar Binks had his answer. In the conference room of the lead battleship of the Trade Federation fleet, a hologram of Darth Sidious towered over Newt Gunray and Rune Hako. The Neimoidian viceroy and his lieutenant stood motionless before it, reddish-orange eyes fixed and staring, reptilian faces betraying every bit of the fear that held them paralyzed. The black-cloaked figure of Darth Sidious regarded them silently. There was no hint of expression on his shadowed countenance, which was mostly hidden within the folds of the cloak's hood, but the rigid posture of the Sith Lord's body spoke volumes. You disappoint me, Viceroy," he hissed at Newt Gunray. "My lord, I am certain that all," the subject of his anger tried futilely to explain. "Worse, you defy me." The Neimoidian's face underwent a terrifying transformation. "No, my lord, never. These Jedi are resourceful, that's all, not easily destroyed." "Alive, then, Viceroy." No, I'm sure they're dead. They must be. We just haven't been able to confirm it yet." Darth Sidious ignored him. "If they are alive, they will show themselves. When they do, Viceroy, I want to know immediately. I will deal with them myself." Newt Gunray looked as if he might collapse under the weight of the Sith Lord's penetrating stare. "Yes, my lord," he managed as the hologram vanished. Inside the troubled bongo, Obi-Wan fought to keep control as the little craft began to drift aimlessly. As abruptly, the whine of the power drive came alive and the aft drive fins began to turn. "Power's back," Obi-Wan breathed gratefully. The lights on the control panels blinked on, flickered, and steadied. The exterior directional lights followed, momentarily blinding them as they reflected off rock walls and jagged outcroppings. Then Jar Jar screamed. A new monster was sitting right in front of them, all spines and scales and teeth, crooked clawed forelegs raised defensively. "A Kolo claw fish," the Gungan shrieked. "Use Jedi do something, we're to force now you think." "Relax," Qui-Gon Jinn said softly, placing his hand on Jar Jar's twitching shoulder. The Gungan jerked and promptly fainted. "You overdid it," Obi-Wan observed, wheeling the bongo about and jetting away through the darkness. Even without looking, he knew the Kolo clawfish was in pursuit. They were inside a tunnel that probably served as the creature's lair. They were lucky to have caught it by surprise. He angled the bongo toward the cave entrance and a series of overhangs that might provide them with a little protection on their way out. Something slammed into the bongo, held it fast momentarily, then released it. Obi-Wan increased power to the drive fins. Come on, he breathed softly. They shot out of the cave directly into the jaws of the waiting Sando Aqua monster. The creature jerked back at the unexpected invasion, giving Obi-Wan just an instant to bank their craft hard to the right. The jaws of the aqua monster were still open as they sped between teeth the size of buildings. Jar Jar's eyes flickered open. He caught sight of the teeth and promptly fainted again. Out through a gap in the Sando Aqua monster's fangs they sped, the bongo shaking with the thrust of its power drive. But the Colo Claw fish, still in pursuit, did not veer aside quickly enough and flew right into the larger hunter's maw. The jaws came down, engulfing it. Obi-Wan increased power to the drive fins as bits of the Colo Claw fish re-emerged briefly through the Sando Aqua monster's grinding teeth, only to be sucked quickly from sight again. Let's hope that's all the snack he requires, the Jedi observed with a quick glance back. As apparently it was, because it did not come after them. It took a while to revive Jar Jar and a good deal longer to complete their voyage through the core, but with the Gungans' somewhat questionable help, they finally emerged from the darkness of the deeper waters toward a blaze of sunlight. The bongo popped to the surface of an azure body of water, green hills and trees rising about them, clouds and blue sky overhead. Obi-Wan steered the little craft to the nearest shore, shut down the engines, and released the nose hatch. Qui-Gon rose and looked around. We safe now, Jar Jar observed with a grateful sigh, leaning back in his seat. Tease Oakday hey. That remains to be seen, the Jedi Master said. Let us be off. He climbed from the bongo onto the shore and started away. Obi-Wan glanced meaningfully at Jar Jar and followed. The Gungans stared doubtfully after the departing Jedi. Me commend, he muttered and hurried after. It was a little more than a week after the pod race and the encounter with the old spacer that Watto summoned Anakin into the musty confines of the junk shop and told him he was to take a speeder out to the Dune Sea to do some trading with the Jawas. The Jawas' scavengers were offering a number of droids for sale or trade, some of them mechanics, and while Watto wasn't about to part with usable currency, he didn't want to pass up a bargain if it could be had for a favorable barter. Anakin had traded on Watto's behalf before, and the Tidarian knew that the boy was good at this too. The blue face hovered close to Anakin's own, tiny wings beating madly. Bring me what I need, boy, and don't mess up. Anakin was entrusted with a variety of difficult-to-obtain engine and guidance systems, parts that the Jawas would covet and Watto could afford to give up for the right set of droids. The boy was to take the speeder out into the Dune Sea for a midday meeting with the Jawas, make his trade, and be back by sunset. No detours and no fooling around. Watto hadn't forgiven him yet for losing the pod race and smashing his best racer, and he was letting the boy know it. March the droids back if you can't barter for a float sled. Watto flitted about, issuing orders a blue blur. If they can't walk this far, they aren't of any use to me. Peduncle, make sure you don't get taken. My reputation is at stake. Anakin listened attentively and nodded at all the right places, the way he had learned to do over the years. It was only a little past mid-morning, and there was plenty of time to do what was needed. He had traded with the Jawas many times, and he knew how to make certain they did not get the best of him. There was a great deal Watto didn't know about Anakin Skywalker. The boy thought to himself as he went out the door to claim his speeder and begin his journey. One of the tricks to being a successful slave was to know things your master didn't know and to take advantage of that knowledge when it would do you some good. Anakin had a gift for pod racing and a gift for taking things apart and putting them back together and making them work better than they had before. But it was his strange ability to sense things, to gain insights through changes in temperament, reactions, and words that served him best. He could tune into other creatures, bond with them so closely he could sense what they were thinking and what they would do almost before they did. It had served him well in dealing with the Jawas, among others, and it gave him a distinct edge in bartering on Watto's behalf. Anakin had a couple of important secrets he kept from Watto as well. The first was the protocol droid he was reconstructing in his bedroom work area. It was far enough along that even though it was missing its skin and an eye, it could stand and move around, and its intelligence and communications processors were up and running. Good enough to do the job he required of it, he concluded, which was to accompany him on his bartering mission. The droid could listen in on the Jawas in their own peculiar language, which Anakin did not understand or speak particularly well. By doing so, it could let Anakin know if they were trying to slip anything by him. Watto didn't know how far he had gotten with the droid, and there wasn't much danger Watto could find out while they were out in the Dune Sea. The second and more important secret concerned the pod racer the boy was building. He had been working on it for almost 2 years, salvaging bits and pieces as he went, assembling it under cover of an old tarp in an area of the common refuse dump in back of the slave housing. His mother had indulged him, mindful of his interest in taking things apart and putting them back together. She didn't see the harm in allowing him to have this project to work on in his spare time, and Watto knew nothing of the pod. That was an inspired bit of subterfuge on Anakin's part. He knew, just as with the droid, that if it appeared to have any value at all, Watto would claim it. So he deliberately kept it looking as if it were a complete piece of junk, disguising its worth in a variety of clever ways. To all intents and purposes, it would never run. It was just another childish project. It was just a little boy's dream. But for Anakin Skywalker, it was the first step in his life plan. He would build the fastest pod racer ever, and he would win every race in which it was entered. He would build a starfighter next, and he would pilot it off Tatooine to other worlds. He would take his mother with him, and they would find a new home. He would become the greatest pilot ever, flying all the ships of the mainline, and his mother would be so proud of him. And one day, when he had done all this, they would be slaves no longer. They would be free. He thought about this often, not because his mother encouraged him in any way or because he was given any reason to think it might happen, but simply because he believed, deep down inside where it mattered, that it must. He thought about it now as he guided his speeder through the streets of Mos Espa, the protocol droid sitting in the rear passenger compartment, skeletal-like without its skin and motionless because he had deactivated it for the ride out. He thought about all the things he would do and places he would go, the adventures he would have and the successes he would enjoy, and the dreams he would see come true. He drove the speeder out from the city under Tatooine's suns, the heat rising off the desert sands in a shimmering wave, the light reflecting off the metal surface of the speeder like white fire. He proceeded east for about 2 standard hours until he reached the edge of the Dune Sea. The meeting with the Jawas was already in place, arranged by Watto the day before by transmitter. The Jawas would be waiting by Machat Steep, a singular rock formation about halfway across the sea. Goggles, gloves, and helmet firmly in place, the boy cranked up the power on the speeder and hastened ahead through the midday heat. He found the Jawas waiting for him, their monstrous sandcrawler parked in the shadow of the steep. The droids they wished to trade lined up at the end of the crawler's ramp. Anakin parked his speeder close to where the little robed figures waited, yellow eyes gleaming watchfully in the shadows of their hoods, and climbed out. He activated the protocol droid and ordered him to follow. With the droid trailing obediently, he walked slowly down the line of mechanicals, making a show of carefully studying each. When he was finished, he drew his droid aside. "Which ones are best, C-3PO?" he asked. He'd given it a number the night before, choosing 3 because the droid made the third member of his little family after his mother and himself. "Oh well, Master Anakin, I'm flattered that you would ask. But I would never presume to infringe on your expertise, my own being so meager. Although I do have knowledge of some 5,100 different varieties of droids and over 5,000 different internal processors and 10 times that many chips and just tell me which ones are best," Anakin hissed under his breath. He had forgotten that C-3PO was first and foremost a protocol droid, and while possessed of extensive knowledge, tended to defer to the humans he served. "Which ones, 3PO?" he repeated. "Left to right, number them off to me." The C-3PO did so. "Do you wish me to enumerate their capabilities and design specialties, Master Anakin?" he asked solicitously, cocking his head. Anakin silenced him with a wave of his hand as the head Jawa approached. They bartered back and forth for a time, Anakin getting a sense of how far the Jawas could be pushed, how much subterfuge was taking place with regard to their droids, and how badly they wanted the goods he was offering in exchange. He was able to determine that several of the best droids were still inside the crawler, a fact that C-3PO picked up from an unguarded comment made by a Jawa off to one side. The head Jawa squeaked at him furiously, of course, but the damage was done. 3 more droids were brought out, and again Anakin took a few moments to inspect them, C-3PO at his side. They were good models, and the Jawas were not particularly eager to part with them for anything less than a combination of currency and goods. Anakin and the head Jawa, who were of about the same height and weight, stood nose to nose arguing the matter for a long time. When the bartering was completed, Anakin had traded a little more than half of what he had brought as barter for 2 mechanic droids in excellent condition, 3 more multi-purpose droids that were serviceable, and a damaged hyperdrive converter that he could put back into service in no time. He could have traded for another 2 or 3 droids, but the quality of those that remained wasn't sufficiently high to part with any more of Watto's goods, and Watto would be quick to see that. There was no float sled to be had, so Anakin lined up the newly purchased droids behind the speeder, placed C-3PO in the rear passenger compartment to keep an eye on them, and set off for Mos Espa. It was just after midday. The little procession was a curious sight, the speeder leading, hovering just off the sand, thrusters on dead slow, the droids trailing behind, jointed limbs working steadily to keep pace. "That was an excellent trade, Master Anakin," C-3PO advised cheerfully, keeping his one good eye on their purchases. "You are to be congratulated. I think those Jawas learned a hard lesson today. You really did show them a thing or two about hard bargaining. Why, that pit droid alone is worth much more than—" The droid rattled on incessantly, but Anakin let him alone, ignoring most of what he said, content to let his mind wander for a bit now that the hard part was done. Even with the droids slowing them down, they should reach the edge of the Dune Sea before mid-afternoon and Mos Espa before dark. He would have time to sneak C-3PO back into his bedroom and deliver the purchased droids and the balance of the trade goods to Watto. Maybe that would get him back in the Tydarians' good graces. Certainly Watto would be pleased with the converter. They were hard to come by out here, and if it could be made to work, which Anakin was certain it could, it would be worth more than all the rest of the purchases combined. They crossed the Central Flats and climbed the slow rise to Zelric Draw, a shallow, wide-mouthed canyon that split the Mospic High Range just inside the lip of the Dune Sea. The speeder eased inside the canyon, droids strung out in a gleaming mechanical line behind, passing out of sunlight into shadow. The temperature dropped a few degrees, and the silence changed pitch in the lee of the cliffs. Anakin glanced about warily, knowing the dangers of the desert as well as any who were from Mos Espa. Although he was inclined to think from time to time that it was safer out here than in the city. A 4-to-1 ratio of Rhodians to Hutts, when the settlement began to take on the look and feel of a trading center. Although even then it was clear the Hutts were the dominant species, and the Rhodians might just as well have stayed home rather than chance a long and somewhat purposeless flight. C-3PO rambled on, changing subjects without urging, asking nothing in return for his non-stop narrative but to be allowed to continue. Anakin wondered if he was suffering some sort of sensory vocal deprivation from being deactivated for so long. These protocol droids were known to be temperamental. His gaze shifted suddenly to the right to something that seemed strange and out of place. At first, it was just a shape and coloring amid the desert sand and rock, almost lost in the shadows. But as he stared harder, it took on fresh meaning. He banked the speeder sharply, bringing the line of droids around with him. "Master Anakin, whatever are you doing?" C-3PO protested peevishly, his one eye fixed on Anakin. "Mos Espa is down the canyon draw, not through the side of the Oh My. Is that what I think it is? Master, there is every reason to turn right around." "As I know," Anakin cut the droid short, "I just want to look." C-3PO's arms fluttered anxiously. "I must protest, Master Anakin. This is most unwise. If I am correct, and I must tell you that I have calculated that degree of probability at 99.7, then we are headed directly toward." But Anakin didn't need to be told what lay ahead, having already determined exactly what it was. A Tusken Raider lay crumpled on the ground, half buried by a pile of rocks close against the cliff face. The look and garb of the Sand People were unmistakable even at this distance. Loose, tan-colored clothing, heavy leather gloves and boots, bandolier and belt, cloth-wrapped head with goggles and breath mask, and a long, dual-handled blaster rifle lying a meter away from an outstretched arm. As a fresh scar slicing down from the cliff face bore evidence of a slide. The raider had probably been hiding above when the rock gave way beneath his feet and buried him in the fall. Anakin stopped the speeder and climbed down. "Master Anakin, I don't think this is a good idea at all," C-3PO declared in a sharp tone of admonishment. "I just want to look, that's all," the boy repeated. He was wary and a little scared of doing this, but he had never seen a Tusken Raider up close, although he had heard stories about them all his life. The Tuskens were a reclusive, fierce, nomadic people who claimed the desert as their own and lived off those foolish enough to venture into their territory unprepared. On foot or astride the wild banthas they had claimed from the wastelands, they traveled where they chose, pillaging outlying homes and way stations, waylaying caravans, stealing goods and equipment, and terrorizing everyone in general. They had even gone after the Hutts on occasion. The residents of Mos Espa, themselves a less than respectable citizenry, hated the Sand People with a passion. Anakin had not yet made up his mind about them. The stories were chilling, but he knew enough of life to know there were two sides to every story and mostly only one being told. He was intrigued by the wild, free nature of the Tuskens, of a life without responsibility or boundaries, of a community in which everyone was considered equal. He left the speeder and walked toward the fallen raider. 3PO continued to admonish him, to warn him he was making a mistake. In truth, he wasn't all that sure the droid was wrong, but his trepidation was overcome by his curiosity. What could it hurt to have just the briefest of looks? His boyish nature surfaced and took control. He would be able to tell his friends he had seen one of the sand people close up. He would be able to tell them what one really looked like. The Tuscan raider lay sprawled face down, arms akimbo, head turned to one side. Rocks and debris buried most of the lower part of his body. One leg lay pinned beneath a massive boulder. Anakin edged closer to where the blaster rifle lay, then reached down and picked it up. It was heavy and unwieldy. A man would have to be strong and skilled to handle one, he thought. He noted the strange carvings on the stock, tribal markings perhaps. He had heard the Tuscans were a tribal people. Suddenly, the fallen raider stirred, drawing back one arm, bracing himself and lifting his wrapped head. Opaque goggles stared directly at Anakin. The boy backed away automatically. But the Tuscan just stared at him for a moment, taking in who he was and what he was doing, then laid his head down again. Anakin Skywalker waited, wondering what he should do. He knew what Watto would say. He knew what almost everyone would say. Get out of there, now. He put the blaster rifle down again. This was no business of his. He took a step back, then another. The Tuscan raider lifted his head once more and stared at him. Anakin stared back. He could sense the pain in the other's gaze. He could feel his desperation, trapped and helpless beneath that boulder, stripped of his weapon and his freedom both. Anakin's brow furrowed. Would his mother tell him to get out of there too? What would she say if she were there? 3PO, he called back to the droid, bring everybody over here. Protesting vehemently with every step, C-3PO gathered up the newly purchased droids and herded them to where the boy stood staring at the fallen Tuscan. Anakin put the droids to work clearing away the smaller rocks and stones, then rigged a lever and used the speeder's weight to tilt the rock just enough that they could pull the pinned man free. The Tuscan was awake briefly, but then lapsed back into unconsciousness. Anakin had the droids check for other weapons and kept the blaster rifle safely out of reach. While the Tuscan raider was unconscious, the droids laid him on his back so he could be checked for injuries. The leg pinned by the boulder was smashed, the bones broken in several places. Anakin could see the damage through the torn cloth, but he wasn't familiar with Tuscan physiology and he didn't know exactly what to do to repair the damage. So he applied a quick seal splint from the medical kit in the speeder to freeze the leg in place and left it alone. He sat down then and thought about what he should do next. The light was beginning to fail. He had spent too much time freeing the Tuscan to reach Mos Espa before nightfall. He could make the edge of the Dune Sea by dark, but only by leaving the Tuscan behind, untended and alone. Anakin frowned. Given the things that roamed the desert when it got dark, he might as well bury the man and have done with it. So he had the droids pull a small glow unit out of the land speeder. When twilight descended, he powered up the glow unit and attached an extender fuel pack to assure it would burn all night. He broke out an old dried food pack and munched absently as he stared at the sleeping Tuscan. His mother would be worried, Watto would be mad, but they knew him to be capable and reliable and they would wait until daybreak to do anything about his absence. By then, he hoped he would be well on his way home. "And do you think he'll be all right?" he asked C-3PO. He had placed the speeder and the other droids under the lee of a cliff face behind the glow unit, safely tucked from view, but had kept C-3PO with him for company. Boy and droid sat huddled close together on one side of the glow unit while the Tuscan raider continued to sleep on the other. "I am afraid I lack the necessary medical training and information to make that determination, Master Anakin," C-3PO advised, cocking his head. "I certainly think you have done everything you possibly could." The boy nodded thoughtfully. "Master Anakin, we really shouldn't be out here at night," the droid observed after a moment. "This country is quite dangerous." But we couldn't leave him, could we? Oh, well, that's a very difficult determination to make. C3PO pondered the matter. Oh, we couldn't take him with us either. Oh, certainly not. The boy sat in silence for a time, watching the Tuscan sleep. He watched him for so long, in fact, that it came as something of a surprise when the Tuscan finally stirred awake. It happened all at once, and it caught the boy off guard. The Tuscan raider shifted his weight with a lurching movement, exhaled sharply, propped himself up on one arm, looked at himself, then looked at the boy. The boy made no move or sound. The Tuscan regarded him intently for a long minute, then slowly eased into a sitting position, his wounded leg stretched out in front of him. Hello, Anakin said, trying out a smile. The Tuscan raider made no response. Are you thirsty? The boy asked. No response. I don't think he likes us very much, C3PO observed. Anakin tried a dozen different approaches at conversation, but the Tuscan raider ignored them all. His gaze shifted only once to where his blaster rifle lay propped against the rocks behind the boy. Say something to him in Tuscan, he ordered C3PO finally. The droid did. He spoke at length to the Tuscan in his own language, but the man refused to respond. He just kept staring at the boy. Finally, after C3PO had gone on for some time, the Tuscan glanced at him and barked a single word in response. Gracious, the droid exclaimed. What did he say? The boy asked, excited. Why, he told me to shut up. That was pretty much the end of any attempt at conversation. The boy and the Tuscan sat facing each other in silence, their faces caught by the glow of the fire, the desert's darkness all around. Anakin found himself wondering what he would do if the Tuscan tried to attack him. It was unlikely, but the man was large and fierce and strong, and if he reached the boy, he could easily overpower him. He could take back his blaster rifle and do with the boy as he chose. But somehow Anakin didn't sense that to be the Tuscan's intent. The Tuscan made no effort to move and gave no indication he had any intention of trying to do so. He just sat there, wrapped in his desert garb, faceless beneath his coverings, locked away with his own thoughts. Finally, he spoke again. The boy looked quickly at C3PO. He wants to know what you're going to do with him, Master Anakin, the droid translated. Anakin looked back at the Tuscan, confused. Tell him I'm not going to do anything with him, he said. I'm just trying to help him get well. C3PO spoke the words in Tuscan. The man listened. He made no response. He did not say anything more. Anakin realized suddenly that the Tuscan was afraid. He could sense it in the way the other spoke, in the way he sat waiting. He was crippled and weaponless. He was at Anakin's mercy. The boy understood the Tuscan's fear, but it surprised him anyway. It seemed out of character. The Sand people were supposed to be fearless. Besides, he wasn't afraid of the Tuscan. Maybe he should have been, but he was. And Anakin Skywalker wasn't afraid of anything. Or was he? Staring into the opaque lenses of the goggles that hid the Tuscan Raider's eyes, he contemplated the matter. Most times he thought there was nothing that could frighten him. Most times he thought he was brave enough that he would never be afraid. But in that most secret part of himself where he hid the things he would reveal to no one, he knew he was cheating on the truth. He might not ever be afraid for himself, but he was sometimes very afraid for his mother. What if something were to happen to her? What if something awful were to happen to her, something he could do nothing to prevent? He felt a shiver go down his spine. What if he were to lose her? How brave would he be then if the person he was closest to in the whole endless universe was suddenly taken away from him? It would never happen, of course. It couldn't possibly happen. But what if it did? He stared at the Tuscan raider, and in the deep silence of the night, he felt his confidence tremble like a leaf caught in the wind. He fell asleep finally, and he dreamed of strange things. The dreams shifted and changed without warning and took on different storylines and meanings as they did so. He was several things in the course of his dreams. Once he was a Jedi Knight fighting against things so dark and insubstantial he could not identify them. Once he was a pilot of a star cruiser, taking the ship into hyperspace, spanning whole star systems on his voyage. Once he was a great and feared commander of an army, and he came back to Tatooine with ships and troops at his command to free the planet's slaves. His mother was waiting for him, smiling, arms outstretched. But when he tried to embrace her, she vanished. There were sand people in his dreams, too. They appeared near the end, a handful of them standing before him with their blaster rifles and long gaffy sticks lifted and held ready. They regarded him in silence, as if wondering what they should do with him. He awoke then, jarred from his sleep by an unmistakable sense of danger. He jerked upright and stared about in confusion and fear. The glow unit had burned down to nothing. In the faint, silvery brightening of pre-dawn, he found himself confronted by the dark, faceless shapes of the sand people of his dreams. Anakin swallowed hard. Motionless figures against the horizon's dim glow, the Tuscan raiders encircled him completely. The boy thought to break and run, but realized at once how foolish that would be. He was helpless. All he could do was wait and see what they intended. As a guttural muttering rose from their midst, and heads turned to look. Through a gap in the ranks, Anakin could just make out a figure being lifted and carried away. It was the raider he had rescued, speaking to his people. The other raiders hesitated, then slowly backed away. In seconds, they were gone. The sunlight began to crest the dark bulk of the Mospik, and C-3PO was speaking to him in a rush of words that tumbled over one another, the skeletal metal arms jerking this way and that. Master Anakin, they've gone. Oh, we're lucky to be alive. Thank goodness they didn't hurt you. Anakin climbed to his feet. There were Tuscan raider footprints everywhere. He glanced about quickly. The speeder and the droids obtained from the Jawas sat undisturbed beneath the overhang. The Tuscan blaster rifle was gone. Master Anakin, what should we do? C-3PO wailed in dismay. Anakin looked around at the empty canyon floor, at the high, ragged walls of the cliff face, and at the brightening sky where the stars were fading away. He listened to the deep silence and felt impossibly alone and vulnerable. We should go home, he whispered, and moved swiftly to make it happen. Newt Gunray stood in silence at the center of the palace throne room in the Naboo capital city of Theed and listened patiently as Governor Sio Bibble protested the Trade Federation presence. Rune Hako stood at his side. Both wore their Federation robes of office and inscrutable expressions. 24 battle droids held the Naboo occupants of the room at gunpoint. The city had fallen shortly after sunrise. There had been little resistance. The Naboo were a peaceful people. The Trade Federation invasion had come as a surprise, and the droid army was inside the gates of the city before any substantial defense could be mounted. What few weapons there were had been confiscated, and the Naboo removed to detention camps. Battle droids were combing the city even now to put an end to any lingering resistance. Gunray resisted a smile. Apparently, the queen had believed right up to the end that negotiations would prevail and the Senate would provide the people of Naboo with protection. It is bad enough, Viceroy, that you dare to disrupt transmissions between the Queen and Senator Palpatine while he is attempting to argue our cause before the Republic Senate. Bad enough that you pretend that this blockade is a lawful action. But landing an entire army on our planet and occupying our cities is too outrageous for words. Zio Bibble was a tall, balding man with a sharply pointed beard and an even sharper tongue. He held the floor just at the moment, but Gunray was getting tired of listening to him. He glanced at the other captives. Captain Panaka, the Queen's head of security, and 4 of the Queen's personal guards stood to one side, stripped of their weapons and helpless. Panaka was stone-faced and hard-eyed as he watched the Neimoidians. He was a big, powerfully built man with a dark, smooth face and quick eyes. The Neimoidian did not like the way those eyes were fixed on him. The Queen sat upon her throne, surrounded by her handmaidens. She was serene and aloof, detached from everything as if what was taking place had no effect on her, could not touch her in any way. She wore black, her white-painted face in sharp contrast to the black feathered headdress that wrapped and framed it. A gold chain lay across her regal brow and the red beauty mark split her lower lip. She was considered beautiful, Gunray had been told, but he had no sense of human beauty, and by Neimoidian standards, she was simply colorless and small-featured. What interested him was her youth. She was barely out of girlhood, certainly not a full-grown woman, and yet the people of Naboo had chosen her as their queen. This wasn't one of those monarchies where blood-determined right of rule and dynasties prevailed. The Naboo chose the wisest among them as their ruler by popular acclaim, and Queen Amidala governed at the sufferance of her people. Why they would choose someone so young and naive was a mystery to him. From his point of view, it certainly hadn't served them well in this instance. Governor Sio Bibble's voice echoed through the cavernous chamber, rising to the high, vaulted ceiling, bouncing off the smooth, sunlit walls. Theed was an opulent, prosperous city, and the throne room reflected its history of success. Viceroy, I ask you point blank, Sio Bibble was concluding his oration. How do you intend to explain this invasion to the Senate? The Neimoidian's flat, reptilian countenance managed a small flicker of humor. The Naboo and the Trade Federation will forge a treaty that will legitimize our occupation of Theed. I have been assured that such a treaty, once produced, will be quickly ratified by the Senate. A treaty, the governor exclaimed in astonishment, in the face of this completely unlawful action. Amidala rose from her throne and stepped forward, surrounded by her cloaked and hooded handmaidens. Her eyes were sharp with anger. I will not cooperate. Newt Gunray exchanged a quick glance with Rune Hako. Now, your highness, he purred. Don't be too hasty with your pronouncements. You are not going to like what we have in store for your people. In time, their suffering will persuade you to see our point of view. He turned away. Enough talk, he beckoned. Commander, battle droid OOM-9 stepped forward, narrow metal snout lowering slightly in response. Process them, the Viceroy ordered. OOM-9 signaled for one of his sergeants to take over, metallic voice directing that the prisoners be taken to Camp 4. The battle droids herded the Queen, her handmaidens, Governor Bibble, Captain Panaka, and the Naboo guards from the room. Newt Gunray's slit reddish-orange eyes followed them out, then shifted back to Hako and the room. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction take hold. Everything was going exactly as it should. The sergeant and a dozen battle droids moved the prisoners along the polished stone halls of the Theed Palace. and outside to where a series of terrace steps led downward through statuary and buttress work to a broad plaza. The plaza was filled with Federation tanks and battle droids and was empty of Naboo citizens. The tanks were squat, shovel-nosed vehicles with their main cannon mounted on a turret above and behind the cockpit and smaller blasters set low and to either side. They had the look of foraging beetles as they edged about the plaza's perimeter. Beyond, the buildings of these stretched away toward the horizon, a vast sprawl of high stone walls, gilded domes, peaked towers, and sculpted archways. Sunlight bathed the gleaming edifices, their architecture in counterpoint to the lush greenness of the planet. The rush of waterfalls and bubble of fountains formed a soft, distant backdrop to the strange silence created by the absence of the populace. The prisoners were taken across the plaza past the Trade Federation machines of war. No one spoke. Even Governor Bibble had gone silent, his gray-bearded head lowered in dark contemplation. They departed the plaza and turned down a broad avenue that led to the outskirts of the city and the newly constructed Trade Federation detention camps. Staps hummed overhead, shadows flitting off the walls of the buildings, metal shells gleaming as they darted away. The droids had just turned their prisoners down a quiet byway when their sergeant, who was leading the procession, brought them to an abrupt halt. Two men stood directly in their way, both wearing loose robes over belted tunics, the taller with his hair worn long, the shorter with his cut to a thin braided pigtail. Their arms hung loosely at their sides, but they did not have the look of men who were unprepared. For a moment, each group stared at the other in silence. Then the narrow face of a Gungan peeked out from behind the two robed figures, eyes wide and frightened. Qui-Gon Jinn stepped forward. "Are you Queen Amidala of the Naboo?" he asked the young woman in the feathered headdress. Though the queen hesitated, "Who are you?" "Ambassadors from the Supreme Chancellor." The Jedi Master inclined his head slightly. "We seek an audience with you, Your Highness." The droid sergeant suddenly seemed to remember where he was and what he was doing. He gestured to his soldiers. "Clear them away." 4 of the battle droids moved to obey. They were just shifting their weapons into firing position when the Jedi activated their lightsabers and cut them apart. As the shattered droids collapsed, the Jedi moved quickly to dispatch the others. Laser bolts were blocked, weapons were knocked aside, and the remaining droids were reduced to scrap metal. The sergeant turned to flee, but Qui-Gon brought up his hand, holding the droid fast with the power of the Force. In seconds, the sergeant lay in a ruined heap with his command. Quickly, the Naboo soldiers moved to recover the fallen weapons. The Jedi Knights flicked off their lightsabers and motioned everyone out of the open street and into the shelter of an alley between 2 buildings. Jar Jar Binks followed, muttering in wonder at the cold efficiency with which the Jedi had dispatched their enemies. Qui-Gon faced the Queen. "Your Highness, I am Qui-Gon Jinn and my companion is Obi-Wan Kenobi. We are Jedi Knights as well as ambassadors for the Supreme Chancellor." "Your negotiations seem to have failed, Ambassador," C.O. Bibble observed with a snort. "The negotiations never took place." Qui-Gon kept his eyes directed toward the Queen. Her painted face showed nothing. "Your Highness," he continued, "we must make contact with the Republic." "We can't," Captain Panaka volunteered, stepping forward. "They've knocked out all our communications." An alarm was being given from somewhere close, and there was the sound of running. Qui-Gon glanced toward the street where the battle droids lay. "Do you have transports?" The Naboo captain nodded, quick to see what the Jedi intended. "In the main hangar, this way." He led the little group to the end of the alleyway, where they crossed to other passageways and back streets, encountering no one. They moved quickly and silently through the growing sound of alarms and the wicked buzz of steps. To their credit, the Nabu did not resist Qui-Gon's leadership nor question his appearance. With Panaka and his men newly armed, the Nabu Queen and her companions had a sense of being in control of their own destiny once more and seemed more than ready to take a chance on their rescuers. It did not take them long to reach their destination. A series of connected buildings dominated one end of a broad causeway, each one domed and cavernous, the central structures warded by arched entrances and low, flat-walled outbuildings. Battle droids were stationed everywhere, weapons held at the ready, but Captain Panaka was able to find an unguarded approach down a narrow corridor between adjoining buildings. At a side door to the main hangar, Panaka brought the group to a halt. After a quick glance over his shoulder for droids, he unlocked and nudged open the hangar door. With Qui-Gon Jinn pressed close, he peered inside. A handful of Naboo ships were grouped at the center of the hangar, sleek gleaming transports, their noses pointed toward a wide opening in the far wall. Battle droids guarded each, positioned across the entire floor of the hangar to cut off any unseen approach. Panaka pointed to a long, low ship on the far side of the hangar with swept-back wings and powerful head-on 5 engines. "The Queen's personal transport," he whispered to the Jedi Master. Qui-Gon nodded, a J-Type 327 Nubian. In the distance, the alarms continued to sound their steady wail. "That one will do," he said. Panaka scanned the hangar interior. The battle droids, there are too many of them. The Jedi eased back from the door. "That won't be a problem." He faced the Queen. "Your Highness, under the circumstances, I suggest you come to Coruscant with us." The young woman shook her head, the feathers on her headdress rustling softly. Her white-painted face was calm and her gaze steady. "Thank you, Ambassador, but my place is here with my people." "I don't think so," Qui-Gon responded, locking eyes. "The Trade Federation has other plans. They will kill you if you stay." Zio Bibble pushed to the Queen's side. "They wouldn't dare. They need her to sign a treaty to make this invasion of theirs legal," Captain Panaka pointed out. "They can't afford to kill her." The Queen looked from face to face, the barest flicker of uncertainty showing in her eyes. "The situation here is not what it seems," Qui-Gon pressed. "There is something else going on, Your Highness. There is no logic to the Federation's actions. My instincts tell me they will destroy you." A shadow of real alarm crossed Zio Bibble's face as the Jedi Master finished. His strong features melted slightly. "Your Highness," he said slowly, "perhaps you should reconsider. Our only hope is for the Senate to take our side in this matter. Senator Palpatine will need your help." Captain Panaka was having none of it. "Getting past their blockade is impossible, Your Highness. Even if we were to get off the planet, an escape attempt is too dangerous." "Your Highness, I will stay here and do what I can," Zio Bibble interrupted, shaking his head at Panaka. "They will have to retain the Council of Governors in order to maintain some semblance of order, but you must leave." Queen Amidala brought up her hand sharply to silence the debate. Turning from her governor and head of security and the Jedi as well, she looked suddenly to her handmaidens who were pressed close about her. "Either choice presents great risk to all of us," she said softly, looking from face to face. Qui-Gon watched the exchange, puzzled. What was the Queen seeking? The handmaidens glanced at one another, faces barely visible within the confines of red and gold hooded robes. All were silent. Finally, one spoke. "We are brave, Your Highness," Padme said firmly. Alarms continued to sound. "If you are to leave, Your Highness, it must be now," Qui-Gon urged. Queen Amidala straightened and nodded. "So be it, I will plead our case before the Senate." She glanced at Co Bibble. "Be careful, Governor." She took the governor's hand briefly, then beckoned to 3 of her handmaidens. Those not chosen began to cry softly. Amidala embraced them and whispered words of encouragement. Captain Panaka selected 2 of the 4 guards to stay behind with the handmaidens and Co Bibble. The Jedi Knights moved through the side door and into the hangar, leading the way for Jar Jar and the Naboo. "Stay close," Qui-Gon admonished softly over his shoulder. Captain Panaka moved next to him, dark face intense. "We need a pilot for the vessel." He pointed to where a group of Naboo were being held captive in a corner of the hangar by a squad of battle droids. The insignia on their uniforms indicated a mix of guards, mechanics, and pilots. "There." "I'll take care of it," Obi-Wan declared and veered toward the Naboo captives. Qui-Gon and the rest continued on, striding boldly across the hangar floor, moving directly toward the Queen's vessel, ignoring the battle droids who moved to intercept them. Qui-Gon took note of the fact that the boarding ramp to the transport was lowered. More battle droids were closing on them, curious without yet being alarmed. "Don't stop for anything," he said to the Queen, and he reached beneath his cloak for the lightsaber. They were barely 20 meters from the Queen's transport when the nearest of the battle droids challenged them. "Where are you going?" it asked in its blank, metallic voice. "Get out of the way," Qui-Gon ordered. "I am an ambassador for the Supreme Chancellor, and I am taking these people to Coruscant." The droid brought up his weapon quickly, blocking the Jedi Master's passage. "You are under arrest." It was scrap metal within seconds, dissected by Qui-Gon's lightsaber. More of the battle droids rushed to stop the Jedi, who stood alone against them as his charges boarded the Nubian vessel. Captain Panaka and the Naboo guards formed a protective screen for the Queen and her handmaidens as they hurried up the ramp. Jar Jar Binks clambered after, holding onto his head with his long arms. Laser bolts lanced through the hangar from all directions, and new alarms blared wildly. On the far side of the hangar, Obi-Wan Kenobi launched himself at the battle droids holding the Naboo pilots hostage, cutting into them with ferocious determination. Qui-Gon watched his progress, long hair flying out as he withstood yet another rush from the battle droids attempting to reclaim the Queen's transport, blocking their laser bolts as he fought to hold the boarding ramp. Obi-Wan was running toward him now, a handful of the Naboo in tow. Explosions rose all around them, deadly laser fire burning into metal and flesh. Several of the Naboo went down, but the battle droids were unable to slow the Jedi. Qui-Gon called sharply to Obi-Wan as he went past, telling him to get the ship in the air. More battle droids were appearing at the hangar doors, weapons firing. Qui-Gon backed quickly up the loading ramp and into the transport's dimly lit interior. The ramp rose behind him and closed with a soft whoosh. The head-on-5 engines were firing even before the Jedi Master reached the main cabin and flung himself into a chair. Laser fire hammered at the sides of the sleek craft, but it was already beginning to move forward. The pilot sat hunched forward over the controls, his weathered face intense, a sheen of sweat beading his forehead, hands steady on the controls. "Hold on," he said. The Nubian shot through the hangar doors, ripping past battle droids and laser fire, lifting away from the city of Theed into the blue, sunlit sky. The planet of Naboo was left behind in seconds, the ship rising into the darkness of space, arcing toward a suddenly visible cluster of Trade Federation battleships blocking its way. Qui-Gon left his seat and came forward to stand beside the pilot. Rick Ollier, the other announced with a quick glance up at the Jedi. Thanks for helping out back there. Qui-Gon nodded. Better save your thanks until we deal with what's up here. The pilot gave him a rakish grin. Copy that. What do we do about these big boys? Our communications are still jammed. We're past the point of talking. Just keep the ship on course. Qui-Gon turned to Obi-Wan. Make sure everyone is settled safely in place. His eyes moved to where Jar Jar Binks was already up and poking about. The younger Jedi moved quickly to take the Gungan in hand, propelling him forcibly through the main cabin door and into the anteway beyond. Ignoring Jar Jar's protests, he glanced about for somewhere to stash the bothersome creature. Catching sight of a low, cramped entry with the words ASDROMECHDROIDS lettered above, he released the retaining latch and shoved the Gungan inside. Stay here, he directed with a meaningful look, and keep out of trouble. Jar Jar Binks watched the door close behind him, then glanced around. A line of 5 R2 astromech droids stood against one wall, short, dome-topped, all-purpose mechanics painted different colors, their lights off, their engines quiet. 5 identical units, each stout body positioned between 2 sturdy restraint arms. They gave no indication of being aware of him. The Gungan ambled along in front of them, waiting to be noticed. Maybe they weren't activated, he thought. Maybe they weren't even alive. A Haiti-ho use, he tried, hands gesturing. Tease a long trip somewheres, hey. No response. Jar Jar tapped the closest R2 unit, a bright red droid on the head. The tap made a hollow sound, and the head popped up a notch from the cylindrical body. Whoa, Jar Jar said, surprised. He glanced around, wondering why the Jedi had put him down here when everyone else was up there. Nothing much to do down here, he thought disconsolately. Nothing much happening. And curious, he gripped the red droid's head and lifted gently. Dis opens, he whispered. He lifted some more, something caught, he yanked hard. Dis, oops. The head lifted right out of its seating. Springs and wires popped out in a tangled mess. Jar Jar quickly jammed the red droid's head back into place, easing his 3-fingered hands away cautiously. Oh, he murmured, glancing about to make sure no one had seen, hugging himself worriedly. He moved down the line of droids, still looking for something to occupy his time. He didn't want to be in this room, but he didn't think he should try to leave either. The younger Jedi, the one who had stuck him in here, didn't like him much as it was. The Jedi would like him a whole lot less if he caught Jar Jar sneaking out of this room. Explosions sounded close by the transport, cannon fire. The ship rocked in response to a series of near misses. Jar Jar looked about wildly, suddenly not liking where he was at all. Then the running lights began to flicker and the transport shook violently. Jar Jar moaned and crouched down in a corner. More explosions sounded and the craft was buffeted from side to side. "Oh, we doomed," the frightened Gungan muttered. "'Tis bad business, dis." Abruptly, the ship began to spin as if caught in a whirlpool. Jar Jar cried out, fastening his arms about a strut to keep from being thrown against the walls. The lights in the compartment all came on and the droids were abruptly activated. One by one, they began to whir and beep. Released from their restraints, they rolled out of their racks toward an airlock at one end of the compartment, all but the red R2, who rolled directly into a wall and fell over, more parts tumbling out. The R2 unit, painted blue, paused as it motored by its red counterpart, then charged past Jar Jar, giving out a loud screech that caused the Gungan to jerk away in fright. One after another, the 4 R2 units entered the airlock lift and were sucked up toward the top of the ship. Left behind in the storage compartment with the droid he had unwittingly sabotaged, Jar Jar Binks moaned in despair. Obi-Wan Kenobi had just re-entered the transport's cockpit when explosions began to buffet the ship. He could see a huge Trade Federation battleship looming ahead through the viewport, cannons firing. The Queen's transport was rocked so violently by the blasts that it was thrown from its trajectory. Rick Olier's gloved hands were locked onto the steering grips, fighting to bring the slender craft back into line. "We should abort, sir," the pilot shouted at Qui-Gon, who was braced at his side, eyes fixed on the battleship. "Our deflector shields can't withstand much more of this." "Stay on course," the Jedi Master ordered calmly. He glanced down at the controls. "Do you have a cloaking device?" "This is not a warship," Captain Panaka snapped, looking angry and betrayed. "We have no weapons, Ambassador. We're a non-violent people, which is why the Trade Federation was brave enough to attack us in the first place." As a series of explosions jarred the Nubian and the lights on the control panel flickered weakly. An alarm sounded, shrill and angry. The transport shuddered, its power drive stalling momentarily in a high-pitched whine. "No weapons," Qui-Gon Jinn breathed. Obi-Wan was next to him, feeling the weight of the other's gaze as it shifted to find him steady and unwavering. One hand settled on Rick Olier's shoulder. "The Trade Federation uses pulsar tracking for its weapons. Spin the ship. It will make it difficult for them to get a reading on us." The pilot nodded, flipped a series of levers, and put the Nubian into a slow spin. Ahead, the battleship filled the viewport, then lost focus. The Queen's transport accelerated, racing toward the enemy craft, whipping past towers and gunports, bays and stabilizers, speeding down an alleyway of jagged metal protrusions and cannon fire. A laser bolt hammered into them, causing sparks and smoke to explode from one panel, sending the ship reeling. For a brief moment, they were tumbling out of control. Then Rick Olier pulled back hard on the controls, and the hull of the battleship receded. "Something's wrong," the pilot announced quietly, fighting the steering, feeling the ship shudder beneath. "Shields are down." They continued to spin, to hug the cavernous shell of the Trade Federation battleship, so close that the larger guns were rendered useless and only the smaller could chance firing at them. But without shields, even a glancing hit could be disastrous. "Sending out the repair crew," Olier shouted and flipped a lever. On the view screen, an airlock snapped open, and one by one a series of astromech droids popped out of the hatch and onto the transport's hull. The transport straightened and leveled out, and the spinning stopped. The droids motored swiftly across the hull, seeking out the damage as Rick Olier hugged the battleship's shadow in an effort to protect them. But now there was a new threat. Unable to bring the weapons of their warship to bear in an effective manner, the Trade Federation Command dispatched a squad of starfighters. Small, sleek robot attack ships, they consisted of twin compartments attached to a rounded, swept-back head. As they roared out of the battleship bays, their compartments opened into long slits that exposed their laser guns. Down the length of the mother ship they tore, seeking out the Queen's transport. Fast and maneuverable, they had no trouble working close to the battleship's hull. In seconds, they were on top of the transport, weapons firing. Rick Olier struggled to find cover and gain speed. Two of the R2 units were blown away, one on a direct hit, the second when its hold on the transport hull was shattered. On the view screen, the blue R2 unit could be seen working furiously to connect a series of wires exposed by a damaged hull plate. Laser fire lanced all around it, but it continued its effort without stopping. The fourth droid, working close by, disappeared in a cloud of shattered metal and brilliant fire. Now only the blue unit remained, still busy amid the onslaught of Trade Federation starfighters. Something changed on the cockpit display, and Rick Ollier gave a shout of approval. "The shields are up, that little droid did it." He jammed the thrusters all the way forward, and the transport rocketed away from both the battleship and the starfighters, leaving the Trade Federation blockade and the planet of Naboo behind. The lone R2 unit turned and motored back into the airlock and disappeared from view. When they were well away from any Trade Federation presence, Rick Ollier made a thorough check of the controls, assessing their damage, trying to determine what was needed. Obi-Wan sat next to him in the co-pilot seat, lending help. Qui-Gon and Captain Panaka stood behind them, awaiting their report. The Queen and the rest of the Naboo had been secured in other chambers. Rick Ollier shook his head doubtfully. "We can't go far, the hyperdrive is leaking." Qui-Gon Jinn nodded. "We'll have to land somewhere to make repairs to the ship. What's out there?" Rick Ollier punched in a star chart, and they hunched over the monitor, studying it. "Here, Master," Obi-Wan said, his sharp eyes picking out the only choice that made any sense. "Tatooine, it's small, poor, and out of the way. It attracts little attention. The Trade Federation has no presence there." How can you be sure?" Captain Panaka asked quickly. Qui-Gon glanced at him. "It's controlled by the Hutts." Panaka started in alarm. "The Hutts." "It's risky," Obi-Wan agreed, "but there's no reasonable alternative." Captain Panaka was not convinced. "You can't take Her Royal Highness there. The Hutts are gangsters and slavers if they discovered who she was." "It would be no different than if we landed on a planet in a system controlled by the Trade Federation," Qui-Gon interrupted. "Except the Hutts aren't looking for the Queen, which gives us an advantage." The Queen's head of security started to say something more, then thought better of it. He took a deep breath instead. Frustration etched on his smooth, dark face, and turned away. Qui-Gon Jinn tapped Rick Ollier on the shoulder. "Set course for Tatooine." In a remote conference room on the Trade Federation's flagship, Newt Gunray and Rune Hako sat side by side at a long table, staring nervously at a hologram of Darth Sidious positioned at the table's head. The hologram shimmered with the movements of the Sith Lord's dark cloak, a patchwork of small nuances that the Neimoidians found themselves unable to read. The Sith Lord had not been summoned. The Neimoidians would have been happy if he had chosen not to communicate with them at all this day. But in keeping with the way he always seemed to sense when things were not going right, he had appeared on his own. Demanding a report on the progress of the invasion, he had settled back to listen to Newt Gunray's narrative and had said nothing since. "We control all the cities in the northern and western part of the Naboo territory," the Viceroy was relating, "and we are searching for any other settlements where resistance—" Yes, Darth Sidious interrupted suddenly, his soft voice vaguely impatient. "You've done well. Now then, destroy all their high-ranking officials. Do so quietly but be thorough." He paused. "What of Queen Amidala? Has she signed the treaty?" Newt Gunray took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "She has disappeared, my lord. There was an escape." "An escape," the Sith Lord spoke the words in a low hiss. One Naboo cruiser got past the blockade." How did she escape, Viceroy?" Newt Gunray looked at Rune Hako for help, but his counterpart was paralyzed with fear. "The Jedi, my lord. They found their way to her, overpowered her guards." Darth Sidious stirred within his robes like a big cat, shadows glimmering within the confines of his concealing hood. "Viceroy, find her. I want that treaty signed." My lord, we have been unable to locate the ship she escaped on, the Neimoidian admitted, wishing he could sink into the floor right then and there. A viceroy. Once it got by us, we tried to give pursuit, but it managed to elude us. Now it's out of our range. A wave of one robed arm cut him short. Not for a Sith, it isn't, the other whispered. Something shimmered in the background of the hologram, and a figure emerged from the darkness behind Darth Sidious. Newt Gunray froze. It was a second Sith Lord. But whereas Darth Sidious was a vague and shadowy presence, this new Sith was truly terrifying to look upon. His face was a mask of jagged red and black patterns, the design etched into his skin, and his skull was hairless and studded with a crown of short, hooked horns. Gleaming yellow eyes fixed on the Neimoidians, breaking past their defenses, stripping them bare and dismissing them as insignificant and foolish. Viceroy Darth Sidious spoke softly in the sudden silence. "This is my apprentice, Lord Maul. He will find your lost ship." Newt Gunray inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, averting his eyes from the frightening presence. "Yes, my lord." The hologram shimmered and disappeared, leaving the conference room empty of sound. The Neimoidians sat without moving, without even looking at each other, reptilian eyes fixed on the space the hologram had occupied. "This is getting out of hand," Newt Gunray ventured finally, his voice high and tight, thinking that their plans for sabotaging the trade route's tax did not contemplate risking their lives in the process. Rune Hakuo managed a quick nod. "We should not have made this bargain. What will happen when the Jedi become aware that we are doing business with these Sith Lords?" Newt Gunray, his hands clasped tightly before him, did not care to venture an answer. Aboard the Queen's transport, the Jedi stood with Captain Panaka and the remaining R2 unit as the captain gave his report to the Queen on the events surrounding their escape through the Trade Federation blockade. Amidala sat surrounded by her three handmaidens, white face framed by the black headdress, dark eyes steady, listening as the captain concluded. "We are lucky to have this one in our service, Your Highness." Panaka glanced down at the blue-domed astromech droid. "It is an extremely well-put-together little droid. Without a doubt, it saved the ship back there, not to mention our lives." Amidala nodded, eyes shifting to the droid. "It is to be commended. What is its number?" The little blue droid, lights blinking on and off as it processed the conversation, gave a series of small beeps and tweets. Captain Panaka reached down and scraped a large smudge off the droid's metal shell, then straightened. "R2-D2, Your Highness." Queen Amidala leaned forward and a slender white hand came out to touch the droid's domed casing. "Thank you, R2-D2. You have proven both loyal and brave." She glanced over her shoulder. "Padme." One of her handmaidens came forward. Qui-Gon Jinn, listening to the exchange with half an ear as he considered the problems that lay ahead on Tatooine, noticed it was the young woman who had supported the Queen's decision to escape from Naboo. He frowned. Except it hadn't been exactly like that. "See to the cleaning up of this little droid." The Queen was speaking to the girl. "R2-D2 deserves our gratitude." She turned back to Panaka. "Please continue with your report, Captains." Panaka glanced uncomfortably at the Jedi Knights. "Your Highness, we are heading for a remote planet called Tatooine." He paused, unwilling to speak further on the matter. "It is a system far beyond the reach of the Trade Federation." Qui-Gon stepped into the gap smoothly. "Once there, we will be able to make needed repairs to the ship, then to travel on to Coruscant and complete our journey." "Your Highness," Captain Panaka said quickly, regaining his thoughts on the matter. Tatooine is very dangerous. It's controlled by the Hutts. The Hutts are gangsters and slavers. I do not agree with the Jedi on their decision to land there." The Queen looked at Qui-Gon. The Jedi did not waver. "You must trust my judgment, Your Highness." "Must I?" Amidala asked quietly. She shifted her gaze to her handmaidens, ending with Padme. The girl had not moved from the Queen's side, but seemed to remember suddenly she had been given a task to complete. She nodded briefly to the Queen and moved to take R2-D2 in hand. As Amidala looked back at Qui-Gon Jinn, "We are in your hands," she advised, and the matter was settled. Jar Jar Binks had been left in the droid storage hold until after the lone R2 unit returned through the airlock and the Naboo came to retrieve it. They didn't seem to have any orders regarding the Gungan, so they simply left him to his own devices. At first, Jar Jar was reluctant to venture out, still thinking of the younger Jedi's admonishment to stay put and out of trouble. He'd managed 1 out of 2, and he wasn't sure he wanted to tempt fate. But in the end, his curiosity and restlessness got the better of him. The transport had stopped spinning, the Trade Federation attack had ceased, and the warning alarms had been silenced. Everything was peaceful, and the Gungan saw no reason why he should have to stay shut away in this tiny room for 1 more minute. So he cracked the door, stuck his build face out for a look around, eye stalks swiveling guardedly, saw no one, and made his decision. He left the storage room and wandered along the ship's corridors, choosing a path that took him away from the cockpit where the Jedi were likely to be found. He waited for someone to tell him to go back to where he had come from, but no one did, so he began to poke into things, careful what he touched, but unable to help himself sufficiently to forego all investigation. He was following a narrow corridor that led up from the lower levels of the transport to the main cabin, when he poked his head through an airlock to find one of the Queen's handmaidens hard at work, with an old cloth cleaning the R2 astromech droid. "And Haiti-ho," he called out. As the handmaiden and the R2 unit both started, the girl with a small cry and the droid with a loud beep. Jar Jar jumped in turn, then slowly eased himself through the opening, embarrassed that he had frightened them so badly. "Me sorry," he apologized. "Me not mean to scare yous, Oak Day." The girl smiled. "That's all right, come over here." Jar Jar came forward a few steps, studying the condition of the droid. "Me find oil can back Dara, yous need it." The girl nodded. "It would help, this little guy is quite a mess." Jar Jar scrambled back through the opening, groped about a bit, found the oil can he had remembered and brought it to the girl. "This helps." "Thank you," she said, accepting the can. She flipped up the cap and poured some of the oil onto the cloth, then began rubbing the R2 unit's dome. "Me Jar Jar Binks," Jar Jar said after a few moments, taking a chance on trying to continue the conversation. He liked this Naboo girl. "I'm Padme," the girl answered. "I attend Her Highness Queen Amidala. This is R2-D2. She rubbed a black smudge from the droid's strut. "You're a Gungan, aren't you?" Jar Jar nodded, long ears flapping against his neck. "How did you end up here with us?" Jar Jar thought about it a minute. "Me not know exactly. De day start oak day wit to sunup. Me munchin' clams, den boom, machinics every which way day flyin', day scootin', me get very scared. Den Jedi runnin', and me grab Quiggin, den machinics rollin' over, den go down under de lake to Otoh Gunga ta de boss Nas." He stopped, not knowing where else to go. Padme was nodding encouragingly. R2-D2 beeped. "Tease bout it, before me know what pow me here." He sat back on his haunches and shrugged. "Get very, very scared." He looked from the girl to the droid. Padme smiled some more. R2-D2 beeped again. Jar Jar felt pretty good. In the cockpit, Rick Ollier was directing the transport toward a large yellowish planet that was steadily filling up the viewport as they approached its surface. The Jedi and Captain Panaka stood behind him, peering over his shoulder at the ground maps he had punched up on the monitors. At Tatooine, Obi-Wan Kenobi confirmed, speaking to no one in particular. Rick Ollier pointed to one of the maps on the scopes. There's a settlement that should have what we need, a spaceport, it looks like, Mos Espa. He glanced up at the Jedi. Land near the city's outskirts, Qui-Gon Jinn ordered. We don't want to attract attention. The pilot nodded and began to guide the transport in. It took only moments to direct it down through the planet's atmosphere to a patch of desert just in sight of the city. The Nubian landed in a swirl of dust, settling comfortably in place atop its landing struts. In the distance, Mos Espa glimmered faintly through the shimmer of the midday heat. Qui-Gon sent his protege to uncouple the hyperdrive and Captain Panaka to advise the Queen of their landing. He was settled on going into the spaceport alone as he left the cockpit to find other clothing and came upon Jar Jar Binks, the Queen's handmaiden Padme, and the little R2 unit. He slowed, considering the possibility that going into the city alone would make him more noticeable. Jar Jar, he said finally, get ready, you're going with me, the droid as well. He continued on without looking back. The Gungan stared after him in disbelief, then in horror. By the time he regained his wits, the Jedi was out of view. Wailing in dismay, he chased after him and came upon Obi-Wan in the main cabin hoisting the hyperdrive out of the bowels of the ship. Obi-Wan, sire, he gasped, throwing himself to his knees in front of the younger Jedi. Please me no go wit Quiggin. As Obi-Wan was inclined to agree but knew better than to say so. Sorry, but Qui-Gon is right. This is a multinational spaceport, a trading center. You'll make him appear less obvious by going along. His brow furrowed as he turned back to the hyperdrive. I hope, he muttered to himself. Jar Jar climbed to his feet and trudged disconsolately toward R2-D2, his mouth set in a grimace of forbearance. The astromech droid beeped in sympathy, then made a series of encouraging clicks. Qui-Gon reappeared, dressed now as a farmer in tunic, leggings, and a poncho. He walked past them to where Obi-Wan was studying the hyperdrive. What have you found? Obi-Wan's young face clouded. The generator is shot, we'll need a new one. I thought as much. The Jedi Master knelt next to his protege. Well, we can't risk a communication with Coruscant this far out on the edge of the galaxy. It might be intercepted and our position revealed. We'll have to get by on our own. He lowered his voice to a near whisper. Don't let anyone send a transmission while I'm gone. Be wary, Obi-Wan. I sense a disturbance in the Force. Obi-Wan's eyes lifted to find his. I feel it also, Master. I will be careful. Qui-Gon rose, gathered up Jar Jar and the R2 unit, and headed down the loading ramp to the planet's floor. An empty carpet of sand stretched away in all directions, broken only by massive rock formations and the distant skyline of Mos Espa. The suns that gave the planet life beat down with such ferocity that it seemed as if they were determined to steal that life back again. Heat rose off the sand in a shimmering wave, and the air was so dry it sucked the moisture from their throat and nose passages. Jar Jar glanced skyward, eye stalks craning, build amphibious face wrinkling in dismay. Dis sun gonna do murder ta de skin of dis Gungan, he muttered. At a signal from Qui-Gon, they began to walk, or in the case of the R2 unit, to roll. A strange caravan of animals and riders, carts and sleds appeared against the distant skyline like a shadowy mirage. all misshapen and threatening to evaporate in the blink of an eye. Jar Jar muttered some more, but no one was paying attention. They had not gotten far when a shout brought them around. Two figures were running toward them from the transport. As they neared, Qui-Gon was able to make out Captain Panaka and a girl dressed in rough peasant's garb. He stopped and waited until they caught up, a frown creasing his leonine features. Panaka was sweating. Her Highness commands you to take her handmaiden with you. She wishes for Padme to give her own report of what you might. No more commands from Her Highness today, Captain, Qui-Gon interrupted quickly, shaking his head in refusal. Mos Espa is not going to be a pleasant place for. Oh, the Queen wishes it, Panaka interrupted him right back, his face angry and set. She is emphatic. She wishes to know more about this planet. The girl took a step forward. Her dark eyes found Qui-Gon's. I've been trained in self-defense. I speak a number of languages. I am not afraid. I can take care of myself. And Captain Panaka sighed, looking over his shoulder toward the ship. Don't make me go back and tell her you refuse. Qui-Gon hesitated, prepared to do exactly that. Then he looked at Padme again, saw strength in her eyes, and changed his mind. She might be useful. Traveling with a girl, they might suggest a family in transit and present a less aggressive look. He nodded. I don't have time to argue the matter, Captain. I still think this is a bad idea, but she may come. He gave Padme a look of warning. Stay close to me. He started away again, the others trailing. Captain Panaka stood watching with undisguised relief as the strange little procession of Jedi Master, Handmaiden, Gungan, and astromech droid moved off into the sweltering landscape toward Mos Espa. It was not yet mid-afternoon by the time the members of the little company under Qui-Gon Jinn's command reached Mos Espa and made their way toward the spaceport's center. Mos Espa was large and sprawling and had the look of a gnarled serpent hunkered down in the sand to escape the heat. The buildings were domed and thick-walled and curved to protect against the sun, and the stalls and shops were fronted by awnings and verandas that provided a measure of shade to their vendors. The streets were broad and packed with beings of every shape and size, most from off-planet. Some rode the desert-seasoned Iapis. Domesticated banthas, massive and horned, and lumbering dubeks hauled carts, sleds, and wagons that ran on wheels and mechanical tracks by turn. A mishmash of commerce trafficking between Tatooine's smaller ports and the planets of star systems beyond. Qui-Gon kept a close watch for trouble. There were Rodians and Dugs and others whose purpose was always suspect. Most of those they passed paid them no notice. One or two turned to glance at Jar Jar, but dismissed the Gungan almost out of hand once they got a good look at him. As a group, they blended in nicely. There were so many combinations of creatures of every species that the appearance of one more meant almost nothing. Tatooine is home to Jabba the Hutt, who controls the bulk of the trafficking in illegal goods, piracy, and slavery that generates most of the planet's wealth. Qui-Gon was explaining to Padme. He had been on Tatooine before, though it had been some years ago. Jabba controls the spaceports and settlements, all of the populated areas. The desert belongs to the Jawas, who scavenge whatever they can find to sell or trade, and to the Tuskens, who live a nomadic life and feel free to steal from everyone. The Jedi kept his voice low and conversational. The girl walked silently at his elbow, her sharp eyes taking in everything. Speeders nosed by them, and droids of every size twirled in the service of desert-garbed aliens. There are a number of farms as well, outlying operations that take advantage of the climate, moisture farms for the most part, operated by off-worlders not a part of the indigenous tribes and scavengers, not connected directly to the Hutts. His eyes swept the street ahead. This is a rough and dangerous place, most avoid it. Its few spaceports have become havens for those who do not wish to be found. Padme glanced up at him. Like us, she said. A pair of domesticated banthas rumbled down the broad avenue, hairy bulks clearing a path for a sled train of quarry blocks and metal struts, horned heads nodding sleepily, padded feet stirring sand and dust in thick clouds with each lumbering step. Their driver dozed atop the foremost sled in the train, small and insignificant in their shadow. Jar Jar Binks stayed as close as he could manage to the Jedi and the girl, his eyes darting left and right, head swiveling as if it might twist right off his shoulders. Nothing he saw was familiar or welcome. Hard looks followed after him. Sharp eyes measured him for things he would just as soon not think about. Stares were at best challenging and at worst unfriendly. He did not like this place. He wished he were almost anywhere else. "Tea's very bad, Dis." He swallowed against a dryness in his throat that was caused by more than the heat. "Nuttin' good 'bout dis place." He took a careless step and found himself ankle-deep in a foul-smelling ooze. Oh, Tea's icky." R2-D2 rolled cheerfully along at his side, beeping and chirping in a futile effort at reassuring the Gungan that all was well. They traveled the main street of the spaceport to its far end and turned down a side street that led to a small plaza ringed with salvage dealers and junk shops. Qui-Gon glanced at the mounds of engine parts, control panels, and communication chips recovered from starships and speeders. "We'll try one of these smaller dealers first," he advised, nodding toward one in which a vast pile of old transports and parts was heaped within an attached compound. They walked through the shop's low entry and were greeted by a pudgy blue creature who flew into their faces like a crazed probe, tiny wings buzzing so fast they could barely be seen. "Hi, Chubba Denego," it snapped in a frizzy, guttural voice, demanding to know their business. As a Tidarian, Qui-Gon thought, he knew enough to recognize one but not much else. "I need parts for a J-Type 327 Nubian," he advised the other. The Tidarian fairly beamed with delight, his reticular snout curling over his toothy mouth and making odd smacking noises. "Ah, yes, Nubian, we have lots of that." The sharp, bulbous eyes flicked from one face to the other, ending with the Gungan. "What's this?" Jar Jar shrank behind Qui-Gon fearfully. "Never mind that." The Jedi brushed the Tidarian's question aside. "Can you help us or not?" "Can you pay me or not? That's the question." The skinny blue arms crossed defiantly over the rounded torso as the Tidarian regarded them with disdain. "What kinda junk you after, farmer?" "My droid has a readout of what I need," Qui-Gon advised the other with a glance down at the R2 unit. Still hanging midair in front of Qui-Gon's nose, the Tidarian glanced over one shoulder. "Peduncle Naba di Unco." As a small, disheveled boy raced in from the salvage yard, coming to an uncertain stop in front of them. His clothes were ragged and thick with grime, and he had the look of someone about to be given a beating. He flinched as the Tidarian wheeled back and lifted a hand in admonishment. What took you so long?" "Mel Tas Cho Pas Ki," the boy responded quickly, blue eyes taking in the newcomers with a quick glance. "I was cleaning out the bin like you." Chut, the Tidarian threw up his hands angrily. "Never mind the bin, watch the store, I've got some selling to do." He flitted back around to face his customers. "So, let me take you out back, you'll soon find what you need." He darted toward the salvage yard, beckoning Qui-Gon eagerly. The Jedi followed, with R2-D2 trundling after. Jar Jar moved to a shelf and picked up an odd-looking bit of metal, intrigued by its shape, wondering what it was. "Don't touch anything," Qui-Gon called over his shoulder, his tone of voice sharp. Jar Jar put the item down and made a face at Qui-Gon's departing back, sticking out his long tongue in defiance. When the Jedi was out of sight, he picked up the part again. Anakin Skywalker could not take his eyes off the girl. He noticed her the moment he entered Watto's shop, even before Watto said anything, and he hadn't been able to stop looking at her since. He barely heard what Watto said to him about watching the shop. He barely noticed the strange-looking creature that had come in with her and was poking around in the shelves and bins. Even after she noticed he was staring at her, he could not help himself. He moved now to an open space on the counter, hoisted himself up, and sat watching her while pretending to clean a transmitter cell. She was looking back at him now, embarrassment turning to curiosity. She was small and slender, with long, braided brown hair, brown eyes, and a face he found so beautiful that he had nothing to which he could compare it. She was dressed in rough peasant's clothing, but she seemed very self-possessed. She gave him an amused smile, and he felt himself melting in confusion and wonder. He took a deep breath. "Are you an angel?" he asked quietly. The girl stared. "What?" "An angel." Anakin straightened a bit. "They live on the moons of Iago, I think. They are the most beautiful creatures in the universe. They are good and kind, and so pretty they make even the most hardened space pirates cry like small children." She gave him a confused look. "I've never heard of angels," she said. "Oh, you must be one of them," Anakin insisted. "Maybe you just don't know it." "You're a funny little boy," the amused smile returned. "How do you know so much?" Anakin smiled back and shrugged. "I listen to all the traders and pilots who come through here." He glanced toward the salvage yard. "I'm a pilot, you know. Someday I'm going to fly away from this place." The girl wandered to one end of the counter, looked away, then back again. "Have you been here long?" "Since I was very little, 3, I think. My mom and I were sold to Gardella the Hutt, but she lost us to Watto, betting on the pod races. Watto's a lot better master, I think." She stared at him in shock. "You're a slave." The way she said it made Anakin feel ashamed and angry. He glared at her defiantly. "I am a person." "I'm sorry," she said quickly, looking upset and embarrassed. "I don't fully understand, I guess. This is a strange world to me." He studied her intently for a moment, thinking of other things, wanting to tell her of them. "You are a strange girl to me," he said instead. He swung his legs out from the counter. "My name is Anakin Skywalker." She brushed at her hair. "Padme Nabari." The strange creature she had come in with wandered back to the front of the shop and bent over a stout little droid body with a bulbous nose. Reaching up curiously, it pushed at the nose with one finger. Instantly, armatures popped out from every direction, metal limbs swinging into place. The droid's motors whizzed and whirred, and it jerked to life and began moving forward. Padme's odd companion went after it with a moan of dismay, grabbing on in an effort to slow it down. But the droid continued marching through the shop, knocking over everything it came in contact with. "It hit the nose," Anakin called out, unable to keep himself from laughing. The creature did as it was told, pounding the droid's nose wildly. The droid stopped at once, the arms and legs retracted, the motors shut down, and the droid went still. Both Anakin and Padme were laughing now, and their laughter increased as they saw the look on the unfortunate creature's long-billed face. Anakin looked at Padme and the girl at him. Their laughter died away. The girl reached up to touch her hair self-consciously, but she did not divert her gaze. "I'm going to marry you," the boy said suddenly. There was a moment of silence, and she began laughing again, a sweet musical sound he didn't mind at all. The creature who accompanied her rolled his eyes. "I mean it," he insisted. "You are an odd one," she said, her laughter dying away. "Why do you say that?" He hesitated, "I guess because it's what I believe." Her smile was dazzling. "Well, I'm afraid I can't marry you," she paused, searching her memory for his name. "Oh, Anakin," he said. "Anakin," she cocked her head, "you're just a little boy." His gaze was intense as he faced her. "I won't always be," he said quietly. In the salvage yard, Watto was studying the screen of a portable memory bank he held in one hand, tracing through his inventory record. Qui-Gon, arms folded into his farmer's poncho, stood waiting patiently, the R2 unit at his side. Here it is, a T-14 hyperdrive generator. The Tidarian's wings beat wildly as he hovered before the Jedi, his gnarled finger jabbing at the view screen. "You're in luck. I'm the only one hereabouts who has one. But you might as well buy a new ship. It would be cheaper. Speaking of which, how are you going to pay for all this, farmer?" Qui-Gon considered. "I have 20,000 Republic dataries to put toward." "Republic credits," Watto exploded in disgust. "Republic credits are no good out here. I need something better than that, something of value." The Jedi Master shook his head. "I don't have anything else." One hand came up, passing casually in front of the Tidarian's face. "But credits will do fine." "No, they won't," Watto snapped, buzzing angrily. Qui-Gon frowned, then passed his hand in front of the pudgy blue alien again, bringing the full force of his Jedi suggestive power to bear. "Credits will do fine," he repeated. Watto sneered. "No, they won't," he repeated. "What do you think you're doing, waving your hand around like that? You think you're some kind of Jedi? I'm a Tidarian. Mind tricks don't work on me, only money. No money, no parts, no deal. And no one else has a T-14 hyperdrive generator, I can promise you that." Chagrined, Qui-Gon wheeled back for the shop, the R2 unit following at his heels. The Tidarian shouted after them to come back when they had something worthwhile to trade, still scolding the Jedi Master for trying to foist Republic credits on him. Qui-Gon re-entered the shop just as Jar Jar pulled apart from a large stack and sent the entire arrangement tumbling to the floor. His efforts at correcting the problem brought a second display crashing down as well. The boy and the Queen's handmaiden were deep in discussion, paying no attention to the Gungan. "We're leaving," Qui-Gon announced to the girl, moving toward the shop's entry, the R2 unit trundling along behind. Jar Jar was quick to follow, anxious to escape his latest mess. Padme gave the boy a warm smile. "I'm glad I met you, Anakin," she said, turning after them. "I'm glad I met you too," he called after, a reluctance evident in his voice. Watto flew in from the salvage yard, shaking his head in disgust. "Outlanders, they think because we live so far from everything we know nothing." Anakin was still staring longingly after Padme, his gaze fixed on the empty doorway. "They seemed nice enough to me." Watto snorted and flew into his face. "Clean up this mess, then you can go home." Anakin brightened, gave a small cheer, and went quickly to work. Qui-Gon led his companions back through the little plaza of salvage shops toward the main avenue. At a place where two buildings divided to form a shadowed niche, the Jedi Master moved everyone from view and brought out his comlink from beneath his poncho. Padme and the R2 unit stood waiting patiently, but Jar Jar prowled the space as if trapped, eyes fixed nervously on the busy street. When Obi-Wan responded to the comlink's pulse, Qui-Gon quickly filled him in on the situation. "Are you sure there isn't anything of value left on board?" he concluded. There was a pause at the other end. A few containers of supplies, the queen's wardrobe, some jewelry maybe, not enough for you to barter with, not in the amounts you're talking about. All right, Qui-Gon responded with a frown. Another solution will present itself, I'll check back. He tucked the comlink beneath his poncho and signaled to the others. He was moving toward the street again when Jar Jar grabbed his arm. "No again, sire," the Gungan pleaded. "De beings hereabouts crazy nuts, we gon' be robbed and crunched." "Not likely," Qui-Gon replied with a sigh, freeing himself. "We have nothing of value, that's our problem." They started back down the street, Qui-Gon trying to think what to do next. Padme and R2-D2 stayed close as they made their way through the crowds, but Jar Jar began to lag behind, distracted by all the strange sights and smells. They were passing an outdoor cafe, its tables occupied by a rough-looking bunch of aliens, among them a Doug who was holding forth on the merits of pod racing. Jar Jar hurried to catch up to his companions, but then caught sight of a string of frogs hanging from a wire in front of a nearby stall. The Gungan slowed, his mouth watering. He had not eaten in some time. He glanced around to see if anyone was looking, then unfurled his long tongue and snapped up one of the frogs. The frog disappeared into Jar Jar's mouth in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, the frog was still securely tied to the wire. Jar Jar stood there, the wire hanging out of his mouth, unable to move. The vendor in charge of the stall rushed out. "Hey, that will be 7 True Guts." Jar Jar glanced frantically down the street for his companions, but they were already out of sight. In desperation, he let go of the frog. The frog popped out of his mouth as if catapulted, winging away at the end of the taut wire. It ricocheted this way and that, breaking free at last to land directly in the Doug's soup, splashing gooey liquid all over him. The gangly Doug leapt to his feet in fury, catching sight of the hapless Jar Jar as he tried to move away from the frog vendor. Springing across the table on all fours, he was on top of the Gungan in an instant, grabbing him by the throat. "And Chubba, you," the Doug snarled through its corded snout, feelers and mandibles writhed, "is this yours?" The Doug shoved the frog in the Gungan's face threateningly. Jar Jar could not get any words out, gasping for breath, fighting to break free. His eyes rolled wildly as he looked for help that wasn't there. Other creatures pushed forward to surround him, Rhodians among them. The Doug threw Jar Jar to the ground, shouting at him, hovering over him in a crouch. Desperately, the Gungan tried to scramble to safety. "No, no," he moaned plaintively as he sought an avenue of escape. "Why me always de ones?" Because you're afraid," a voice answered calmly. Anakin Skywalker pushed his way through the crowd, coming up to stand next to the Doug. The boy seemed unafraid of the creature, undeterred by the hard-eyed crowd, his bearing self-assured. He gave the Doug an appraising look. "Chesko Sebulba," he said. "Careful, this one's very well connected." Sebulba turned to face the boy, cruel face twisting with disdain as he caught sight of the newcomer. "Tuni Rana Dunko Shag," he snapped, demanding to know what the boy meant. Anakin shrugged. "Connected as in Hut." The blue eyes fixed the Doug and saw a hint of fear in the other's face. "Big time connected, this one, Sebulba. I'd hate to see you diced before we had a chance to race again." The Doug spit in fury. "Nikmi Chawa, next time we race, Wormo, it will be the end of you." He gestured violently. "Yudo Natu Woshag, if you weren't a slave, I'd squash you here and now." With a final glare at the cringing Jar Jar, Sebulba wheeled away, taking his companions with him back to their tables and their food and drink. Anakin stared after the Doug. Yeah, it'd be a pity if you had to pay for me, he said softly. As he was helping Jar Jar back to his feet when Qui-Gon, Padme, and R2-D2, having finally missed the Gungan, reappeared hurriedly through the crowd. Hi, he greeted cheerfully, happy to see Padme again so soon. Your buddy here was about to be turned into orange goo. He picked a fight with a Dug, an especially dangerous Dug. Nasir, Nasir, the chagrined Gungan insisted, brushing off dust and sand. Me hate crunchin', tease the last thing me want. Qui-Gon gave Jar Jar a careful once-over, glanced around at the crowd, and took the Gungan by the arm. Nevertheless, the boy saved you from a beating. You have a penchant for finding trouble, Jar Jar. He gave Anakin a short nod. Thank you, my young friend. Padme gave Anakin a warm smile as well, and the boy felt himself blush with pride. Me don't nuttin', Jar Jar insisted, still trying to defend himself, hands gesturing for emphasis. You were afraid, the boy told him, looking up at the long-billed face solemnly. Fear attracts the fearful. Sebulba was trying to overcome his fear by squashing you. He cocked his head at the Gungan. You can help yourself by being less afraid. And that works for you, Padme asked skeptically, giving him a wry look. Anakin smiled and shrugged, well, up to a point. Anxious to spend as much time as possible with the girl, he persuaded the group to follow him a short distance down the street to a fruit stand, a ramshackle affair formed by a makeshift ragged awning stretched over a framework of bent poles. Boxes of brightly colored fruit were arranged on a rack tilted toward the street for viewing. A weathered old lady, gray-haired and stooped, her simple clothing patched and worn, rose from a stool to greet them on their approach. How are you feeling today, Jira? Anakin asked her, giving her a quick hug. The old lady smiled. The heat's never been kind to me, you know, Annie. Guess what? The boy replied quickly, beaming. I've found that cooling unit I've been searching for. It's pretty beat up, but I'll have it fixed up for you in no time, I promise. That should help. Ajira reached out to brush his pink cheek with her wrinkled hand, her smile broadening. You're a fine boy, Annie. And Anakin shrugged off the compliment and began scanning the fruit display. I'll take 4 pallies, Jira. He glanced at Padme eagerly. You'll like these. He reached into his pocket for the True Guts he had been saving, but when he brought them out to pay Jira, he dropped one. The farmer, standing next to him, bent to retrieve it. As he did, his poncho opened just far enough that the boy caught sight of the lightsaber hanging from the belt about his waist. The boy's eyes went wide, but he masked his surprise by focusing on the coins. He only had 3 he found. Whoops, I thought I had more, he said quickly, not looking up. Make that 3 pallies, Jira. I'm not that hungry anyway. The old woman gave Qui-Gon, Padme, and Jar Jar their pallies and took the coins from Anakin. A gust of wind whipped down the street, rattling the framework of poles and causing the awning to billow. A second gust sent dust swirling in all directions. Jira rubbed her arms with her gnarled hands. Gracious, my bones are aching. There's a storm coming, Annie. You'd better get home quick. The wind gusted in a series of sharp blasts that sent sand and loose debris flying. Anakin glanced at the sky, then at Qui-Gon. Do you have shelter? He asked. The Jedi Master nodded. We'll head back to our ship. Thank you again, my young friend, for... Is your ship far? The boy interrupted hurriedly. All around them, shopkeepers and vendors were closing and shuttering windows and doors, carrying goods and wares inside, wrapping coverings over displays and boxes. It's on the city's outskirts, Padme answered, turning away from the stinging gusts of sand. Anakin took her hand quickly, tugging on it. You'll never reach the outskirts in time. Sandstorms are very, very dangerous. Come with me. You can wait it out at my home. It's not far. My mom won't mind. Hurry." With the wind howling all about them and the air clouded with sand, Anakin Skywalker shouted goodbye to Jira and led his newly adopted charges down the street in a rush. On the outskirts of Mos Espa, Obi-Wan Kenobi stood near the nose of the Nubian as the wind gathered force, whipping at his robe, tearing across the broad expanse of the Tatooine desert. His troubled eyes looked off into the distance where Mos Espa was beginning to disappear behind a curtain of sand. He turned as Captain Panaka came down the ramp of the transport to join him. "This storm's going to slow them down," the Jedi observed worriedly. Panaka nodded. "It looks pretty bad. We'd better seal up the ship before it gets any worse." There was a beep from the soldier's comlink. Panaka retrieved the communicator from his belt. "Yes." Rick Olier's voice rose from the speaker. "We're receiving a message from home." Panaka and Obi-Wan exchanged glances. "We'll be right there," the captain advised. They went up the ramp quickly, sealing it behind them. The transmission had been received in the Queen's chambers. At Rick Olier's direction, they found Amidala and her handmaidens Artere and Rabbe viewing a hologram of Sio Bibble that was shimmering weakly at one end of the room, the governor's voice breaking up in transmission. "It cut off all our food supplies until you return, death toll rising, catastrophic, must bow to their wishes, Your Highness." Sio Bibble's image and voice faded and returned, garbled still. "Please, I beg of you, tell us what to do. If you can hear me, Your Highness, you must contact me." The transmission flickered and disappeared. The governor's voice faded into silence. Queen Amidala sat staring at the empty space it left behind, her smooth face troubled. Her hands worked quietly in her lap, betraying a nervousness she could not quite manage to hide. Her gaze shifted to Obi-Wan. The Jedi shook his head quickly. "It is a trick. Send no reply, Your Highness. Send no transmission of any kind." The Queen stared at him uncertainly for a moment, then nodded in acquiescence. Obi-Wan left her chambers without further comment, hoping fervently he had made the right decision. The sandstorm raged through the streets of Mos Espa in a blinding, choking whirlwind that tore at clothes and exposed skin with relentless force. Anakin held Padmé's hand so as not to lose her, the farmer, the amphibious creature, and the R2 unit trailing behind, fighting to reach his home in the city's slave quarters while there was still time. Other residents and visitors struggled past, engaged in a similar pursuit, heads lowered, faces covered, bodies bent over as if weighted by age. Somewhere in the distance, an Eopai bawled in fright. The light turned an odd yellowish gray, obscured by sand and grit, and the buildings of the city disappeared in a deep, impenetrable haze. Even as he fought his way through the storm, Anakin's thoughts were directed elsewhere. He was thinking of Padmé, of having the chance to take her home to meet his mother, of being able to show her his projects, of holding her hand some more. It sent a flush through him that was both warm and kind of scary. It made him feel good about himself. He was thinking of the farmer, too, if that's what he was, which Anakin was pretty sure he was. He carried a lightsaber, and only Jedi carried lightsabers. It was almost too much to hope for, that a real Jedi might be going to his home to visit him. But Anakin's instincts told him he was not mistaken, and that something mysterious and exciting had brought this little group to him. He was thinking, finally, of his dreams and his hopes for himself and his mother, thinking that maybe something wonderful would come out of this unexpected encounter, something that would change his life forever. They reached the slave quarters, a jumbled collection of hovels stacked one on top of the other so that they resembled anthills, each complex linked by common walls and switchback stairways, the plaza fronting them almost empty as the sandstorm chased everyone under cover. Anakin led his charges through the gritty gloom to his front door and pushed his way inside. Mom, I'm home, he called excitedly. Adobe walls, whitewashed and scrubbed, glimmered softly in a mix of storm-clouded sunlight admitted through small, arched windows and a diffuse electric glow from ceiling fixtures. They stood in the main room, a smallish space dominated by a table and chairs. A kitchen occupied one wall and a workspace another. Openings led to smaller nooks and sleeping rooms. Outside, the wind howled past the doors and windows, shaving a fresh layer of skin from the exterior of the walls. Jar Jar Binks looked around with a mix of curiosity and relief. "Tea's cozy," he murmured. Anakin's mother entered from a work area off to one side, brushing her hands on her dress. She was a woman of 40, her long brown hair tied back from her worn face, her clothing rough and simple. She had been pretty once, and Anakin would say she was pretty still, but time and the demands of her life were catching up with her. Her smile was warm and youthful as she greeted her son, but it faded quickly as she caught sight of the people behind him. "Oh my," she exclaimed softly, glancing uncertainly from face to face. "Annie, what's this?" Anakin beamed. "These are my friends, Mom." He smiled at Padme. "This is Padme Nabari, and this is," he stopped. "Gee, I guess I don't know any of your names," he admitted. Qui-Gon stepped forward. "I'm Qui-Gon Jinn, and this is Jar Jar Binks." He indicated the Gungan, who made a sort of fluttering gesture with his hands. The R2 unit made a small beep. "And our droid R2-D2," Padme finished. "I'm building a droid," Anakin announced quickly, anxious to show Padme his project. "You wanna see?" Anakin, his mother's voice stopped him in his tracks. Resolve tightened her features. "Anakin, why are they here?" He looked at her confused. "There's a sandstorm, Mom, listen." She glanced at the door, then out the windows. The wind howled past, a river of sand and grit. "Your son was kind enough to offer us shelter," Qui-Gon explained. "We met at the shop where he works." Come on," Anakin insisted, grabbing Padme's hand once more. "Let me show you my droid." He led Padme toward his bedroom, already beginning a detailed explanation of what he was doing. The girl followed without arguing, listening attentively. R2-D2 went with them, beeping in response to the boy's words. Jar Jar stayed where he was, still looking around, appearing to want someone to tell him what to do. Qui-Gon stood facing the boy's mother in awkward silence. Grains of sand beat against the thick glass of the windows with a rapid poking sound. "I'm SHMI Skywalker," she said, holding out her hand. "Anakin and I are pleased to have you as our guests." Qui-Gon had already appraised the situation and determined what was needed. He reached under his poncho and pulled 5 small capsules from a pouch in his belt. "I know this is unexpected. Take these. There's enough food for a meal." She accepted the capsules. "Thank you," her eyes lifted and lowered again. "Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I was abrupt. I'll never get used to Anakin's surprises, I guess." "He's a very special boy," Qui-Gon offered. SHMI's eyes lifted again, and the look she gave him suggested they shared an important secret. "Yes," she said softly, "I know." In his bedroom, Anakin was showing Padme C-3PO. The droid lay on his workbench, deactivated at the moment because the boy was in the process of fabricating its metal skin. He had completed the internal wiring, but its torso, arms, and legs were still bare of any covering. One eye was out of its head as well, lying nearby where he had left it after tightening down the visual refractor the night before. Padme bent over his shoulder, studying the droid carefully. "Isn't he great?" Anakin asked eagerly, anxious for her reaction. "He's not finished yet, but he will be soon." "He's wonderful," the girl answered, genuinely impressed. The boy flushed with pride. "You really like him? He's a protocol droid to help Mom watch." He activated C-3PO with a flip of its power switch, and the droid sat up at once. Anakin rushed around hurriedly, searching, then snatched up the missing eye from his workbench and snapped it into its proper socket. The C-3PO looked at them. "How do you do? I am a protocol droid trained in and adept at cyborg relatives, customs, and humans." "Oops," Anakin said quickly. "He's a little confused." He snatched up a long-handled tool with an electronic designator and fitted it carefully to a port in C-3PO's head, then ratcheted the handle several turns, studying the setting as he did so. When he had it where he wanted, he pushed a button on the handle. C-3PO jerked several times in response. When Anakin removed the designator, the droid stood up from the workbench and faced Padme. "How do you do? I am C-3PO, Human-Cyborg Relations. How may I serve you?" Anakin shrugged. "I just named him the other day, but I forgot to enter the code in his memory banks so he could tell you himself." Padme grinned at Anakin, delighted. "He's perfect." R2-D2 sidled up to them and emitted a sharp flurry of beeps and whistles. The C-3PO glanced down curiously. "I beg your pardon, what do you mean I'm naked?" R2-D2 beeped some more. "Goodness, how embarrassing." C-3PO glanced quickly over his skeletal limbs. "My parts are showing, my goodness." Anakin pursed his lips. "Sort of, but don't worry, I'll fix that soon enough." He eased the droid back toward the workbench, glancing over his shoulder at Padme. "When the storm is over, you can see my racer. I'm building a pod racer, but Watto doesn't know about it. It's a secret." Padme smiled. "That's okay, I'm very good at keeping secrets." The storm continued throughout the remainder of the day, engulfing Mos Espa, sand blown in from the desert piling up against the shuttered buildings, forming ramps against doorways and walls, clouding the air and shutting out the light. SHMI Skywalker used the food capsules Qui-Gon had given her to prepare dinner for them. As she worked on their meal, and while Padme was occupied with Anakin in the other room, Qui-Gon moved off alone into one corner and surreptitiously contacted Obi-Wan on the comlink. The connection was less than perfect, but they were able to communicate sufficiently for the Jedi Master to learn of the transmission from Naboo. "You made the right choice, Obi-Wan," he assured his young protege, keeping his voice low. "The Queen is very upset," the other advised, his response crackling through the storm. Qui-Gon glanced over to where SHMI was standing at the cook surface, her back turned. "That transmission was bait to establish a trace, I'm certain of it." But what if Governor Bibble is telling the truth and the Naboo are dying?" Qui-Gon sighed. "Either way, we're running out of time," he advised quietly and ended the transmission. They sat down to eat SHMI's dinner a short while after, the storm still howling without, an eerie backdrop of sound against the silence within. Qui-Gon and Padme occupied the ends of the table, while Anakin, Jar Jar, and SHMI sat at its sides. Anakin, in the way of small boys, began talking about life as a slave, in no way embarrassed to be doing so, thinking of it only as a fact of his life and anxious to share himself with his new friends. Shmi, more protective of her son's station, was making an effort to help their guests appreciate the severity of their situation. All slaves have transmitters placed inside their bodies, Shmi was explaining. I've been working on a scanner to try to locate them, but so far no luck, Anakin said solemnly. Shmi smiled any attempt at escape. And they blow you up, the boy finished, poofs. Jar Jar had been slurping contentedly at his soup, listening with half an ear as he devoured the very tasty broth. He overdid it on hearing this, however, making such a loud noise that he stopped conversation altogether. All eyes turned on him momentarily. He lowered his head in embarrassment and pretended not to see. Padme looked back at Shmi. I can't believe slavery is still permitted in the galaxy. The Republic's anti-slavery laws should. The Republic doesn't exist out here, Shmi interrupted quickly, her voice hard. We must survive on our own. There was an awkward silence as Padme looked away, not knowing what else to say. Have you ever seen a pod race? Anakin asked, trying to ease her discomfort. Padme shook her head no. She glanced at Shmi, noting the sudden concern on the woman's lined face. Jar Jar launched his tongue at a morsel of food nestled deep in a serving bowl at the far end of the table, deftly plucking it out, drawing it in, swallowing it, and smacking his lips in satisfaction. A disapproving look from Qui-Gon quickly silenced him. They have pod racing on Malastare, the Jedi Master observed. Very fast, very dangerous. Anakin grinned. I'm the only human who can do it. A sharp glance from his mother wiped the grin from his face. Mom, what? I'm not bragging, it's true. Watto says he's never heard of a human doing it. Qui-Gon studied him carefully. You must have Jedi reflexes if you race pods. Anakin smiled broadly at the compliment. Jar Jar's tongue snaked toward the serving bowl in an effort to snare another morsel, but this time Qui-Gon was waiting. His hand moved swiftly, and in a heartbeat he had secured the Gungan's tongue between his thumb and forefinger. Jar Jar froze, his mouth open, his tongue held fast, his eyes wide. Don't do that again, Qui-Gon advised, an edge to his soft voice. Jar Jar tried to say something, but it came out an unintelligible mumble. Qui-Gon released the Gungan's tongue, and it snapped back into place. Jar Jar massaged his billed mouth ruefully. Anakin's young face lifted to the older man's, and his voice was hesitant. I was wondering something. Qui-Gon nodded for him to continue. The boy cleared his throat, screwing up his courage. You're a Jedi Knight, aren't you? There was a long moment of silence as the man and the boy stared at each other. What makes you think that? Qui-Gon asked finally. Anakin swallowed. I saw your lightsaber. Only Jedi Knights carry that kind of weapon. Qui-Gon continued to stare at him, then leaned back slowly in his chair and smiled. Perhaps I killed a Jedi and stole it from him. Anakin shook his head quickly. I don't think so. No one can kill a Jedi. Qui-Gon's smile faded, and there was a hint of sadness in his dark eyes. I wish that were so. I had a dream I was a Jedi, the boy said quickly, anxious to talk about it now. I came back here and freed all the slaves. I dreamed it just the other night when I was out in the desert. He paused, his young face expectant. Have you come to free us? Qui-Gon Jinn shook his head. No, I'm afraid not, he trailed off, hesitating. I think you have, the boy insisted, defiance in his eyes. Why else would you be here? Shmi was about to say something to chastise her son for his impudence perhaps, but Qui-Gon spoke first, leaning forward conspiratorially. I can see there's no fooling you, Anakin, but you mustn't let anyone know about us. We're on our way to Coruscant, the central system in the Republic, on a very important mission. It must be kept secret. As Anakin's eyes widened, Coruscant, wow, how did you end up out here in the Outer Rim? Our ship was damaged, Padme answered him. We're stranded here until we can repair it. I can help, the boy announced quickly, anxious to be of service to them. I can fix anything. Qui-Gon smiled at his enthusiasm. I believe you can, but our first task, as you know from our visit to Watto's shop, is to acquire the parts we need. Wit nut and ta trade, Jar Jar pointed out sourly. Padme was looking at Qui-Gon speculatively. These junk dealers must have a weakness of some kind. Gambling, SHMI said at once. She rose and began clearing the table of dishes. Everything in Mos Espa revolves around betting on those awful pod races. Qui-Gon rose, walked to the window, and stared out through the thick, diffuse glass at the clouds of wind-blown sand. Pod racing, he mused. Greed can be a powerful ally if it's used properly. Anakin leapt to his feet. I've built a racer, he declared triumphantly. His boy's face shone with pride. It's the fastest ever. There's a big race day after tomorrow on Bunta Eve. You could enter my pod. It's all but finished. Anakin settled down, his mother said sharply, cutting him short. Her eyes were bright with concern. Watto won't let you race. Watto doesn't have to know the racer is mine, the boy replied quickly, his mind working through the problem. He turned back to Qui-Gon. You could make him think it was yours. You could get him to let me pilot it for you. The Jedi Master had caught the look in SHMI's eyes. He met her gaze, silently acknowledged her consternation, and waited patiently for her response. I don't want you to race, Annie, his mother said quietly. She shook her head to emphasize her words, weariness and concern reflected in her eyes. It's awful. I die every time Watto makes you do it, every time. Anakin bit his lip. But Mom, I love it, he gestured at Qui-Gon. And they need my help, they're in trouble. The prize money would more than pay for the parts they need. Jar Jar Binks nodded in support. We in kinda bad goo. Qui-Gon walked over to Anakin and looked down at him. Your mother's right, let's drop the matter. He held the boy's gaze for a moment, then turned back to his mother. Do you know of anyone friendly to the Republic who might be able to help us? SHMI stood silent and unmoving as she thought the matter through. She shook her head no. We have to help them, Mom, Anakin insisted, knowing he was right about this, that he was meant to help the Jedi and his companions. Remember what you said? You said the biggest problem in the universe is that no one helps anyone. SHMI sighed, Anakin, don't. But you said it, Mom. The boy refused to back down, his eyes locked on hers. SHMI Skywalker made no response this time, her brow furrowed, her body still. I'm sure Qui-Gon doesn't want to put your son in danger, Padme said suddenly, uncomfortable with the confrontation they had brought about between mother and son, trying to ease the tension. We will find another way. SHMI looked over at the girl and shook her head slowly. No, Annie's right. There is no other way. I may not like it, but he can help you. She paused. Maybe he was meant to help you. She said it as if coming to a conclusion that had eluded her until now. As if discovering a truth that, while painful, was obvious. Anakin's face lit up. Is that a yes? He clapped his hands in glee. That is a yes. Night blanketed the vast cityscape of Coruscant, cloaking the endless horizon of gleaming spires in deep velvet layers. Lights blazed from windows, bright pinpricks against the black. As far as the eye could see, as far as a being could travel, the city's buildings jutted from the planet's surface in needles of steel alloy and reflective glass. Long ago, the city had consumed the planet with its bulk, and now there was only the city, the center of the galaxy, the heartbeat of the Republic's rule. A rule that some were intending to end once and for all, a rule that some despised. Darth Sidious stood high on a balcony overlooking Coruscant, his concealing black robes making him appear as if he were a creature produced by the night. He stood facing the city, his eyes directed at its lights, at the faint movement of its air traffic, disinterested in his apprentice, Darth Maul, who waited to one side. His thoughts were of the Sith and of the history of their order. The Sith had come into being almost 2,000 years ago. They were a cult given over to the dark side of the Force, embracing fully the concept that power denied was power wasted. A rogue Jedi Knight had founded the Sith, a singular dissident in an order of harmonious followers, a rebel who understood from the beginning that the real power of the Force lay not in the light but in the dark. Failing to gain approval for his beliefs from the Council, he had broken with the Order, departing with his knowledge and his skills, swearing in secret that he could bring down those who had dismissed him. He was alone at first, but others from the Jedi Order who believed as he did and who had followed him in his study of the dark side soon came over. Others were recruited, and soon the ranks of the Sith swelled to more than 50 in number. Disdaining the concepts of cooperation and consensus, relying on the belief that acquisition of power in any form lends strength and yields control, the Sith began to build their cult in opposition to the Jedi. Theirs was not an order created to serve. Theirs was an order created to dominate. Their war with the Jedi was vengeful and furious and ultimately doomed. The rogue Jedi who had founded the Sith Order was its nominal leader, but his ambition excluded any sharing of power. His disciples began to conspire against him and each other almost from the beginning, so that the war they instigated was as much with each other as with the Jedi. In the end, the Sith destroyed themselves. They destroyed their leader first, then each other. What few survived the initial bloodbath were quickly dispatched by watchful Jedi. In a matter of only weeks, all of them died. All but one. Darth Maul shifted impatiently. The younger Sith had not yet learned his master's patience. That would come with time and training. It was patience that had saved the Sith Order in the end. It was patience that would give them their victory now over the Jedi. The Sith who had survived when all of his fellows had died had understood that. He had adopted patience as a virtue when the others had forsaken it. He had adopted cunning, stealth, and subterfuge as the foundation of his way, old Jedi virtues the others had disdained. He stood aside while the Sith tore at each other like cricks and were destroyed. When the carnage was complete, he went into hiding, biding his time, waiting for his chance. When it was believed all of the Sith were destroyed, he emerged from his concealment. At first, he worked alone, but he was growing old and he was the last of his kind. Eventually, he went out in search of an apprentice. Finding one, he trained him to be a master in his turn, then to find his own apprentice, and so to carry on their work. But there would only be two at any one time. There would be no repetition of the mistakes of the old order, no struggle between Siths warring for power within the cult. Their common enemy was the Jedi, not each other. It was for their war with the Jedi they must save themselves. The Sith who reinvented the Order called himself Darth Bane. 1,000 years had passed since the Sith were believed destroyed, and the time they had waited for had come at last. Tatooine is sparsely populated. His student's rough voice broke into his thoughts, and Darth Sidious lifted his eyes to the hologram. The Hutt's rule, the Republic has no presence. If the trace was correct, Master, I will find them quickly and without hindrance. The yellow eyes glimmered with excitement and anticipation in the strange mosaic of Darth Maul's face as he waited impatiently for a response. Darth Sidious was pleased. Move against the Jedi first, he advised softly. You will then have no difficulty taking the Queen back to Naboo, where she will sign the treaty. Darth Maul exhaled sharply. Satisfaction permeated his voice. At last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we will have our revenge. You have been well trained, my young apprentice, Darth Sidious soothed. The Jedi will be no match for you. It is too late for them to stop us now. Everything is going as planned. The Republic will soon be in my control. In the silence that followed, the Sith Lord could feel a dark heat rise inside his chest and consume him with a furious pleasure. In the home of Anakin Skywalker, Qui-Gon Jinn stood silently at the doorway of the boy's bedroom and watched him sleep. His mother and Padme occupied the other bedroom, and Jar Jar Binks was curled up on the kitchen floor in a fetal position, snoring loudly. But Qui-Gon could not sleep. It was this boy, there was something about him. The Jedi Master watched the soft rise and fall of his chest as he lay locked in slumber, unaware of Qui-Gon's presence. The boy was special. He had told Shmi Skywalker, and she had agreed. She knew it too. She sensed it as he did. Anakin Skywalker was different. Qui-Gon lifted his gaze to a darkened window. The storm had subsided, the wind abated. It was quiet without, the night soft and welcoming in its peace. The Jedi Master thought for a moment on his own life. He knew what they said about him at council. He was willful, even reckless in his choices. He was strong, but he dissipated his strength on causes that did not merit his attention. But rules were not created solely to govern behavior. Rules were created to provide a road map to understanding the Force. Was it so wrong for him to bend those rules when his conscience whispered to him that he must? The Jedi folded his arms over his broad chest. The Force was a complex and difficult concept. The Force was rooted in the balance of all things, and every movement within its flow risked an upsetting of that balance. A Jedi sought to keep the balance in place, to move in concert to its pace and will. But the Force existed on more than one plane, and achieving mastery of its multiple passages was a lifetime's work. Or more, he knew his own weakness. He was too close to the life force when he should have been more attentive to the unifying force. He found himself reaching out to the creatures of the present, to those living in the here and now. He had less regard for the past or the future, to the creatures that had or would occupy those times and spaces. As it was the life force that bound him, that gave him heart and mind and spirit. So it was he empathized with Anakin Skywalker in ways that other Jedi would discourage, finding in this boy a promise he could not ignore. Obi-Wan would see the boy and Jar Jar in the same light: useless burdens, pointless projects, unnecessary distractions. Obi-Wan was grounded in the need to focus on the larger picture, on the unifying force. He lacked Qui-Gon's intuitive nature. He lacked his teacher's compassion for and interest in all living things. He did not see the same things Qui-Gon saw. Qui-Gon sighed. This was not a criticism, only an observation. Who was to say that either of them was the better for how they interpreted the demands of the Force? But it placed them at odds sometimes, and more often than not it was Obi-Wan's position the Council supported, not Qui-Gon's. It would be that way again, he knew, many times. But this would not deter him from doing what he believed he must. He would know the truth about Anakin Skywalker. He would discover his place in the Force, both living and unifying. He would learn who this boy was meant to be. Minutes later, he was stretched out on the floor asleep. The new day dawned bright and clear, Tatooine's twin suns blazing down out of a clear blue sky. The sandstorm had moved on to other regions, sweeping the landscape clean of everything but the mountains and rocky outcroppings of the desert and the buildings of Mos Espa. Anakin was up and dressed before his guests stirred awake, eager to get to the shop and advise Watto of his plan for the upcoming pod race. Qui-Gon warned him not to be too eager in making his suggestion to the Tidarian, but to stay calm and let Qui-Gon handle the bargaining. But Anakin was so excited he barely heard what the other was saying. The Jedi Master knew it would be up to him to employ whatever mix of cunning and diplomacy was required to achieve their ends. Greed was the operative word in dealing with Watto, of course, the key that would open any door the Tidarian kept locked. They walked from the slave quarters through the city to Watto's shop, Anakin leading the way, Qui-Gon and Padmé close at his heels, Jar Jar and R2-D2 bringing up the rear. The city was awake and bustling early, the shopkeepers and merchants shoveling and sweeping away drifts of sand, reassembling stalls and awnings, and righting carts and damaged fences. Eopes and Rontos performed the heavy labor where sleds and droids lacked sufficient muscle. Wagons were already hauling fresh supplies and merchandise from warehouses and storage bins, and the receiving bays of the spaceport were back to welcoming ships from off-planet. Qui-Gon let Anakin go on ahead to the shop as they drew near, in order to give the boy a chance to approach Watto on the subject of the pod races first. With the others in tow, the Jedi Master moved to a food stall across the way, persuaded a vendor to part with a handful of gooey dweezils, and bided his time. When the dweezils were consumed, he moved his group across the plaza to the front of Watto's shop. Jar Jar, already unsettled anew by all the activity, took up a position on a crate near the shop entry, his back to the wall, his eyes darting this way and that in anticipation of something awful befalling him. R2-D2 moved over beside him, beeping softly, trying to reassure him that everything was okay. Qui-Gon told Padmé to keep a wary eye on the Gungan. He didn't want Jar Jar getting into any more trouble. He was starting into the shop when the girl put a hand on his arm. "Are you sure about this?" she asked, doubt mirrored clearly in her brown eyes. "Trusting our fate to a boy we hardly know?" She wrinkled her smooth brow. "The Queen would not approve." Qui-Gon met her gaze squarely. "The Queen does not need to know." Her eyes blazed defiantly. "Well, I don't approve." He gave her a questioning look, then turned away wordlessly. Inside the salvage shop, he found Watto and Anakin engaged in a heated discussion. The Tidarian hovering centimeters from the boy's face, blue wings a blur of motion, snout curled inward as he gestured sharply and purposely with both hands. "Empata go bala," he shouted in Huddy's chubby body jerking with the force of his words. The boy blinked but held his ground. "No bata." "Peduncle," Watto flitted backward and forward, up and down, everything moving at once. "Banio, banio," Anakin shouted. Qui-Gon moved out of the shadowed entry and into the light where they could see him clearly. Watto turned away from Anakin at once, toothy mouth working, and flew into Qui-Gon's face in a frenzy of ill-concealed excitement. "The boy tells me you want to sponsor him in the race tomorrow," the words exploded out of him. "You can't afford parts. How can you afford to enter him in the race? Not on Republic credits, I think." He broke into raucous laughter, but Qui-Gon did not miss the hint of curiosity that gleamed in his slitted eyes. My ship will be the entry fee," the Jedi advised bluntly. He reached beneath his poncho and brought out a tiny holoprojector. Clicking on the power source, he projected a hologram of the Queen's transport into the air in front of Watto. The Tidarian flitted closer, studying the projection carefully. Not bad, not bad, the wrinkled blue proboscis bobbed, a Nubian's. It's in good order except for the parts we need. Qui-Gon gave him another moment, then flicked off the holoprojector and tucked it back beneath his poncho. But what would the boy ride? Watto demanded irritably. He smashed up my pod in the last race. It will take too long to fix it for the Bunta. Qui-Gon glanced at Anakin, who was clearly embarrassed. It wasn't my fault, really. Sebulba flashed me with his port vents. I actually saved the pod racer mostly. Watto laughed harshly. That he did, the boy is good, no doubts there, he shook his head. But still. I have acquired a pod in a game of chance, Qui-Gon interrupted smoothly, drawing the others' attention back to him. The fastest ever built. He did not look at Anakin, but he imagined the expression on the boy's face. I hope you didn't kill anyone I know for it, Watto snapped. He burst into a new round of laughter before bringing himself under control again. So you supply the pod racer and the entry fee, I supply the boy. We split the winnings 50-50, I think. 50-50? Qui-Gon brushed the suggestion aside. If it's going to be 50-50, I suggest you front the cost of the entry. If we win, you keep all the winnings minus the cost of the parts I need. If we lose, you keep my ship. Watto was clearly caught by surprise. He thought the matter through, hand rubbing at his snout, wings beating the air with a buzzing sound. The offer was too good and he was suspicious. Out of the corner of his eye, Qui-Gon saw Anakin glance over at him nervously. Either way you win, Qui-Gon pointed out softly. Watto pounded his fist into his open palm. Deal? He turned to the boy, chuckling. Your friend makes a foolish bargain, boy. Better teach him what you know about how to deal for goods. He was still laughing as Qui-Gon left the shop. The Jedi Master collected Padme, Jar Jar, and R2-D2, and left word for Anakin to join them as soon as Watto would free him up to work on the pod racer. Since Watto was more interested in the upcoming race than in managing the shop, he dismissed the boy at once with instructions to make certain the racer he would be driving was a worthy contender and not some piece of space junk that would cause everyone to laugh at the Tidarian for his foolish decision to enter it in the first place. As a result, Anakin was home almost before Qui-Gon and the others, eagerly leading them to where his project was concealed in the slave quarter boneyards. The pod racer was shaped like a narrow half-cylinder with a rudder skid attached to its flat bottom, a cockpit carved into its curved top, and steering arms attached at its sides. Sleek Radonulzer fighter engines with scoop-air stabilizers towed the pod at the end of Steelton cables. The effect was something like seeing a dupe bug attached to a pair of banthas. Working together, the company activated the antigrav lifts and guided the pod and its enormous engines into the courtyard in back of Anakin's home. With Padme, Jar Jar, and R2-D2 lending assistance and encouragement, the boy immediately went to work prepping the pod for the upcoming race. While Anakin and his helpers were thus engaged, Qui-Gon mounted the back porch of the Skywalker home, glanced around to make certain he was alone, and switched on the comlink to contact Obi-Wan. His protege answered immediately, anxious for a report, and Qui-Gon filled him in on what was happening. If all goes well, we will have our hyperdrive generator by tomorrow afternoon and be on our way, he concluded. Obi-Wan's silence was telling. What if this plan fails, Master? We could be stuck here for a long time. Qui-Gon Jinn looked out over the squalor of the slave quarters and the roofs of the buildings of Mos Espa beyond, the sun's a bright glare overhead. A ship without a power supply will not get us anywhere. We have no choice. He switched off the comlink and tucked it away. And there is something about this boy, he whispered to himself, leaving the thought unfinished. SHMI Skywalker appeared through the back door and moved over to join him. Together they stood watching the activity in the courtyard below. You should be proud of your son, Qui-Gon said after a moment. He gives without any thought of reward. SHMI nodded, a smile flitting over her worn face. He knows nothing of greed, only of dreams he has. Special powers. Oh, the woman glanced at him warily, yes. He can see things before they happen, the Jedi Master continued. That's why he appears to have such quick reflexes. It is a Jedi trait. Her eyes were fixed on him, and he did not miss the glimmer of hope that shone there. He deserves better than a slave's life, she said quietly. Qui-Gon kept his gaze directed out at the courtyard. The Force is unusually strong with him, that much is clear. Who was his father? There was a long pause, long enough for the Jedi Master to realize he had asked a question she was not prepared to answer. He gave her time and space to deal with the matter, not pressing her, not making it seem as if it were necessary she answer at all. There is no father, she said finally. She shook her head slowly. I carried him, I gave birth to him, I raised him. I can't tell you any more than that. She touched his arm, drawing his eyes to meet hers. Can you help him? Qui-Gon was silent for a long time, thinking. He felt an attachment to Anakin Skywalker he could not explain. In the back of his mind, he sensed he was meant to do something for this boy, that it was necessary he try. But all Jedi were identified within the first 6 months of birth and given over to their training. It was true for him, for Obi-Wan, for everyone he knew or had heard about. There were no exceptions. Can you help him? He did not know how that was possible. I don't know, he told her, keeping his voice gentle but firm. I didn't come here to free slaves. Had he been born in the Republic, we would have identified him early and he might have become a Jedi. He has the way. I'm not sure what I can do for him. She nodded in resignation, but her face revealed beneath the mask of her acceptance a glimmer of hope. As Anakin tightened the wiring on the thruster relays to the left engine, a group of his friends appeared. The older boys were Kitster and Seek, the younger girl was Amy, and the Rodian was Wald. Anakin broke off his efforts to complete the wiring long enough to introduce them to Padme, Jar Jar, and R2-D2. Wow, a real astromech droid, Kitster exclaimed, whistling softly. How'd you get so lucky? Anakin shrugged. That isn't the half of it, he declared, puffing up a bit. I'm entered in the Bunta tomorrow. Kitster made a face and pushed back his mop of dark hair. What with this? That piece of junk has never even been off the ground, Wald said, nudging Amy. This is such a joke, Annie. You've been working on that thing for years, Amy observed, her small, delicate features twisting in disapproval. She shook her blonde head. It's never going to run. Anakin started to say something in defense of himself, then decided against it. Better to let them think whatever they wanted for now. He would show them. Come on, let's go play ball, Seek suggested, already turning away, a hint of boredom in his voice. Keep it up, Annie, and you're gonna be bug squash. Seek, Wald, and Amy hurried off, laughing back at him. But Kitster was his best friend and knew better than to doubt Anakin when he said he was going to do something. So Kitster stayed behind, ignoring the others. What do they know? He said quietly. Anakin gave him a grin of appreciation. Then he noticed Jar Jar fiddling with the left engine's energy binder plate, the power source that locked the engines together and kept them in sync, and the grin disappeared. "Hey, Jar Jar," he shouted in warning, "stay away from those energy binders." The Gungan, bent close to the protruding plate, looked up guiltily. "Who, me?" Anakin put his hands on his hips. "If your hand gets caught in the beam, it will go numb for hours." Jar Jar screwed up his face, then put his hands behind his back and stuck his build face back down by the plate. Almost instantly, an electric current arced from the plate to his mouth, causing him to yelp and jump back in shocked surprise. Both hands clamped over his mouth as he stood staring at the boy in disbelief. First numb, Jar Jar mumbled, his long tongue hanging loosely. "My tongue is fat, that's my big o oucho." Anakin shook his head and went back to work on the wiring. Kitster moved close to him, watching silently, his dark face intense. "You don't even know if this thing will run, Annie," he observed with a frown. As Anakin didn't look up, "It wills." Qui-Gon Jinn appeared at his shoulder. "I think it's about time we found out." He handed the boy a small, bulky cylinder. "Use this power pack. I picked it up earlier in the day. Watto has less need for it than you." One corner of his mouth twitched in a mix of embarrassment and amusement. As Anakin knew the value of a power pack, how the Jedi had managed to secure one from under Watto's nose, he had no idea and no interest in finding out. "Yes, sir," he beamed. He jumped into the cockpit, fitted the power pack into its sleeve in the control panel, and set the activator to the ON position. Then he pulled on his old, dented racing helmet and gloves. As he did so, Jar Jar, who had been fiddling around at the back of one of the engines, managed to get his hand caught in the afterburner. The Gungan began leaping up and down in terror, his mouth still numb from the shock he had received from the energy binders, his bill flapping to no discernible purpose. Padme caught sight of him at the last minute, his arms windmilling frantically, and yanked him free an instant before the engines ignited. The flame exploded from the afterburners, and a huge roar rose from the radonulzers, building steadily in pitch until Anakin eased off on the thrusters, then settling back into a throaty rumble. Cheers rose from the spectators, and Anakin waved his hand in response. On the porch of their home, SHMI Skywalker watched wordlessly, her eyes distant and sad. The twilight brought a blaze of gold and crimson in the wake of Tatooine's departing suns, a splash of color that filled the horizon in a long, graceful sweep. Night climbed after, darkening the sky, bringing out the stars like scattered shards of crystal. In the deepening black, the land was silent and watchful. As a gleam of bright metal caught the last of the fading sun's rays, and a small transport sped out of the dune sea toward Mos Espa. Shovel-nosed and knife-edged, its wings swept back and its vertical stabilizers crimped inward top to bottom. It hugged the landscape as it climbed promontories and descended valleys, searching. Dark and immutable, it had the look of a predator, of a hunter at work. Beyond the dune sea, following the failing light, the craft settled swiftly on the broad plateau of a mesa that gave a long-range view of the land in all directions. Wild banthas scattered with its approach, tossing their hairy heads and massive horns, trumpeting their disapproval. The transport came to rest and its engines shut down. It sat there in silence, waiting. Then the aft hatchway slid open, metal stairs lowered, and Darth Maul appeared. The Sith Lord had discarded his black robes and wore loose-fitting desert garb, a collared coat belted at the waist, his lightsaber hanging within easy reach. His stunted horns, fully exposed now with his hood removed, formed a wicked crown above his strange red and black-colored face. Ignoring the banthas, he walked to the edge of the mesa, produced a pair of low-light electro-binoculars, and began to scan the horizon in all directions. Desert sand and rocks, he was thinking, wasteland, but a city there and another there, and there a third. He took the electro-binoculars from his eyes. The lights of the cities were clearly visible against the growing dark. If there were others, they were far on the other side of the dune sea where he had already been, or beyond the horizon much farther still where he would later be required to go. But the Jedi, he believed, were here. There was no expression on his mosaic face, but his yellow eyes gleamed expectantly. Soon now, soon. He lifted his arm to view the control panel strapped to his forearm, picked out the settings he wished to engage, and punched in the calculations required to identify the enemy he was looking for. Jedi Knights would manifest a particularly strong presence in the Force. It took only a minute. He turned back toward his ship. Spherical probe droids floated through the hatchway one after another. When all were clear, they rocketed away toward the cities he had identified. Darth Maul watched until they were out of view, the darkness closing quickly now. He smiled faintly. Soon. Then he walked back to his ship to begin monitoring their response. Darkness cloaked Mos Espa in deepening layers as night descended. Anakin sat quietly on the balcony rail of his back porch while Qui-Gon studied a deep cut in the boy's arm. Anakin had sustained the cut sometime during the afternoon's prep work on the pod racer, and in typical boy fashion, he hadn't even noticed it until now. Anakin gave the injury a cursory glance as the Jedi prepared to clean it, then leaned back to look up at the blanket of stars in the sky. "Sit still, Annie," Qui-Gon instructed. The boy barely heard him. There are so many, do they all have a system of planets? Most of them, Qui-Gon produced a clean piece of cloth. Has anyone been to all of them? Qui-Gon laughed, not likely. Anakin nodded, still looking up. I want to be the first one then, the first to see them all, ouch. Qui-Gon wiped a smear of blood from the boy's arm, then applied some antiseptic. They're good as new. Annie, bedtime, SHMI called out from inside. Qui-Gon produced a comlink chip and wiped a sample of Anakin's blood onto its surface. The boy leaned forward interestedly. What are you doing? The Jedi barely looked up, checking your blood for infections. Anakin frowned. I've never seen. Annie, his mother called again, more insistent this time. I'm not going to tell you again. Go on, Qui-Gon urged, gesturing toward the doorway. You have a big day tomorrow. He tucked the cloth into his tunic. Good night. Anakin hesitated, his eyes fixed on the Jedi Master, intense and questioning. Then he turned and darted off into his home. Qui-Gon waited a moment, making sure he was alone, then slipped the chip with the boy's blood sample into a relay slot in the comlink and called Obi-Wan aboard the Queen's transport. Yes, Master, his protege responded, alert in spite of the lateness of the hour. I'm transmitting a blood sample, Qui-Gon advised, glancing about guardedly as he spoke. Run a midichlorian test on it. He sent the blood readings through the comlink to Obi-Wan and stood waiting in the silence. He could feel the beating of his heart, quick and excited, if he was right about this. Master, Obi-Wan interrupted his musings. There must be something wrong with the sample. Qui-Gon took a slow, deep breath and exhaled softly. What do the readings say, Obi-Wan? They say the midichlorian count is 20,000. The younger Jedi's voice tightened. No one has a count that high, not even Master Yoda. No one. Qui-Gon stood staring out into the night, staggered by the immensity of his discovery. Then he let his gaze wander back toward the hovel where the boy was sleeping and stiffened. SHMI Skywalker stood just inside the doorway, staring at him. Their eyes met, and for just an instant it felt to the Jedi Master as if the future had been revealed to him in its entirety. Then SHMI turned away, embarrassed, and disappeared back into her home. Qui-Gon paused a moment, then remembered the open comlink. "Good night, Obi-Wan," he said softly and clicked the transmitter off. Midnight approached. Anakin Skywalker, unable to sleep, had slipped out of his bed and gone down into the backyard to complete a final check of the racer, of its controls, its wiring, its relays, its power source, everything he could think of. Now he stood staring at it, trying to determine what he might have missed, what he might have overlooked. He could afford no mistakes. He must make certain he had done all that he could, so that he would win tomorrow's race. Because he must. He must. He watched R2-D2 scuttle around the racer, applying paint in broad strokes to its polished metal body, aided by a light projecting from a receptacle mounted over his visual sensors and a steady stream of advice from C-3PO. The boy had activated the latter earlier on the advice of Padme. "Many hands make light work," she had intoned solemnly, then grinned. C-3PO wasn't much with his hands, but his vocoder was certainly tireless. In any case, R2-D2 seemed to like having him around, exchanging beeps and chirps with his protocol counterpart as he scuttled about the racer. The little astromech droid worked tirelessly, cheerfully, and willingly. Nothing perturbed him. Anakin envied him. Droids were either well put together or they weren't. Unlike humans, they didn't respond to weariness or disappointment or fear. He chased the thought away quickly and looked up at the starry sky. After a moment, he sat down, his back against a crate of old parts, his goggles and racing helmet at his side. Idly, he fingered the Japper carving in his pocket, the one he was working on for Padme. His thoughts drifted. He couldn't explain it exactly, but he knew that tomorrow would change his life. That strange ability to see what others did not, that sometimes gave him insights into what would happen, told him so. His future was coming up on him in a rush, he sensed. It was closing fast, giving him no time to consider, ascending with the certainty of a sunrise. What would it bring him? The question teased at the edges of his consciousness, refusing to show itself. Change, but in what form? Qui-Gon and his companions were the bringers of that change, but he did not think even the Jedi Knight knew for certain what the end result would be. Maybe the freedom he had dreamed about for himself and his mother, he thought hopefully. Maybe an escape to a new life for both of them. Anything was possible if he won the Boonta. Anything at all. That thought was still foremost in his cluttered, weary mind when his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Anakin Skywalker dreamed that night, and in his dream he was of a different but indeterminate age. He was young still, though not so young as now, but old too. He was cut from stone, and his thoughts were emblazoned with a vision so frightening he could not bring himself to consider it fully, only to leave it just out of reach, simmering over a fire of ambition and hope. He was in a different place and time, in a world he did not recognize, in a landscape he had never seen. It was vague and shadowy in his dream, all flat and rugged at once, changing with the swiftness of a mirage born out of Tatooine's desert flats. The dream shimmered and voices reached out to him, soft and distant. He turned toward them, away from a wave of dark movement that suddenly appeared before him, away from the sleep that gave his dream life. "I hope you're about finished," he heard Padme say. But Padme was at the head of the dark wave of his dream, and the wave was an army marching toward him. R2-D2 whistled and beeped. and C-3PO chimed in with hasty assurances, saying everything was done, all was in readiness, and he stirred again. As a hand touched his cheek, brushing it softly, and the dream faded and was gone. Anakin blinked awake, rubbing at his eyes, yawning and turning over on his side. He was no longer stretched out by the parts crate where he had fallen asleep the night before, but was back in his own bed. The hand lifted away from his cheek, and Anakin stared up at Padme, at a face he found so beautiful it brought a tightness to his throat. Yet he stared at her in confusion, for she had been the central figure in his dream, different from now, older, sadder, and something more. "You were in my dream," he said, swallowing hard to get the words out. "You were leading a huge army into battles." The girl stared at him in wonder, then smiled. "I hope not. I hate fighting." Her voice was merry and light, dismissive in a way that bothered him. "Your mother wants you to get up now. We have to leave soon." Anakin climbed to his feet, fully awake. He walked to the back door and stood looking out at the anthill complex of the slave quarters, at the bustle of slaves going about their daily work, at the clear, bright early morning sky that promised good weather for the Bunta Eve race. The pod racer hung level before him on its antigrav lifts, freshly painted and gleaming in the new day's sunlight. R2-D2 bustled about with a brush and can of paint, completing the final detailing of the craft. The C-3PO, still missing most of his outer skin, his working parts clearly visible, followed along, pointing out missed patches, giving unsolicited opinions and bits of advice. The sharp wheeze of an Eopai brought him around to find Kitster riding toward them on the first of two of the beasts he had commandeered to help haul the podracer to the arena. Kitster's dark face was aglow with expectation, and he waved eagerly at Anakin as he approached. As Anakin waved back, shouting, "Hook 'em up, Kitster," he turned back to Padme, "Where's Qui-Gon?" The girl gestured. "He left with Jar Jar for the arena. They've gone to find Watto." Anakin sprinted to his bedroom to wash and dress. Qui-Gon Jinn strolled through the main hangar of the Mos Espa Podracer Arena, glancing at the activity about him with seemingly casual interest. The hangar was a cavernous building that housed podracers and equipment year-round, and served as a staging area for vehicles and crews on race days. A handful of racers were already in place on the service pads. Dozens of aliens who had found their way to Tatooine from every corner of the galaxy, crawling all over the pods and engines as pit bosses and pilots shouted instructions. The clash and shriek of metal on metal echoed in an ear-splitting din through the hangar's vast chamber, forcing conversations to be held at something approaching a shout. Jar Jar hugged one shoulder of the Jedi Master while Watto buzzed close by the other. The former was his normal, fretful, nervous self, eyes rolling on their stalks, head twisting this way and that with such frantic concern it seemed certain it must soon twist off altogether. Watto flew with blatant disregard for everything but his own conversation, which rambled on, covering the same points endlessly. "So it must be understood clearly that our bargain is sealed, Outlander," he repeated for at least the third time in the last 10 minutes. His blue-snouted head bobbed with emphasis. "I'll want to see your spaceship the moment the race is over." He made no bones about the fact that he believed that gaining lawful possession of the Naboo transport was only a matter of time. He had not once since Qui-Gon had found him at the betting booths suggested that things might work out otherwise. The Jedi Master demurred with a shrug. "Patience, my blue friend. You'll have your winnings before the sun's set, and my companions and I will be far away from here." "Not if your ship belongs to me, I think." Watto snorted and gave a satisfied laugh, just as quickly his sharp eyes fixed on the Jedi. I warn you, no funny business. Qui-Gon kept walking, his gaze directed elsewhere, carefully baiting the hook he had set for the Tidarian. You don't think Anakin will win? Watto flew around in front of him and brought them all to a stop. Wings beating furiously, he motioned to a bright orange racer parked close at hand, its engines modified so that when the energy binders were activated and the engines joined, they formed a distinctive X shape. Sitting to one side of the racer was the Dug who had attacked Jar Jar 2 days earlier, Sebulba, his wicked eyes fixed on them, his slender limbs drawn up in a vaguely menacing gesture. A pair of lithesome Twi'leks worked diligently massaging the Dug's neck and shoulders. The Twi'leks were humanoid aliens from the planet Ryloth. They had pointed teeth, smooth blue skin, and twin tentacles that draped gracefully from their hairless heads down their silken backs. Their red eyes lifted to Qui-Gon momentarily, interest flickering in their depths, then returned quickly to their master. Watto snorted. "Don't get me wrong," he announced, shaking his head in an odd cocking motion. "I have great faith in the boy. He's a credit to your species." His snaggle-toothed mouth tightened. "But Sebulba there is going to win, I think." Qui-Gon pretended to study the Dug carefully. "Why?" "Because he always wins." The Tidarian broke into a fit of laughter, consumed by his own cleverness. "I'm betting heavily on Sebulba." "I'll take that bet," Qui-Gon said at once. Watto stopped laughing instantly, jerking away as if scalded by hot oil. "What?" He shook his head in astonishment. "What do you mean?" Qui-Gon advanced a step, backing the Tidarian away. "I'll wager my new racing pod against," he trailed off thoughtfully, letting Watto hang. "Against, say, the boy and his mother." Watto was aghast. "A pod for slaves? I don't think so." The blue wings were a blur as he flitted this way and that, head cocked. "Well, perhaps just one, the mother maybe, the boy isn't for sale." Qui-Gon frowned. "The boy is small, he can't be worth much." Watto shook his head decisively. "For the fastest pod ever built." Watto shook his head again. "Both or no bet." They were standing near the front entry of the hangar, and the noise of the crew work had lessened. Beyond, the arena stands rose against the desert sky, a vast, curved complex complete with boxes for the huts, a race announcer's booth, course monitoring equipment, and food stands. Already the stands were beginning to fill, the population of Mos Espa turning out in full force for the event, shops and stalls closed, the city on holiday. Bright streamers and banners flew, and approaching racers flamed with the reflection of sunlight and polish. Qui-Gon caught sight of Anakin appearing through the crowds, riding an Eopai with Padme up behind him, towing one of the massive Radon-Ulzer engines. His friend Kitster followed on a second Eopai, towing the other engine. The Eopis were gangly, long-snouted pack animals with tough, leathery skin and short fur particularly well-suited to resisting the Tatooine desert heat. R2-D2 and C-3PO trailed the little procession with the pod and SHMI. The Jedi Master deliberately turned to watch their approach, drawing Watto's gaze after his own. The Tidarian's eyes glittered at the sight of the boy and the racer. He looked back at Qui-Gon and gave an anxious snort. "No pod's worth 2 slaves, not by a long shot, 1 slave or nothing." Qui-Gon folded his arms over his chest. "The boy, then." Watto huffed and shook his head. He jerked with the tension his deliberation was generating inside his pudgy blue body. No. Then abruptly he reached inside his pocket and produced a small cube, which he tossed from one hand to the other as if it were too hot to hold. "We'll let fate decide. Blue, it's the boy. Red, it's the mother." Watto cast the cube to the hangar floor. As he did, Qui-Gon made a small, surreptitious gesture with one hand, calling on his Jedi power to produce a small inflection in the Force. The cube bounced, rolled, settled blue side facing up. Watto threw up his hands angrily, his eyes turning narrow and sharp. You won the toss, Outlander, he sneered in dismissal. But you won't win the race, so it makes little difference, I think. We'll see, Qui-Gon replied calmly. As Anakin and the others reached them, entering the hangar with the pod and engines. Watto wheeled away from Qui-Gon in a huff, pausing long enough to snap irritably at the boy. Better stop your friend's betting, he declared with an angry snort, or I'll end up owning him too. One of the Eopes sniffed expectantly at him, and he swore at the beast in Huttese with such ferocity that it backed away. His wings beating madly, Watto gave Qui-Gon a withering glance and flew off into the hangar's shadows. What did he mean by that? Anakin asked as he slowed the Eopai beside Qui-Gon, glancing after the retreating Tidarian. Qui-Gon shrugged, I'll tell you later. Kitster pulled to a stop beside Anakin, his face alight with excitement as he looked around. This is so wizard, I'm sure you'll do it this time, Annie. Padme's gaze shifted from one to the other. Do what? She asked suspiciously. Kitster beamed, finish the race, of course. The girl paled, her eyes burned into Anakin. You've never even finished a race, she demanded incredulously. The boy blushed, well, not exactly. His mouth tightened with determination. But Kitster's right, I will this time. Qui-Gon took the Eopai's reins in his hand and patted the boy's leg. Of course you will, he agreed. From atop the Eopai, Padme Naberrie just stared at him wordlessly. In the center of Mos Espa, the crowds were beginning to thin as the population gravitated in increasing numbers toward the Podracer arena at the edge of the spaceport. Most of the shops and stalls were already closed, and the rest were in the process of doing so. Owners and vendors were completing sales and glancing anxiously in the direction of the traffic's steady flow. Amid the confusion and bustle, a Sith probe droid slowly floated along, mechanical eye traveling from shop to shop, from face to face, searching. Over 100,000 beings had filled the Podracer arena by mid-morning, jamming into the grandstand seats, crowding onto the broad viewing platforms, filling the available space. The arena became a vast sea of color and movement and sound in the emptiness of the surrounding desert. Flags and banners bearing the insignia of the racers and their sponsors waved over the assemblage, signifying favorites and creating impromptu cheering sections. Bands played in support of some racers, and isolated horns and drums beat in wild appreciation for all. Vendors walked the aisles, carrying food and drink from canopied stands below to sell to the crowd. Everywhere, excitement and anticipation was building. Then a roar erupted as the racers began to emerge from the main hangar on the far side of the start line. One by one, the Podracers hove into view, some towed by Eopes, some by hand, some by repulsorsled, all part of a long procession of pilots, pit crews, and hangers-on. Standard bearers, each carrying a flag that identified the pilot and sponsor, marched along, forming a colorful line in front of the assembly of Podracers. As overhead, the twin suns of Tatooine shone down with a bright, hungry glare. As the racers moved onto the track in front of the arena stands, a flurry of movement in the royal box signaled the arrival of Jabba the Hutt and Gardulla, his female friend. Slithering into the cooled interior of the box, the two Hutts oozed their way along the flooring to their designated places amid the bright silks that draped the rough stone. Jabba came foremost, proceeding directly to the arched overlook where he could be seen by the people of Mos Espa. Lifting his pudgy arm in greeting, he basked in the crowd's appreciative roar. Gardala muttered her approval, nodding her necklace head on the end of a thick, shapeless body, slitted eyes glittering. A coterie of humans and aliens filed in behind the two huts, guests of Mos Espaz rulers on race day, a coveted designation. A line of slave girls of varying species came last, chained together, there for the amusement of those who had chosen freely to attend. Below, the podracer pilots formed a line facing the royal box, and on command bowed deeply in recognition of and to pay homage to their benefactor. Chaubaso, Jabba rumbled, his deep voice echoing through the sound enhancers and out across the flats. Tamkachi bunta rulya ki mad adrada du wundi, welcome. The crowd roared some more, arms and flags waving madly. Horns sounded as Jabba began his introduction of the racers. Ankabati sebulba tuda pixelato. The Dug, standing immediately next to Anakin, rose on his back legs and waved to the stands. A band played wildly in support, and Sebulba's fans and anxious bettors, depending on the odds that favored the Dug, cheered and shouted in response. One by one, Jabba recognized the podracer pilots. Gasgano, Bowls Roar, Ben Quadineros, Aldar Beto, Adi Mandrel, Zelbri Mars Gu, Clegg Holdfast, Bazi Baranta, Juan Sandage. Anakin listened to the names, shifting anxiously, eager to begin. A glance over his shoulder revealed Kitster at work attaching the radon ulcers to his pod with the Steelton cables, checking the fastenings with sharp tugs. The Mahanic Tuda Hawk, Jabba boomed, Timto Pagalis Tuda Munis Mandal, Anakin Skywalker Tuda Taduine. Applause burst from the crowd, though it was not as enthusiastic as it had been for Sebulba or Gasgano or several of the others. Anakin waved in response, eyes traveling over the thousands gathered, his mind already out in the flats. When he turned to walk to his racer, his mother was standing in front of him. Her worn face was calm and determined as she bent down to give him a hug and a kiss. Her eyes were steady as she backed him off, her hands gripping his shoulders, and she could not quite mask the worry reflected there. Be safe, Annie, she told him. He nodded, swallowing. I will, Mom, I promise. She smiled, warm and reassuring, and moved away. Anakin continued on, watching Kitster and Jar Jar unhitch the Eoppies so that Kitster could lead them away. R2-D2 rolled up to Anakin and beeped with approval and reassurance. C-3PO solemnly warned against the dangers of driving too fast and wished his master well. All was ready. Jar Jar patted the boy on the back, his build face a mask of worry and consternation. "'Te's very loony, Annie. May de gods be kind, me friend." Out of the corner of his eye, Anakin saw Sebulba wander over from his own racer and begin examining the boys. Hitching along on his spindly legs, he worked his way around the radon ulcers with undisguised interest. Stopping finally at the left engine, he reached up suddenly and banged hard on a stabilizer, glancing around quickly to see if anyone had noticed. Padme appeared and bent down to kiss Anakin's cheek. Her dark eyes were intense. "You carry all our hopes," she said quietly. Anakin's lower lip jutted out. "I won't let you down." She gave him a long stare, then moved away. As she did so, Sebulba sidled up to him, his wizened, whiskery face angling close. "You won't walk away from this one, slave scum," he wheezed softly, grinning. "You're Bantha Poodoo." Anakin stood his ground, giving the Dug a stony look. "Don't count on it, slime face." Qui-Gon was approaching, and Sebulba backed away toward his own racer, malevolence mirrored in his flat stare. Horns blared, and a new roar rose from the crowd. Jabba the Hutt oozed to the lip of the royal box, his thick arms lifting. Akabaza kundi de tam h druddle, he growled. Let the challenge begin. The roar of the crowd began to build even further. Qui-Gon helped Anakin climb into his pod. The boy settled himself in place in the seat, securing his straps, fitting his old, battered racing helmet over his head and bringing down his goggles. Are you all set, Annie? The Jedi Master asked calmly. The boy nodded, eyes intense, steady. Qui-Gon held his gaze. Remember, concentrate on the moment. Feel, don't think, trust your instincts. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder and smiled. May the Force be with you, Annie. Then he backed away, and Anakin Skywalker was alone. Qui-Gon moved quickly through the crowd to the viewing platform where Shmi, Padme, and Jar Jar waited. He glanced back only once at Anakin and found the boy calmly fitting his goggles in place. The Jedi Master nodded to himself. The boy would do all right. He mounted the viewing platform with Jar Jar and the women just as it began to lift into position for the race. Shmi gave him a worried, questioning look. He's fine, Qui-Gon assured her, touching her shoulder. Padme shook her head doubtfully. You Jedi are far too reckless, she said quietly. The Queen. The Queen trusts my judgment, young handmaiden, Qui-Gon interrupted smoothly, directing his words only to her. Perhaps you should too. As she glared at him, you assume too much. The viewing platform locked into place, and all eyes turned toward the racers. Energy binders were engaged, powerful electromagnetic currents arcing between coaxial plates, locking the twin engines of each pod racer together as a single unit. Now the engines themselves began to turn over, their booming coughs and rumbles mingling with and then overwhelming the roar of the crowd. Flag bearers and pit crews moved hastily aside, clearing the start line beneath the arch that marked the beginning and end of the race. Overhead, a red light held the racers in place. Anticipating the green, the pilots gunned their engines, the massive casings shaking with the force of the power they generated, the cables that bound them to the pods and their drivers straining to break free. Standing next to Qui-Gon, Jar Jar Binks covered his eyes in dismay. Me no watch, dis gonna be messy. Though he could not bring himself to say so, the Jedi Master was inclined to agree. Steady, Anakin Skywalker, he thought to himself, concentrate. Then the light over the starting line flashed bright green, and the race was underway. When the starting light turned green, Anakin Skywalker jammed the twin thruster bars to the extreme forward position, sending maximum power to the Radanolzers. The big rocket engines bucked, roared like a caged beast, and promptly died. The boy froze. All around him, racers shot from the start in a cacophony of sound and a flashing of bright metal. Sand fountained in the wake of their passing, clouding the air in a whirlwind of grit. In seconds, the boy was alone, save for Ben Quadineros's quadrupod, which sat stalled at the starting line in mirror image of his own. Anakin's mind raced desperately. He'd fed in too much fuel from a dead start. The reworked engines couldn't handle all that power at once if the racer wasn't already moving. He yanked back on the thruster bars, returning them to the neutral position. Ratcheting back the switches to the feeder dump, he cleared the lines, then sealed them anew. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the ignition buttons. The starters cranked over and caught, and the big Radanolzers roared to life with a booming cough. He fed in fuel more cautiously this time, impatience flooding through him, then slid the thruster bars forward smoothly. The engines shot ahead, dragging the pod and the boy after them, exploding out of the start. Anakin gave chase with single-minded determination, not bothering with anything but the dots in the distance that marked the location of the other racers. He tore across the flats, the whine of the pod's engines growing steadily sharper, the land beneath fading to a wash of heat and light. The course was flat and open in the beginning, and he pushed the thruster bars forward some more. He was accelerating so quickly that everything about him turned swiftly to a sun-drenched blur. Ahead, the first set of rock formations rose up against the horizon. Anakin could see the other pod racers, now bright metal shapes whipping across the flats, engines throwing off fire and smoke. He closed on them quickly, the radon ulcers screaming. In an open stretch, he knew there were no other engines that could match them. A flush of white-hot excitement burned through him as he caught the trailing pod racers. He hauled back on the thruster bars as he came up on them, giving himself space to maneuver. He went by two as if they were standing still, angling his way left and then right, threading the needle of space they had left between them. When he was clear, he fed power to the engines anew, and the G-force slammed him back against his padded seat. He caught multi-limbed Gasgano next. Easing up to the Troikan's snub-nosed pod racer, he got ready to pass. Arch Canyon loomed ahead, and he wanted to be clear of the others when he navigated through the ravine. Maneuvering cautiously, he prepared to overtake on the right, but Gasgano saw him and quickly moved to cut him off. Anakin waited, then angled left for another try. Again, Gasgano cut him off. Back and forth, they slid above the desert floor like a crate dragon chasing a womp rat. As a cliff drop off a low mesa appeared as a ragged line on the horizon. Anakin slowed, giving Gasgano the impression he was preparing for a drop shift. The wiry pilot, glancing back quickly to make certain where the boy was, held his position until he reached the mesa edge, then took the drop first. The moment he did so, Anakin jammed the thruster bars all the way forward, and his racer accelerated with such speed that it rocketed right over the top of Gasgano before the other could do anything to prevent it. The dark crease of the canyon loomed ahead, and Anakin threaded the eye of its needle opening with a seamstress's skill, racing into the cool shadows beyond. The radon ulcers hummed anxiously, the energy binders keeping them in sync, the Steelton cables drawing on the racing pod with just the right amount of give through the wicked turns. Anakin worked the thruster bars with small, precise movements, envisioning the course in his mind, each twist, each deviation, each rise and drop. Everything was clear and certain to him, everything was revealed. He shot through the canyon and back out onto the open flats. Ahead, beyond a dozen others, Mahonic and Sebulba fought for the lead. The Dug's distinctive X-shaped engines lifted and rose, maneuvering for position. But Mahonic's slender racer was slowly gliding away. Then Sebulba accelerated and swung violently left, careening toward the other pilot. Mahonic reacted instinctively, swinging left as well, and directly into a massive rock formation. Mahonic disappeared in a huge ball of flame and black smoke. Next, it was Zelbri challenging, trying to sneak past Sebulba from above, much as Anakin had done with Gasgano. But the Dug sensed his presence and rose to block his passage. Zelbri slid left, drawing alongside, holding fast. Sebulba seemed to lose ground to give way slightly. But when Zelbri was next to him, the Dug triggered a side vent in his left exhaust. Fire spewed laterally into Zelbri's engine, cutting apart the metal housing as if it were made of flimsoplast. Zelbri tried frantically to move away, but he was too slow. Fuel caught and ignited. The damaged engine exploded, and the remaining engine and its pod flew off into a cliff face and shattered. Without slowing, Sebulba sped away from the wreckage, alone at the head of the pack. In the arena stands and from viewing platforms scattered throughout the course, The crowd watched the progress of the race on handheld view screens as pictures of the racers were transmitted from droid observation holocams. From a monitoring tower, a two-headed announcer who bantered incessantly with himself reported on the leaders. Qui-Gon studied a screen with Padme and Shmi, but there was neither mention nor sight of Anakin. The announcers' twin voices rose and fell in measured cadence, filling the air with their inflection, building in pitch to stir the already frenzied crowd. Qui-Gon stared out into the flats, searching for movement. On his right, Jar Jar bickered with a skinny, sour-faced alien named Fanta, trying to peer over his shoulder, besieging him with questions, trying to make friends in the mistaken belief that because they looked vaguely alike, the Pold would reciprocate his overtures. It wasn't working out. Fanta wanted nothing to do with Jar Jar and kept his back turned to the Gungan, deliberately hiding the screen from view. Jar Jar was growing impatient. Qui-Gon shifted his gaze. In the crew pits, R2-D2, C-3PO, and Kitster waited in solitary isolation. In a private box somewhat in back of and lower than Jabba, Watto laughed and joked with his friends. The Tidarian flitted this way and that, catching glimpses of the race on various view screens, rubbing his hands together anxiously. He caught sight of Qui-Gon and gestured rudely, his meaning clear. Below, at the start line, Ben Quaderneros still struggled to ignite the engines of his quadrupod. Qui-Gon closed his eyes and blocked everything away, sounds and movements alike, becoming one with the Force, disappearing into its flow, searching for Anakin. He stayed lost within himself as the roar of the crowd lifted anew, and the sound of rocket engines rose out of the distance. At the edge of the horizon, a clump of dark specks hove into view. On the starting line, Ben Quaderneros finally managed to start the engines of his racer, all four bulbous monsters roaring to life, vibrating wildly within their casings. Engines and pod lurched as Quaderneros locked in the thrusters. But in the next instant, the energy binders collapsed under the strain, the connecting cables snapped, and the engines shot off in four separate directions, exploding against stone walls, rock formations, and low dune banks. The crowd gasped in shock, shielding eyes and covering ears as the pod and Ben Quaderneros collapsed to the racetrack in a useless heap. Almost simultaneously, Sebulba's racer screamed past the arena, shooting under the finish arch and rocketing off on the start of the second lap. Two other racers followed, their engines roaring loudly as they whipped past, their colorful metal bodies agleam in the midday suns. There was no sign of Anakin. Qui-Gon kept his eyes closed, searching within his consciousness. Beside him, Shmi and Padme exchanged worried glances. Jar Jar still hung on Fanta, pounding him on the back now in excitement as the other grimaced and tried to move away. The three more racers tore past, the sound of their engines dying into silence as they faded from view. A fourth Adi Mandrel turned into the pits, the engines of his pod shaking and smoking as he screeched to a stop. Pit droids rushed to service the racer, swarming over the engines. Adi stood up in the cockpit, a big, squat, reptilian Urkit, arms gesturing. But when the engines ignited anew, Dum 4, a pit droid, was standing at the left intake, and the engine sucked it inside, chewed it up, and spitted out the exhaust in a mangled heap. The crowd went back to their view screens, intent on the race. Then R2-D2, standing with Kitster and C-3PO at the edge of their station, gave an excited beep. Qui-Gon's eyes snapped open. "Here he comes," he exclaimed quickly. Anakin Skywalker exploded out of the midday glare, the big radon ulcers howling in fury. Amid the cheers and shouts of his companions and the crowd, Qui-Gon Jinn just smiled. Anakin had begun to overtake the pack. At the beginning of the second lap, Anakin was in sixth place. As the race progressed, he was slowly disappearing into the workings of his racer, becoming one with its engines, feeling the strain and tug on each rivet and screw. Wind whipped by him in a screaming rush, locking him away in its white noise. There was only himself and the machine, all speed and response. It was the way racing affected him, melding his body with the pod and engines until he was a part of both. Moment by moment, the symbiosis deepened, joining them, giving him insights and understandings that transcended his senses and knowledge, projecting him past the present and into a place others could not reach. Approaching Arch Canyon, he bore down on the leaders, young face intense. Skimming the flats, he whipped past Aldar Beto and sideslipped Clegg Holdfast. To one side, a fast-closing Adi Mandrel banked too hard over a sandy rise and caught his engine in the sand. Adi's racer cartwheeled in a spectacular twisting of engines and pod and exploded apart. Anakin was only 4 racers back from Sebulba and could see the Dug's craft clearly in the distance. As everything happened quickly after that. The racers whipped through Arch Canyon and out the other side in a ragged line, with Anakin narrowing the gap between himself and the others. Tusken Raiders, hiding in the rocks of the cliffs that formed the corner of Tusken Turn, got lucky and hit Teamto Pagullies. Teamto's racer simply exploded and was gone. Anakin flew through the vaporized wreckage in pursuit of the others. He passed Elan Mac and Haba Ki in a rush. Ahead, Mars Guo was closing on Sebulba, wary of the Dug, keeping down and away, trying to sneak past. Anakin drew nearer to both, leapfrogging sand dunes in a long depression, easing slowly up on Mars Guo. Suddenly, Sebulba reached out of his pod's cockpit and released a ragged bit of metal directly into Mars Guo's left engine intake. Metal clashed violently against metal, and the damaged engine began to spew smoke and fire. Mars tried to hold the machine steady, but the failing engine bucked and lost power, causing the pod to veer sharply into Anakin. The racers collided in a shriek of metal, and a leading edge of Mars Guo's vertical stabilizer snagged the Steelton line to Anakin's left engine and released the binding. Instantly, Anakin's pod began to swing violently at the end of its single remaining line, whipsawing back and forth. The radon ulcers continued to act in concert, locked together by the energy binders, but the racer was out of control. Anakin worked the stabilizer pedals with his feet, fighting to hold the pod steady as it swung like a pendulum. The unhooked line snapped viciously in the wake of the engine's exhaust, threatening to tangle or snag on an outcropping and drag the racer down. Anakin groped along the floor of his cockpit, searching for the magnetic retriever. When he found it, he flicked on the power button and extended the retriever out to the left side, trying to make contact with the loose line. The effort forced him to pull back on the thruster bars to cut power, and he fell behind Sebulba once more. Elan Mac, Haba Ki, and now Abaitoki as well swept by him, giving chase to the Dug. Anakin glanced frantically over his shoulder. The bulk of the pack was closing on him once more. After a dozen tries, he finally focused his concentration sufficiently to snag the loose engine line with the retriever and maneuver it back to its hook. Sweat and grit coated his face, and his jacket sleeve was ripped. Casting down the retriever, he jammed the thruster bars forward once more. Stabilized at the ends of the Steelton lines, the pod held steady now as the radon ulcers bucked, and the racer accelerated after the leaders. Anakin caught Elan Mac first and slid around him easily. He was closing on Haba Ki when Abaitoki tried to pass Sebulba. The Dug waited until his rival had pulled alongside, then used the same tactic he had employed against Zelbri. Opening a small side vent in the left exhaust, he sent a gush of fire into the housing of Abaitoki's right engine. Fuel in the lines caught fire and exploded, and Abaitoki's racer dived nose first into the desert, sending a wide spray of grit everywhere. Habaki flew into it just ahead of Anakin, low and tight to the ground. Momentarily blinded, he swerved the wrong way and caught a piece of one of Abaitoki's engines where it jutted from the sand. Engines and pod tangled and crashed in a wild explosion. Anakin followed Habaki into the smoke and grit, blinded as well. A piece of steaming metal flew at him out of the haze, careening off his right engine housing and barely missing his head. But the boy was seeing with more than his eyes, sensing with his mind, calm and steady within himself. He could feel the danger waiting, and he worked the thruster bars smoothly, sliding past the wreckage. Then he was in the clear again and bearing down on Sebulba. He caught the Dug as they screamed past the arena and under the finish arch for the start of the third and final lap. In his mind, Anakin could see Qui-Gon and Jar Jar watching him. Kitster standing in the crew pits, his friend cheering wildly, and R2-D2 and C-3PO, the former beeping, the latter nattering back at him in response. Padme, her beautiful face framed with worry, and his mother, her eyes filled with terror. He could see them all as if he were standing among them, standing outside himself, watching the race. He blocked their faces away, banished the images from his thoughts, and focused everything on Sebulba. They were speeding out of Arch Canyon when Sebulba decided to put an end to Anakin once and for all. The Dug knew where all the droid observation cams were situated. He knew the angles of placement and how to avoid giving himself away. Swinging his racer close to Anakin's, he opened the side vent on his exhaust and tried to scorch the boy's engine housing as he had done with Zelbri and Abaitoki. But Anakin had fallen victim to that particular trick once before and was looking for it this time. He shifted just above the cutting flame and out of reach. When Sebulba tried to follow, Anakin dropped down again, but too far, momentarily losing control. His racer veered from the course right into a line of warning signs, sending them flying in all directions. Desperate to recover, he lifted the nose of his craft skyward, jammed his thruster bars forward, and accelerated. The radon ulcers boomed, his racer gave a frightening lurch, and he leapfrogged right over Sebulba to take the lead. Down through the first set of caves and past Tusken Turn the racer's tour, Anakin leading, Sebulba right on his tail. At speeds too great for maintaining proper control, the antagonists banked and angled as if safety were of no importance at all. And finally burst into the clear once more. Again, Sebulba tried to regain the lead, pushing for an opening. Anakin held him off, but then one of the horizontal stabilizers on the left engine began to shudder violently. A momentary vision of Sebulba hammering on his stabilizer just before the start of the race flashed through Anakin's mind. He eased off on the thruster bars, jettisoned the stabilizer, and switched to an auxiliary mount. In the process, he was forced to give way. Sebulba raced past him to take command of the lead once more. Time and space were running out on Anakin Skywalker. He shoved the thruster bars forward and went after the Dug. Sebulba saw him coming and fishtailed his pod back and forth in front of the boy to keep him from passing. Over the courseway they sped, jockeying for position. Anakin tried everything he knew, but Sebulba was a seasoned veteran and was able to counter each attempt. Meta Drop flew past as the racers roared out of the dune hills and onto the final stretch of flats. Finally, Anakin shifted left, then right. But this time when Sebulba moved to block him, Anakin faked a third shift, drawing the Dug left again. The instant Sebulba began his blocking move, Anakin jerked his racer hard to the right and nosed in beside the Dug. Down the flat, open final stretch of the course the pod racers tore, side by side, the arena stands and warding statuary beginning to take shape ahead. Sebulba screamed in frustration and deliberately swerved his pod into Anakin's. Infuriated by the boy's dogged persistence, he slammed into him once, twice. But on the third strike, their steering rods caught, locking them together. Anakin fought with his controls, trying to break free, but the pods were hooked fast. Sebulba laughed, jamming his racer against the boy's in an effort to force him into the ground. Anakin whipped the thruster bars forward and back, trying to disengage from the tangle. The radon ulcers strained with the effort, and the steering rods groaned and bent. Finally, Anakin's rod broke completely, snapping off both the armature and the main horizontal stabilizer. The boy's pod jerked and spun at the ends of the steel-tin cables, shimmying with such force that Anakin would have been thrown from the pod if he had not been strapped down. But it was much worse for Sebulba. When Anakin's steering arm snapped, the Dug's pod shot forward as if catapulted, collapsing the tow lines, sending the engines screaming out of control. One engine slammed into a piece of the ancient statuary and disintegrated in flames. Then the second went, ramming into the sand and exploding in a massive fireball. The towing cables broke free, and the Dug's pod was sent skidding through the flaming wreckage of the engines, twisting and bumping violently along the desert floor to a smoking stop. Sebulba extricated himself in a shrieking fit, throwing pieces of his ruined pod in all directions only to discover that his pants were on fire. Anakin Skywalker flew overhead, the exhausts from the big radon ulcers sending sand and grit into the Dug's face in a stinging spray. Hanging on to maintain control as he crossed the finish line, he became, at 9 years of age, the youngest winner ever of the Bunta Eve race. As the viewing platform he occupied with Shmi, Padme, and Jar Jar slowly lowered, Qui-Gon watched the crowd surge toward Anakin's racer. The boy had brought the pod to a skidding halt in the center of the raceway, shut down the radon ulcers, and climbed out. Kitster had already reached him and was hugging him tightly, and R2-D2 and C-3PO were scuttling around them both. When the crowd converged moments later, they hoisted Anakin aloft and carried him away, chanting and shouting his name. Qui-Gon exchanged a warm smile with Shmi, nodding his approval of the boy's performance. Anakin Skywalker was special indeed. The viewing platform settled in place smoothly, and its occupants offloaded onto the raceway in a rush. Allowing his companions to join the celebration, the Jedi Master turned back toward the stands. Ascending the stairways swiftly, he reached Watto's private box in minutes. A knot of aliens departed just in front of him, laughing and joking in several languages, counting fistfuls of currency and credits. Watto was staring out at the chanting crowd, hovering at the edge of the viewport, a dejected look on his wrinkled blue face. The moment he caught sight of Qui-Gon, his dejection transformed, and he flew at the Jedi Master in undisguised fury. You swindled me," he bounced in the air in front of Qui-Gon, shaking with rage. "You knew the boy was going to win, somehow you knew it, I lost everything." Qui-Gon smiled benignly. "Whenever you gamble, my friend, eventually you'll lose. Today wasn't your day." The smile dropped away. "Bring the hyperdrive parts to the main hangar right away. I'll come by your shop later so you can release the boy." The Toydarian shoved his snout against Qui-Gon's nose. "You can't have him, it wasn't a fair bet." Qui-Gon looked him up and down with a chilly stare. "Would you like to discuss it with the Hutts? I'm sure they would be happy to settle the matter." Watto jerked as if stung, his beady eyes filled with hate. No, I want no more of your tricks," he gestured emphatically. "Take the boy, be gone." He wheeled away and flew out of the box, body hunched beneath madly beating wings. Qui-Gon watched him depart, then started down the stairs for the racetrack, his mind already turning to other things. Had he not been so preoccupied with his plans for what lay ahead, he might have caught sight of the Sith probe droid trailing after. Within an hour, the arena had emptied, the racers had been stored or hauled away for repairs, and the main hangar left almost deserted. A few pit droids were still engaged in salvaging pieces of wreckage from the race, coming and going in steady pursuit of their work. Anakin alone of the pod pilots remained, checking over his damaged racer. He was dirty and ragged, his hair spiky and his face streaked with sweat and grime. His jacket was torn in several places, and there was blood on his clothing where he had slashed his arm on a jagged piece of metal during the battle with Sebulba. Qui-Gon watched him thoughtfully, standing to one side with Padme and SHMI as the boy Jar Jar R2-D2 and C-3PO moved busily over the pod and engines. Could it be? He was wondering for what must have been the 100th time, pondering the way the boy handled a pod racer, the maturity he exhibited, and the instincts he possessed. Was it possible? He shelved his questions for another time. It would be up to the council to decide. Abruptly, he left the women, walking over to the boy and kneeling beside him. "You're a bit worse for wear, Annie," he said softly, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders and looking him in the eyes, "but you did well." Smiling reassuringly, he wiped a patch of dirt off the boy's face. "They're good as new." He ruffled the boy's unruly hair and helped bind his injured arm. SHMI and Padme joined them and were moved to give Anakin fresh hugs and kisses, checking him over carefully, touching his cheeks and forehead. Gee, enough of this," the boy mumbled in embarrassment. His mother smiled, shaking her head. "It's so wonderful, Annie, what you've done here. Do you know, you've brought hope to those who have none. I'm so very proud of you." "We owe you everything," Padme added quickly, giving him an intense, warm look. Anakin blushed scarlet. "Just feeling this good is worth anything," he declared, smiling back. Qui-Gon walked over to where the hyperdrive parts were loaded on an antigrav repulsor-sold harness to a pair of Eappies. Watto had made delivery as promised, though not without considerable grumbling and a barrage of thinly veiled threats. Qui-Gon checked the container straps, glanced out into the midday heat, and walked back to the others. "Padme, Jar Jar, let's go," he ordered abruptly. "We've got to get these parts back to the ships." The group moved over to the Eappies, laughing and talking. Padme hugged and kissed Anakin again, then climbed onto one of the Eappies behind Qui-Gon, taking hold of his waist. Jar Jar swung onto the second animal and promptly slid off the other side, collapsing in a heap. R2-D2 beeped encouragingly as the Gungan tried again, this time managing to keep his seat. Goodbyes and thank yous were exchanged, but it was an awkward moment for Anakin. He looked as if he wanted to say something to Padme, moving up beside her momentarily, staring up at her expectantly. But all he could manage was a sad, confused look. Slowly, the Eappies began to move off, Anakin and his mother standing with C-3PO waving after. "I'll return the Eappies by midday," Qui-Gon promised, calling over his shoulder. Padme did not look back at all. Qui-Gon Jinn and company rode out of Mos Espa into the Tatooine desert, R2-D2 leading the way, rolling along in front of the Eappies and sled at a steady pace. The suns were rising quickly to a midday position in the sky, and the heat rose off the sand in waves. But the journey back to the Queen's transport was accomplished swiftly and without incident. Obi-Wan was waiting for them, appearing down the rampway as soon as they neared, his youthful face intense. "I was getting worried," he announced without preamble. Qui-Gon dismounted, then helped Padme down. "Start getting this hyperdrive generator installed," he ordered. "I'm going back, I have some unfinished business." Business, his protege echoed, arching one eyebrow. I won't be long." Obi-Wan studied him a moment, then sighed. "Why do I sense we've picked up another stray?" Qui-Gon took his arm and moved him away from the others. "It's the boy who's responsible for getting us these parts." He paused. "The boy whose blood sample you ran the midichlorian test on last night." Obi-Wan gave him a hard, steady look, then turned away. On a rise overlooking the spacecraft, hidden in the glare of the suns and the ripple of the dunes, the Sith probe droid hung motionless for a final transmission, then quickly sped away. Anakin walked home with his mother and C-3PO, still wrapped in the euphoria of his victory, but wrestling as well with his sadness over the departure of Padme. He hadn't thought about what would happen to her if he won the Boonta Eve, that it would mean Qui-Gon would secure the hyperdrive generator he needed to make their transport functional. So when she bent to kiss and hug him goodbye, it was the first time he had given the matter any serious thought since her arrival. He was stunned, caught in a mix of emotions, and all of a sudden he wanted to tell her to stay. But he couldn't bring himself to speak the words, knowing how foolish they would sound, realizing she couldn't do so in any case. So he stood there like a droid without its vocoder, watching her ride away behind Qui-Gon, thinking it might well be the last time he would ever see her, and wondering how he was going to live with himself if it was. Unable to sit still once he had walked his mother to their home, he placed C-3PO back in his bedroom, deactivated him, and went out again. Qui-Gon had told him he was relieved of any work today at Watto's, so he pretty much could do what he wanted until the Jedi returned. He gave no thought to what would happen then, wandering down toward Mos Espa Way, waving as his name was shouted out from every quarter on his journey, basking in the glow of his success. He still couldn't quite believe it, and yet it felt as if he had always known he would win this race. Kitster appeared, then Amy and Wald, and soon he was surrounded by a dozen others. He was just approaching the connector to Mos Espa Way when a Rodian youngster, bigger than himself, blocked his way. Anakin had cheated, the Rodian sneered. He couldn't have won the Boonta Eve any other way. No slave could win anything. Anakin was on top of him so fast the bigger being barely had time to put up his arms in defense before he was on the ground. Anakin was hitting him as hard and fast as he could, not thinking about anything but how angry he was, not even aware that the source of his anger had nothing to do with his victim and everything to do with losing Padme. Then Qui-Gon, returned by now with the Eopes, was looming over him. He pulled Anakin away, separating the two fighters, and demanded to know what this was all about. Somewhat sheepishly, but still angry, Anakin told him. Qui-Gon studied him carefully, disappointment registering on his broad features. He fixed the young Rodian with his gaze and asked him if he still believed Anakin had cheated. The youngster, glowering at Anakin, said he did. Qui-Gon put his hand on Anakin's shoulder and steered him away from the crowd, not saying anything until they were out of hearing. "You know, Annie," he said then, his deep voice thoughtful, "fighting didn't change his opinion. The opinions of others, whether you agree with them or not, are something you have to learn to tolerate." He walked the boy back toward his home, counseling him quietly about the way life worked, hand resting on his shoulder in a way that made Anakin feel comforted. As they neared the boy's home, the Jedi reached beneath his poncho and produced a leather pouch filled with credits. "These are yours," he announced. "I sold the pod," he pursed his lips, "to a particularly surly and rather insistent Doug." Anakin accepted the bag, grinning broadly, the fight and its cause forgotten. He ran up the steps to his door and burst through, Qui-Gon following silently. "Mom, Mom," he cried out as she appeared to greet him. "Guess what? Qui-Gon sold the pod. Look at all the money we have." He produced the leather pouch and dropped it into her hands, enjoying the startled look on her face. "Oh my goodness," she breathed softly, staring down at the bulging pouch. "Annie, that's wonderful." Her eyes lifted quickly to meet Qui-Gon's. The Jedi stepped forward, holding her gaze. "Annie has been freed," he said. The boy's eyes went wide. "What?" Qui-Gon glanced down at him. "You are no longer a slave." SHMI Skywalker stared at the Jedi in disbelief, her worn face rigid, her eyes mirroring her shock and disbelief. "Mom, did you hear that, Mom?" Anakin let out a whoop and jumped as high as he could manage. It wasn't possible, but he knew it was true, knew that it really was. He managed to collect himself. "Was that part of the prize or what?" he asked, grinning. Qui-Gon grinned back. "Let's just say Watto learned an important lesson about gambling." As SHMI Skywalker was shaking her head, still stunned by the news, still working it through. But the sight of Anakin's face made everything come clear for her in an instant. She reached out to him and pressed him to her. "And now you can make your dreams come true, Annie," she whispered, her face radiant as she touched his cheek. "You're free." She released him and turned to Qui-Gon, her eyes bright and expectant. "Will you take him with you? Is he to become a Jedi?" Anakin beamed at the suggestion, wheeling quickly on Qui-Gon, waiting for his answer. The Jedi Master hesitated. "Our meeting was not a coincidence. Nothing happens by accident. You are strong with the Force, Annie, but you may not be accepted by the Council." Anakin heard what he wanted to hear, blocking away everything else, seeing the possibilities that had fueled his hopes and dreams for so long come alive in a single moment. Jedi," he gasped. "You mean I get to go with you in your starship and everything? And be with Padme again?" The thought struck him like a thunderbolt, wrapping him in such expectancy that it was all he could do to listen to what the Jedi Master said next. Qui-Gon knelt before the boy, his face somber. "Anakin, training to be a Jedi will not be easy. It will be a challenge, and if you succeed, it will be a hard life." Anakin shook his head quickly. "But it's what I want. It's what I've always dreamed about." He looked quickly to his mother. "Can I go, Mom?" But Qui-Gon drew him back with a touch. "This path has been placed before you, Annie. The choice to take it must be yours alone." The man and the boy stared at each other. A mix of emotions roiled through Anakin, threatening to sweep him away, but at their forefront was the happiness he felt at finding the thing he wanted most in all the world within reach: to be a Jedi, to journey down the space lanes of the galaxy. He glanced quickly at his mother, at her worn, accepting face, seeing in her eyes that in this, as in all things, she wanted what was best for him. His gaze returned to Qui-Gon. "I want to go," he said. "Then pack your things," the Jedi Master advised. "We haven't much time." "Yippee!" the boy shouted, jumping up and down, anxious already to be on his way. He rushed to his mother and hugged her as hard as he could manage, then broke away for his bedroom. He was almost to the doorway when he realized he had forgotten something. A chill swept through him as he wheeled back to Qui-Gon. "What about Mom?" he asked hurriedly, eyes darting from one to the other. "Is she free too? You're coming, aren't you, Mom?" Qui-Gon and his mother exchanged a worried glance, and he knew the answer before the Jedi spoke the words. I tried to free your mother, Annie, but Watto wouldn't have it. Slaves give status and lend prestige to their owners here on Tatooine. The boy felt his chest and throat tighten, but the money from selling. Qui-Gon shook his head. It's not nearly enough. There was a hushed silence, and then SHMI Skywalker came to her son and sat down in a chair next to him, taking both of his hands in hers and drawing him close. Her eyes were steady as she looked into his. Annie, my place is here, she said quietly. My future is here. It is time for you to let go of me. I cannot go with you. The boy swallowed hard. I want to stay with you then. I don't want things to change. She gave him an encouraging smile, her brow knitting. You can't stop change any more than you can stop the suns from setting. Listen to your feelings, Annie. You know what's right. Anakin Skywalker took a long, slow breath and dropped his gaze, his head lowering. Everything was coming apart inside, all the happiness melting away, all the expectancy fading. But then he felt his mother's hands tighten over his own, and in her touch he found the strength he needed to do what he knew he must. Nevertheless, his eyes were brimming as he lifted his gaze once more. I'm going to miss you so much, Mom, he whispered. His mother nodded. I love you, Annie. She released his hands. Now hurry. And Anakin gave her a quick, hard hug and raced from the room, tears streaking his face. Once within his own room, Anakin stood staring about in sudden bewilderment. He was leaving, and he did not know when he would be coming back. He had never been anywhere but here, never known anyone but the people of Mos Espa and those who came to trade with them. He had dreamed about other worlds and other lives, about becoming a pilot of a mainline ship, and about becoming a Jedi. But the impact of what it actually meant to be standing at the threshold of an embarkation to the life he had so often wished for was overwhelming. He found himself thinking of the old spacer, telling him that he wouldn't be surprised at all if Anakin Skywalker became something more than a slave. He had wanted that more than anything, had hoped with all his heart for it to happen. But he had never, ever considered the possibility he would have to leave his mother behind. He wiped the tears from his eyes, fighting back new ones, hearing his mother's and Qui-Gon's voices from the other room. Thank you, his mother was saying softly. I will watch after him, you have my word. The Jedi's deep voice was warm and reassuring. Will you be all right? And Anakin couldn't hear her reply, but then she said, he was in my life for such a short time. She trailed off, distracted. Anakin forced himself to quit listening, and he began pulling clothes out and stuffing them into a backpack. He didn't have much, and it didn't take him long. He looked about for anything of importance he might have missed, and his eyes settled on C-3PO sitting motionless on the workbench. He walked over to the protocol droid and switched him on. C-3PO cocked his head and looked at the boy blankly. Well, 3PO, I'm leaving, Anakin said solemnly. I'm free. I'm going away in a starship. He didn't know what else to say. The droid cocked his head. Well, Master Anakin, you are my maker, and I wish you well, although I'd like it better if I were a little less naked. The boy sighed and nodded. I'm sorry I wasn't able to finish you, 3PO, to give you coverings and all. I'm going to miss working on you. You've been a great pal. I'll make sure Mom doesn't sell you or anything. Bye. He snatched up his backpack and rushed from the room, hearing C-3PO call after him plaintively, "Sell me." He said goodbye to his mother, braver now, more determined, and walked out the door with Qui-Gon, his course of action settled. He had gotten barely a dozen meters from his home when Kitster, who had trailed them back from the fight, came rushing up to him. "Oh, where are you going, Annie?" his friend asked doubtfully. And Anakin took a deep breath. I've been freed, Kitster. I'm going away with Qui-Gon on a spaceship. And Kitster's eyes went wide and his mouth opened in a silent exclamation. Anakin fished in his pockets and came out with a handful of credits which he shoved at his friend. Here, these are for you. And Kitster's dark face looked down at the credits, then back up at Anakin. Do you have to go, Annie? Do you have to? Can't you stay? Annie, you're a hero. And Anakin swallowed hard. He glanced past Kitster to his mother, still standing in the doorway looking after him, then down to where Qui-Gon was waiting. He shook his head. I can't. Kitster nodded. Well, Anakin repeated, looking at him. Oh, thanks for everything, Annie, the other boy said. There were tears in his eyes as he accepted the credits. You're my best friend. And Anakin bit his lip. I won't forget. He hugged Kitster impulsively, then broke away and raced toward Qui-Gon. But before he reached him, he glanced back one more time at his mother. Seeing her standing in the doorway brought him about. He stood there momentarily, undecided, conflicting emotions tearing at him. Then his already shaky resolve collapsed altogether and he raced back to her. By the time he reached her, he was crying freely. I can't do it, Mom, he whispered, clinging to her. I just can't. He was shaking, racked with sobs, disintegrating inside so quickly that all he could think about was holding on to her. SHMI let him do so for a moment, comforting him with her warmth, then backed him away. She knelt before him, her worn face solemn. Annie, remember when you climbed that dune in order to chase the banthas away so they wouldn't be shot? You were only 5. Remember how you collapsed several times in the heat, exhausted, thinking you couldn't do it, that it was too hard? Anakin nodded, his face streaked with tears. As SHMI held his gaze, this is one of those times when you have to do something you don't think you can do. But I know how strong you are, Annie. I know you can do this. The boy swallowed his tears, thinking she was wrong. He was not strong at all, but knowing, too, she had decided he must go, even if he found it hard, even if he resisted. Will I ever see you again? He asked in desperation, giving voice to the worst of his fears. What does your heart tell you? She asked quietly. And Anakin shook his head doubtfully. I don't know, yes, I guess. His mother nodded, then it will happen, Annie. And Anakin took a deep breath to steady himself. He had stopped crying now, and he wiped the dampness of his tears from his face. I will become a Jedi, he declared in a small voice. And I will come back and free you, Mom, I promise. No matter where you are, my love will be with you, SHMI told him, her kind face bent close to his. Now be brave and don't look back. I love you, Mom, Anakin said. She hugged him one final time, then turned him around so he was facing away from her. Don't look back, Annie, she whispered. She gave him a small push, and he strode determinedly away, shouldering his pack, keeping his eyes fixed on a point well past where Qui-Gon stood waiting. He walked toward that point without slowing, marching right past the Jedi Master, fighting back the tears that threatened to come yet again. It took only a few minutes, and his mother and his home were behind him. They went to Watto's shop first, where the Tidarian had completed the forms necessary to assure Anakin's freedom. The transmitter that bound Anakin to his life of slavery was deactivated permanently. It would be removed surgically at a later date. Watto was still grumbling about the unfairness of things as they left him and went back out into the street. From there, at Anakin's urging, they walked to Jira's fruit stand a short distance away. Anakin, much recovered from the trauma of leaving his mother, marched up to the old woman and put a handful of credits into her frail hands. "I've been freed, Jira," he told her, a determined set to his jaw. "I'm going away. Use these for that cooling unit I promised you. Otherwise, I'll worry." Jira looked at the credits in disbelief. She shook her white head. "Can I give you a hug?" she asked him softly. She reached out for him, drawing him against her thin body, her eyes closing as she held him. "I'll miss you, Annie," she said, releasing him. "There isn't a kinder boy in the galaxy. You be careful." He left her in a rush, racing after Qui-Gon, who was already moving away, anxious to get going. They walked in silence down a series of side streets, the boy's eyes taking in familiar sights he would not soon see again, remembering his life here, saying goodbye. He was lost in his own thoughts when Qui-Gon swung about with such swiftness it caught the boy completely by surprise. Down swept the Jedi's lightsaber in a brilliant arc, cutting through the shadows between two buildings, clashing momentarily with something made of metal that shattered in the wake of the weapon's passing. Qui-Gon clicked off the lightsaber and knelt to inspect a cluster of metal parts still sparking and fizzing in the sand. The acrid smell of ozone and burning insulation hung in the dry air. "What is it?" the boy asked, peering over his shoulder. Qui-Gon rose, probe droid, very unusual, not like anything I've seen before. He glanced about worriedly, eyes sharp and bright as he cast up and down the street. Come on, Annie," he ordered, and they moved quickly away. Qui-Gon Jinn took the boy out of Mos Espa swiftly, hurrying through the crowded streets to the less populated outskirts. All the while his eyes and mind were searching, the former the landscape of Tatooine, the latter the landscape of the Force. His instincts had alerted him to the presence of the probe droid tracking them, and his Jedi training in the ways of the Force warned him now of something far more dangerous. He could feel a shifting in the balance of things that suggested an intrusion on the harmony that the Force required. A dark weight descending like a massive stone. Once out on the desert, in the open, he picked up the pace. The Queen's transport came into view, a dark shape just ahead, a haven of safety. He heard Anakin call out to him, the boy working hard to keep up but beginning to fall behind. Glancing over his shoulder to give his response and offer encouragement, he caught sight of the speeder and its dark-cloaked rider bearing down on them. "Drop, Anakin," he shouted, wheeling about. The boy threw himself face down, flattening against the sand as the speeder whipped overhead, barely missing him as it bore down on Qui-Gon. The Jedi Master already had his lightsaber out, the blade activated, the weapon held before him in two hands. The speeder came at him, a saddle-shaped vehicle with no weapons in evidence, made to rely on quickness and maneuverability rather than firepower. It was like nothing the Jedi had ever seen, but vaguely reminiscent of something dead and gone. Its rider rode out of the glare of the suns and was revealed. Bold markings of red and black covered a demonic face in strange, jagged patterns beneath a crown of stunted horns encircling its head. Man-shaped and humanoid, his slitted eyes and hooked teeth were nevertheless feral and predatory, and his howl was a hunter's challenge to his prey. The primal scream had barely sounded before he was on top of Qui-Gon, wheeling the speeder aside deftly at the last moment, closing off its thruster and leaping from the seat all in one swift movement. He carried a lightsaber of another make, and the weapon was cutting at the Jedi Master even before the attacker's feet had touched the ground. Qui-Gon, surprised by the other's quickness and ferocity, barely blocked the blow with his own weapon, the blade sliding apart with a harsh rasp. The attacker spun away in a whirl of dark clothing, then attacked anew, lightsaber slashing at his intended prey, face alight with a killing frenzy that promised no quarter. As Anakin was back on his feet, staring at them, clearly unable to decide what he should do. Fighting to hold his ground, Qui-Gon caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye. "Annie, get out of here," he cried out. His attacker closed with him again, forcing him back, striking at him from every angle. Even without knowing anything else, Qui-Gon knew this man was trained in the fighting arts of a Jedi, a skilled and dangerous adversary. Worse, he was younger, quicker, and stronger than Qui-Gon, and he was gaining ground rapidly. The Jedi Master blocked him again and again, but could not find an opening that would provide any chance of escape. "Annie," he screamed again, seeing the boy immobilized. "Get to the ship, tell them to take off, go." Hammering at the demonic-faced attacker with renewed determination, Qui-Gon Jinn saw the boy at last begin to run. In a rush of emotion dominated by fear and doubt, Anakin Skywalker raced past the combatants for the Naboo spacecraft. It sat not 300 meters away, metal skin gleaming dully in the afternoon sunlight. Its loading ramp was down, but there was no sign of its occupants. Anakin ran faster, sweat streaking his body. He could feel his heart hammering in his chest as he reached the ramp and bounded onto the ship. Just inside the hatchway, he found Padme and a dark-skinned man in uniform coming toward him. When Padme caught sight of him, her eyes went wide. "Qui-Gon's in trouble," the boy blurted out, gasping for breath. "He says to take off now." The man stared, eyes questioning and suspicious. "Who are you?" he demanded. But Padme was already moving, seizing Anakin by the arm, pulling him toward the front of the spacecraft. "He's a friend," she answered, leading the way forward. "Hurry, Captain." They rushed down the hallway into the cockpit, Anakin trying to tell the girl what had happened, his words tumbling over one another, his face flushed and anxious. Padme moved him along in a no-nonsense way, nodding her understanding, telling him to hurry, taking charge of everything. When they reached the cockpit, they found two more men at work checking out the craft's control panel. They turned at the approach of Anakin and his companions. One wore a pilot's insignia on the breast of his jacket. The second, Anakin was quite certain from the cut of his hair and the look of his clothing, was another Jedi. "Qui-Gon is in trouble," Padme announced quickly. "He says to take off," Anakin added in support. The Jedi was on his feet at once. He was much younger than Qui-Gon, his face smooth, his eyes intense, his hair cut short save for a single braided pigtail that fell over his right shoulder. "Where is he?" he demanded. Then, without waiting for an answer, he wheeled back to the viewport and began scanning the empty flats. "I don't see anything," the pilot said, peering over his shoulder. Over there, the sharp eyes of the Jedi caught sight of movement just at the corner of the port. "Get us into the air and over there, now fly low." The man called Rick threw himself into the pilot's seat, while the others, Anakin included, scrambled to find seats. The big repulsor lifts kicked in with a low growl, the rampway sealed, and the sleek transport rose and wheeled smoothly about. There, the Jedi breathed, pointing. They could see Qui-Gon Jinn now, engaged in battle with the dark-garbed demonic figure. The combatants surged back and forth across the flats, lightsabers flashing brightly with each blow struck, sand and grit swirling in all directions. Qui-Gon's long hair streamed out behind him in sharp contrast to the smooth horned head of his adversary. The pilot Rick took the spacecraft toward them quickly, skimming the ground barely higher than a speeder bike coming in from behind the attacker. Anakin held his breath as they closed on the fighters. Rick's hand slid over the control that would lower the ramp, easing it forward carefully. "Stand by," he ordered, freezing them all in place as he swung the ship about. The combatants disappeared in a fresh swirl of sand and the glare of Tatooine's twin suns. All eyes shifted quickly to the view screens, searching desperately. Then Qui-Gon appeared, leaping onto the lowered rampway of the transport, gaining purchase, one hand grasping a strut for support. Rick hissed in approval and fought to hold the spacecraft steady. But the horned attacker was already in pursuit, racing out of the haze and leaping onto the ramp as the ship began to rise. Balanced precariously against the sway of the ship, eyes flaring in rage, he fought to keep his footing. Qui-Gon attacked at once, rushing the other man, closing with him at the edge of the ramp. They were 20 meters into the air by now, the pilot holding the spacecraft steady as he saw the combatants come to grips yet again, afraid to go higher while Qui-Gon was exposed. The Jedi Master and his adversary filled the view screen commanding the rampway entrance, faces tight with determination and streaked with sweat. Qui-Gon, Anakin heard the second Jedi say quietly, desperately, watching the battle for just a moment more, then tearing his eyes away from the view screen and racing down the open corridor. On the screen, Anakin watched Qui-Gon Jinn step back, level his lightsaber, and swing a powerful two-handed blow at his attacker. The horned man blocked it, but only barely, and in the process lost his balance completely. The blow's force swept him away, clear of the ramp and off into space. He dropped back toward the desert floor, landed in a crouch, and rose instantly to his feet. But the chase was over. He stood watching in frustration, yellow eyes aflame, as the ramp to the Queen's transport closed and the spacecraft rocketed away. Qui-Gon had barely managed to scramble up the rampway and into the interior of the ship before the hatch sealed and the Nubian began to accelerate. He lay on the cool metal floor of the entry, his clothing dusty and damp with his sweat, his body bruised and battered. He breathed deeply, waiting for his pounding heart to quiet. He had barely escaped with his life, and the thought was worrisome. His opponent was strong and had tested him severely. He was getting old, he decided, and he did not like the feeling. As Obi-Wan and Anakin rushed down the hallway to help him to his feet, and it was hard to tell which of them looked the more worried. It made him smile in spite of himself. The boy spoke first. "Are you all right?" he asked, his young face mirroring his concern. Qui-Gon nodded, brushing himself off. "I think so. That was a surprise I won't soon forget." "What sort of creature was it?" Obi-Wan pressed, brow furrowed darkly. "He wants to go back and pick up where I left off," Qui-Gon thought. The Jedi Master shook his head. "I'm not sure. Whatever he was trained in the Jedi arts. My guess is he was after the Queen." Do you think he'll follow us?" Anakin asked quickly. "We'll be safe enough once we're in hyperspace," Qui-Gon replied, sidestepping the question. "But I have no doubt he knows our destination. If he found us once, he can find us again." The boy's brow furrowed. "What are we going to do about it?" At this point, Obi-Wan turned to stare at the boy, giving him a look that demanded in no uncertain terms. "What do you mean, we?" The boy caught the look and stared back at him, expressionless. "We will be patient," Qui-Gon advised, straightening himself, drawing their attention back to him. "Anakin Skywalker, meet Obi-Wan Kenobi." The boy beamed. "Pleased to meet you. Wow, you're a Jedi Knight too, aren't you?" The younger Jedi looked from the boy to Qui-Gon and rolled his eyes in despair. From the entry, they made their way back down the hall to the cockpit, where Rick Ollier was at work preparing the ship for the jump to hyperspace. Qui-Gon introduced Anakin to each of those present, then moved to the console to stand next to Rick. "Ready," the pilot announced over his shoulder, one eyebrow cocked expectantly. Qui-Gon nodded. "Let's hope the hyperdrive works and Watto doesn't get the last laugh." Standing in a group behind Rick, The company watched silently as he fitted his hands to the controls and engaged the hyperdrive. There was a quick, sharp whine, and the stars that filled the viewport turned from silver pinpricks to long streamers as the ship streaked smoothly into hyperspace, leaving Tatooine behind. Night lay over the planet of Naboo, but the silence of Theed exceeded even that normally experienced by those anticipating sleep. In the ornately appointed throne room that had once been the sole province of Queen Amidala, a strange collection of creatures gathered to witness the sentencing of Governor Sio Bibble. The Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray had convened the assembled, which consisted of Rune Hako and several other Neimoidians, the governor and a handful of officials in the Queen's service, and a vast array of battle droids armed with blasters to keep the Naboo prisoners in line. The Neimoidian was seated in a Mechno chair, a robotic walker that bore him from one part of the room to another, metal legs moving in response to a simple touch of his fingers. It carried him to Sio Bibble and the Naboo officials now, jointed armatures working in careful precision, allowing him to remain relaxed and comfortable as he took note of the fear in the eyes of the officials backing Bibble. The governor was having none of it, however. Steadfast even now, he faced Gunray with anger and determination, his white head level, his eyes challenging. The Neimoidian glared at him. Sio Bibble was becoming a source of irritation. "When are you going to give up this pointless strike?" He snapped at the governor, leaning forward slightly to emphasize his displeasure. "I will give up the strike, Viceroy, when the Queen... Your Queen is lost, your people are starving." Bibble stiffened. "The Naboo will not be intimidated, not even at the cost of innocent lives." "Perhaps you should worry more about yourself, Governor," Gunray cut him off sharply. "The odds are good that you are going to die much sooner than your people." He was shaking with rage, and all at once his patience was exhausted. "Enough of this," he exploded. "Take him away." The battle droids moved quickly, surrounding Sio Bibble, separating him from his colleagues. "This invasion will gain you nothing," the governor called back over his shoulder as he was dragged out. "We are a democracy. The people have decided, Viceroy. They will not live in tyranny." The rest of what he said was lost as he disappeared through the doorway into the hall beyond. The Naboo officials filed out after him, silent and dejected. The Neimoidian stared after them momentarily, then turned his attention to OOM-9 as the commander of his battle droids approached, metal face blank, voice devoid of inflection. "My troops are in position to begin searching the swamps for the rumored underwater villages," OOM-9 reported. "They will not stay hidden for long." Newt Gunray nodded and dismissed him with a wave of his hand. He thought nothing of these savages who occupied the swamps. They would be crushed in short order. For all intents and purposes, the planet was in his control. He leaned back in the Mechno chair, a measure of calmness returning. All that remained was for the Sith Lords to bring him the Queen. Certainly, they should have little difficulty in accomplishing that. Nevertheless, he knew he wouldn't be happy until this business was over. Aboard the Queen's transport, Anakin Skywalker sat shivering in a corner of the central chamber, trying to decide what he should do to get warm. Everyone else was asleep, and he had been asleep as well, but only for a short time, troubled by his dreams. He came awake to the silence and could not make himself move, paralyzed by more than simply the cold. Jar Jar slept to one side, stretched out in a chair, head back, snoring loudly. Nothing kept the Gungan from sleeping, or eating for that matter. The boy smiled briefly. R2-D2 rested close by, upright and mostly silent, his lights blinking softly. Anakin stared into the darkness, willing himself to move to overcome his inertia. But his dreams haunted him still. He found himself thinking of his mother and home, and everything closed down inside. He missed her so much. He had thought it would get better once he was away, but it hadn't. Everything reminded him of her, and if he tried to close his eyes against those memories, he found her face waiting for him, suspended in the darkness of his thoughts, anxious and worn. The tears came to his eyes unbidden. Maybe he had made a mistake by coming. Maybe he should go home, except he couldn't now, maybe not ever again. A slim figure entered the room, and Anakin watched the light of a view screen illuminate Padmé's soft face. Standing as if carved from stone, she clicked on a recording and stood watching the replay of C.O. Bibble's plea to Queen Amidala to come home, to save her people from starvation, to help them in their time of need. She watched it all the way through, then shut it off again and stood staring at nothing, her head bent. What was she doing? Suddenly she seemed to sense him watching and turned quickly toward where he crouched. Her beautiful face seemed tired and careworn as she approached and knelt beside him. He stiffened, trying desperately to stop from crying, but he couldn't hide either the tears or his shivering and was left huddled before her, revealed. Are you all right, Annie? She asked him softly. It's very cold, he managed to whisper. She smiled and removed her heavy over-jacket, wrapping it around his shoulders and tucking it about him. You're from a warm planet, Annie. Space is cold. Anakin nodded, pulling the jacket tighter. He brushed at his eyes. You seem sad, he said. If she saw the irony in his observation, she did not say so. The Queen is worried. Her people are suffering, dying. She must convince the Senate to intervene, or else, she trailed off, unwilling to speak the words. I'm not sure what will happen, she finished, her voice distant, her eyes sliding away from his to fix on something else. I'm not sure what's going to happen to me either, he admitted worriedly. I don't know if I'll ever see. He stopped, his throat tightening, the words fading away into silence. He took a deep breath, furrowed his brow, and reached into his pocket. Here, he said, I made this for you so you'd remember me. I carved it out of a Japper snippet. Take it, it will bring you good fortune. He handed her an intricately carved wooden pendant. She studied it a moment, face lowered in shadow, then slipped it around her neck. It's beautiful, but I don't need this to remember you. Her face lifted to his with a smile. How could I forget my future husband? She looked down at the pendant, fingering it thoughtfully. Many things will change when we reach Coruscant, Annie. My caring for you will not be one of them. The boy nodded, swallowing. I know, and I won't stop caring for you either, only I miss. His voice broke, and the tears sprang into his eyes once more. You miss your mother, the girl finished quietly. Anakin nodded, wiping at his face, unable to speak a word as Padmé Nabari drew him against her and held him close. Even before an off-world traveler was close enough to understand why, he could tell that Coruscant was different from other planets. Seasoned veterans were always amazed at how strange the planet looked from space, casting not the softer blue and white shades of planets still verdant and unspoiled, but an odd silvery glow that suggested the reflection of sunlight off metal. The impression was not misleading. The days in which Coruscant could be viewed in any sort of natural state were dead and gone. The capital city had expanded over the centuries, building by building, until it wrapped the entire planet. Forests, mountains, bodies of water, and natural formations had been covered over. The atmosphere was filtered through oxygen regulators and purified by scrubbers, and water was gathered and stored in massive artificial aquifers. Native animals, birds, plants, and fish could be found in the museums or the climate-controlled indoor preserves. As Anakin Skywalker could clearly see from the viewport of Queen Amidala's slowly descending transport, Coruscant had become a planet of skyscrapers, their gleaming metal towers stretching skyward in a forest of spear points, an army of frozen giants blanketing the horizon in every direction. The boy stared at the city planet in awe, searching for a break in the endless forest of buildings, finding none. He glanced at Rick Ollier in the pilot's seat, and Rick smiled. In Coruscant, capital of the Republic, an entire planet evolved into one city. He winked. A nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. And it's so huge, the boy breathed softly. They dropped into a landfall traffic lane and cruised slowly through the maze of buildings, sliding along the magnetic guidance lines that directed airborne vehicles. Rick explained how it worked to Anakin, who listened with half an ear, his attention still held captive by the vastness of the cityscape. In the background, the Jedi moved silently. Jar Jar crouched to one side, peering over the console through the viewport, clearly terrified by what he was seeing. Anakin knew the Gungan must long for the familiarity of his swamp home, just as the boy was thinking how much better he liked the desert. The Queen's transport slowed now, edging its way out of the traffic lane onto a landing dock that floated near a cluster of huge buildings. Anakin peered down doubtfully. They were several hundred stories up, hundreds and hundreds of meters in the air. He tore his gaze away, swallowing hard. The ship docked with a soft bump on the landing platform, its antigrav clamps locking in place. The Queen was waiting in the main corridor with her retinue of handmaidens, guards, and Captain Panaka. She nodded at Qui-Gon, indicating that he should lead the way. Giving Padme a quick smile, Anakin followed close on the heels of the Jedi Master as he moved to the hatchway. The hatch slid open, the loading ramp lowered, and the Jedi Knights, Anakin Skywalker and Jar Jar Binks exited into the sunlight of Coruscant. The boy spent the first few minutes concentrating on not being overwhelmed, which became even more difficult once he was outside the ship. He kept his eyes on the rampway and Qui-Gon, not allowing himself to look around at first for fear he might walk right off into space. The two men clothed in robes of office of the Republic Senate stood at the end of the ramp, flanked by a contingent of Republic guards. The Jedi approached the pair and bowed formally in greeting. Anakin and Jar Jar were quick to do the same, though only Anakin knew who they were bowing to and why. Now Queen Amidala appeared, dressed in her black and gold robes with the feathered headpiece lending height and flow to her movements as she descended the ramp. Her handmaidens surrounded her, wrapped in their cloaks of crimson, faces barely visible in the shadows of their drawn hoods. Captain Panaka and his complement of Naboo guards escorted them. Amidala stopped before the two men who waited, eyes shifting to the man with the kindly face and anxious eyes. Senator Palpatine, the Queen's emissary to the Republic Senate, bowed in welcome, hands clasped in the folds of his blue-green robes. "It is a great relief to see you alive and well, Your Majesty," he offered with a smile, straightening once more. "May I present Supreme Chancellor Valorum." Valorum was a tall, silver-haired man of indeterminate age. Neither young nor old in appearance, but something of each, his bearing and voice strong, but his face and startling blue eyes tired and worried. "Welcome, Your Highness," he said, a faint smile working its way onto his stern features. "It is an honor to finally meet you in person. I must relay to you how distressed everyone is over the current situation on Naboo. I have called for a special session of the Senate so that you may present your request for relief." The queen held his gaze without moving even a fraction of a centimeter, tall and regal in her robes of office, white-painted face as still and cool as ice. "I am grateful for your concern, Chancellor," she said quietly. Out of the corner of his eye, Anakin recognized Padme staring out at him from beneath her concealing hood. When he turned toward her, she gave him a wink, and he felt himself blush. Palpatine had moved to the Queen's side and was indicating an air shuttle that was awaiting them. "There is a question of procedure, but I feel confident we can overcome it," he was saying, guiding her along the rampway, her handmaidens, Captain Panaka, and the Naboo guards in tow. Anakin started to follow, Jar Jar at his side, then stopped as he saw that the Jedi were still standing with Supreme Chancellor Valorum. Anakin glanced back questioningly at Qui-Gon, not certain where he was supposed to go. The Queen and her retinue slowed in response, and Amidala motioned for Anakin and the Gungan to join them. Anakin looked again at Qui-Gon, who nodded wordlessly. Moving into the air shuttle with the Queen, Anakin and Jar Jar settled quietly into place in the very back seat. Senator Palpatine glanced over his shoulder at them from the front, a look of skepticism crossing his face before he turned away again. "Me not feelin' too good 'bout being here, Annie," the Gungan whispered doubtfully. As Anakin nodded and tightened his mouth determinedly. They flew only a short distance to another cluster of buildings and another loading dock, this one clearly meant for shuttlecraft. There, they disembarked and were escorted by Palpatine to his quarters, a portion of which had been made ready for the Queen and her entourage. Anakin and Jar Jar were given a room and a chance to clean up and were left alone. As after a time, they were collected by one of the handmaidens, not Padme, Anakin noted with disappointment, and escorted to a waiting room situated outside what appeared to be Palpatine's office. "Wait here," the handmaiden instructed and disappeared back down the hallway. The doors to the senator's office were open and the boy and the Gungan could see inside clearly. The Queen was present, dressed now in a gown of purple velvet which was wrapped about her slim form in layers, the sleeves long and full, hanging gracefully from her slender arms. A fan-shaped crown with ornate beadwork and tassels rested upon her head. She was sitting in a chair, listening as Palpatine spoke to her. Her handmaidens stood to one side, crimson robes and hoods drawn close about them. Anakin did not think either was Padme. He wondered if he should try to find her instead of waiting here, but he did not know where to look. The conversation within seemed decidedly one-sided, Senator Palpatine gesturing animatedly as he stalked the room, the Queen as still as stone. Anakin wished he could hear what was being said. He glanced at Jar Jar, and he could tell from the Gungan's restless eyes he was thinking the same thing. When Captain Panaka walked past them and entered the room beyond, screening them from view for just a moment, Anakin rose impulsively. Motioning for Jar Jar to stay where he was, putting a finger to his lips in warning, he moved to one side of the doorway, pressing close. Through the crack between the open door and the jamb, he could just make out the voices of Palpatine and the Queen, muffled and indistinct. Palpatine had stopped moving and was standing before the Queen, shaking his head. "The Republic is not what it once was. The Senate is full of greedy, squabbling delegates who are only looking out for themselves and their home systems. There is no interest in the common good, no civility, only politics," he sighed wearily. "It's disgusting. I must be frank, Your Majesty. There is little chance the Senate will act on the invasion." Amidala was silent a moment. "Chancellor Valorum seems to think there is hope." "If I may say so, Your Majesty," the senator replied, his voice kind but sad, "the Chancellor has little real power. He is mired in baseless accusations of corruption. A manufactured scandal surrounds him. The bureaucrats are in charge now. The queen rose, standing tall and fixed before him. What options do we have, Senator? Palpatine seemed to think on the matter for a moment. Our best choice would be to push for the election of a stronger Supreme Chancellor, one who could take control of the bureaucrats, enforce the laws, and give us justice. He brushed back his thick hair, worrying his forehead with steepled fingers. You could call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum. Amidala did not seem convinced. Valorum has been our strongest supporter. Is there no other way? Palpatine stood before her. Our only other choice would be to submit the matter to the courts. There is no time for that, the queen interrupted quickly, a hint of anger in her voice. The courts take even longer to decide things than the Senate. She shifted purposefully, an edge sharpening her words further. Our people are dying more and more each day. We must do something quickly. We must stop the Trade Federation before this gets any worse. Palpatine gave Amidala a stern look. To be realistic about the matter, Your Highness, I believe we are going to have to accept Trade Federation control as an accomplished fact, for the time being at least. The Queen shook her head slowly. That is something I cannot do, Senator. They faced each other in the silence that followed, eyes locked, and Anakin Skywalker, hiding behind the door without, found himself wondering suddenly what had become of Qui-Gon Jinn. Unlike other buildings in the vast sprawl of Coruscant, the Jedi Temple stood alone. A colossal pyramid with multiple spires rising skyward from its flat top, it sat apart from everything at the end of a broad promenade, linking it with bulkier, sharper-edged towers in which solitude and mediation were less likely to be found. Within the temple were housed the Jedi Knights and their students. The whole of the order engaged in contemplation and study of the Force, in codification of its dictates and mastery of its disciplines, and in training to serve the greater good it embodied. The Jedi Council Room dominated a central portion of the complex. The council itself was in session, its doors closed, its proceedings hidden from the eyes and ears of all but 14 people. 12 of them, some human, some non-human, comprised the council, a diverse and seasoned group who had gravitated to the order from both ends of the galaxy. The final 2 Jedi who were guests of the council this afternoon were Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The seats of the 12 council members formed a circle facing inward to where Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan stood, the former relating the events of the past few weeks, the latter a step behind his master, listening attentively. The room was circular and domed, supported by graceful pillars spaced between broad windows open to the city and the light. The shape of the room and the council seating reflected the Jedi belief in the equality of and interconnection between all things. In the world of the Jedi, the balance of life within the Force was the pathway to understanding and peace. Qui-Gon studied the faces of his listeners as he spoke, each of them familiar to him. Most were Jedi masters like himself, among them Yoda and Mace Windu, seniors in rank among those seated. They were more compliant in the ways of the Jedi Order than he had ever been or would probably ever be. He stood apart in the mosaic circle that formed a speaker's platform for those who addressed the council. His tall, broad form and deep voice commanding the attention of those gathered, his blue eyes fixing them each in turn, constantly searching for a reaction to his words. They watched him carefully, stately Ki-Adi-Mundi, young and beautiful Adi Gallia, slender Depabalaba, crested and marble-faced Even Peel, and all the others, each different and unique in appearance, each with something vital to offer as a representative of the council. Qui-Gon brought his eyes back to Mace Windu and Yoda, the ones he must convince, the ones most respected and powerful of those who sat in judgment. My conclusion, he finished quietly, his story completed, is that the one who attacked me on Tatooine is a Sith Lord. The silence that followed was palpable. Then there was a stirring of brown robes, a shifting of bodies and limbs. Glances were exchanged and murmurs of disbelief quickly voiced. "A Sith Lord," Mace Windu repeated with a growl, leaning forward. He was a strong, dark-skinned man with a shaved head and penetrating eyes, smooth-faced despite his years. "Impossible," Ki-Adi-Mundi snapped irritably, not bothering to hide his dismay at the suggestion. "The Sith have been gone for a millennium." Yoda shifted only slightly in his chair, a small and wizened presence in the company of much larger beings. His eyes gone to slits like a contented sand panther's, his whiskery, wrinkled face turned toward Qui-Gon thoughtfully. "Threatened the Republic is if the Sith are involved," he observed in his soft, gravelly voice. The others began to mutter anew among themselves. Qui-Gon said nothing, waiting them out. They had believed the Sith destroyed. They had believed them consumed by their own lust for power. He could feel Obi-Wan shift uncomfortably at his shoulder, having trouble maintaining his silence. Mace Windu leaned back heavily, his strong brow furrowing. "This is difficult to accept, Qui-Gon. I do not understand how the Sith could have returned without us knowing." "Hard to see the dark side is," Yoda said with a small snort. "Discover who this assassin is we must." Perhaps he will reveal himself again," Ki-Adi-Mundi suggested with a nod to Qui-Gon. "Yes," Mace Windu agreed. "This attack was with purpose, that much is clear. The Queen is his target. Since he failed once, he may try again." Yoda lifted one skinny arm, pointing at Qui-Gon. "With this Naboo Queen, you must stay, Qui-Gon. Protect her you must." The others murmured their approval, evidencing the confidence they felt in the Jedi Master's abilities. Still, Qui-Gon said nothing. "We shall use all our resources to unravel this mystery and discover the identity of your attacker," Mace Windu advised, one hand lifted in dismissal. "May the Force be with you, Qui-Gon Jinn." May the Force be with you," Yoda echoed. As Obi-Wan turned to leave, he stopped when Qui-Gon did not follow, but instead remained standing before the council. Obi-Wan held his breath, knowing what was coming. Yoda cocked his head questioningly. "More to say, have you, Qui-Gon Jinn?" "With your permission, my master," the Jedi replied, gaze steady. "I have encountered a vergence in the Force." Yoda's eyes widened slightly. "A vergence, you say?" "Located around a person," Mace Windu asked quickly. Qui-Gon nodded. "A boy, his cells have the highest concentration of midichlorians I have ever seen in a life form." He paused. "It is possible he was conceived by midichlorians." There was a shocked silence this time. Qui-Gon Jinn was suggesting the impossible, that the boy was conceived not by human contact, but by the essence of all life, by the connectors to the Force itself, the midichlorians. Comprising collective consciousness and intelligence, the midichlorians formed the link between everything living and the Force. But there was more that troubled the Jedi Council. There was a prophecy, so old its origins had long since been lost, that a chosen one would appear, imbued with an abundance of midichlorians, a being strong with the Force and destined to alter it forever. And it was Mace Windu who gave voice to the Council's thoughts. "You refer to the prophecy," he said quietly, "of the one who will bring balance to the Force. You believe it is this boy." Qui-Gon hesitated. I don't presume. But you do, Yoda snapped challengingly. Revealed your opinion is Qui-Gon. The Jedi Master took a deep breath. I request the boy be tested. Again, there was silence as the members of the council exchanged glances, communicating without words. Eyes shifted back to Qui-Gon. To be trained as a Jedi, you request for him? Yoda asked softly. Finding him was the will of the Force. Qui-Gon pressed ahead recklessly. I have no doubt of it. There is too much happening here for it to be anything else. Mace Windu held up one hand, bringing the debate to a close. Bring him before us, then. Yoda nodded somberly, eyes closing. Tested he will be. It is time to be going, Your Majesty, Senator Palpatine advised, moving to gather up a pile of data cards from his desk. Queen Amidala rose, and Anakin hurried back to his seat beside Jar Jar, giving the Gungan another warning glance for good measure. Jar Jar looked hurt. Me not gonna tell dem, he protested. Some moment later, Palpatine ushered the Queen and her handmaidens from his office and into the antechamber where the boy and the Gungan sat waiting. The senator went by them without a glance and was out the door immediately. Queen Amidala slowed just a fraction as she passed Anakin. Why don't you come with us? The handmaiden Rabbe said without looking at him, her voice a whisper. This time you won't have to listen from behind a door. Anakin and Jar Jar exchanged a startled, chagrined look, then rose and followed after. While the others waited without, Queen Amidala, accompanied by her handmaidens, retreated to her chambers long enough to change into yet another ensemble. This one clearly meant to emphasize her status as leader of the Naboo. She emerged wearing a broad-shouldered cloak of crimson velvet trimmed with gold lace and a crown of woven cloth horns and tassels with a center plate of hammered gold. The gown and headdress lent both size and majesty, and she walked past a wondering Anakin and Jar Jar as if come down out of the clouds to mix with mortals, all cool grace and extraordinary beauty, aloof and untouchable. Sairtier and Rabbe, the handmaidens who had accompanied her earlier, were present again, and they trailed the queen in a silent glide, wrapped in their crimson hooded robes. Again, Anakin looked for Padme and did not find her. Please lead the way, Amidala requested of Palpatine, beckoning the boy, the Gungan, and Captain Panaka to accompany them. They walked from Palpatine's quarters down a series of corridors that connected to other chambers and eventually to other buildings. The halls were empty of almost everyone, save for a scattering of Republic guards, and the company proceeded unchallenged. Anakin glanced around in awe at the tall ceilings and high windows, at the forest of buildings visible without, imagining what it would be like to live in a place like Coruscant. When they reached the Senate chamber, he had cause to wonder anew. The chamber had the look of an arena, circular and massive, with doors opening off exterior rampways at various levels above the main floor. At the center of the chamber, a tall, slender column supported the Supreme Chancellor's platform, a broad, semi-enclosed area that allowed Valorum, who was already present, to sit or stand as he chose in the company of his vice chair and staff. All around the smooth interior walls of the arena, Senate boxes jutted from hangar bays off entry doors, some fixed in place while their senators conferred with staff and visitors, others floating just off their moorings. When a senator requested permission to speak and was recognized by the chair, his box would float to the center of the arena, close to the Supreme Chancellor's podium, where it remained until the speech was concluded. Anakin picked up on all this in a matter of seconds. trailing the Queen and Palpatine to the entry doors opening onto the Naboo Senate box, which sat waiting at its docking. Banners and curtains hung from the rounded ceiling in brilliant streamers, and indirect lighting glowed softly from every corner, brightening the rotunda's cavernous interior. Droids bustled along the exterior rampways, carrying messages from one delegation to the next, the movement of their metal bodies giving the chamber the look of a complex piece of machinery. "If the Federation moves to defer the motion, Your Majesty," Senator Palpatine was saying to the Queen, his head bent close, his voice low and insistent, "I beg of you to ask for a resolution to end this session and call for the election of a new Supreme Chancellor." Amidala did not look at him, continuing to advance toward the Naboo box. "I wish I had your confidence in this proposal, Senator," she replied quietly. "You must force a new election for Supreme Chancellor," Palpatine pressed. "I promise you there are many who will support us. It is our best chance." He glanced toward the podium and Valorum. "Our only chance." A murmur had risen from the assembled as they caught sight of Amidala standing at the entry to the Naboo box, robes of office flowing out behind her, head erect, face calm. If she heard the change in tenor of the level of conversation around her, she gave no sign. Her eyes shifted momentarily to Palpatine. "You truly believe Chancellor Valorum will not bring our motion to a vote?" she asked quietly. Palpatine shook his head, his high brow furrowing. "He is distracted, he is afraid, he will be of no help." Rebbe handed a small metal view screen to Anakin and Jar Jar and motioned for them to wait where they were. Stepping into the Senate box with Palpatine, Amidala was joined by her handmaidens and Panaka. Anakin was disappointed at not being included, but grateful when he discovered that the view screen Rebbe had provided allowed him to see and hear what was happening in the Naboo box. "She's going to ask the Senate for help, Jar Jar," he whispered, leaning over excitedly. "What do you think?" The Gungan wrinkled up his billed mouth and shook his floppy-eared head. "Me think dis bombad, Annie. Too many peoples to be agreeing onto one thing." The Naboo box detached from its docking and floated a short distance toward the Supreme Chancellor's podium, waiting for permission to advance all the way. Palpatine, Amidala, and the rest of the occupants were seated now, facing forward. Valorum nodded his short-cropped white head in the direction of Palpatine. "The chair recognizes the senator from the sovereign system of Naboo." The Naboo box glided to the center of the arena, and Palpatine rose to his feet, taking in the assemblage with a slow, sweeping gaze that drew all eyes toward his. "Supreme Chancellor, delegates of the Senate," his voice boomed, quieting the chamber. "A tragedy has occurred on my homeworld of Naboo. We have become caught up in a dispute, one of which you are all well aware. It began with a taxation of trade routes and has evolved into an oppressive and lawless occupation of a peaceful world. The Trade Federation bears responsibility for this injustice and must be made to answer." As a second box was rushing forward by now, this one bearing the markings of the Trade Federation and occupied by the Federation's senator, Lot Dodd, and a handful of trade barons in attendance. "This is outrageous," the Trade Federation senator thundered, gesturing toward the podium and Valorum. A lean, wizened Neimoidian, he loomed out of the low-railed box like a willowy tree. "I object to Senator Palpatine's ridiculous assertions and ask that he be silenced at once." Valorum's white head swiveled briefly in Lot Dodd's direction and one hand lifted. "The chair does not recognize the senator from the Trade Federation at this time." The Supreme Chancellor's voice was soft but steady. Return to your station. Lot Dodd looked as if he might say something more, but then he lowered himself back into his seat as his box slowly retreated. And to state our allegations in full, Palpatine continued, I present Queen Amidala, the recently elected ruler of the Naboo, to speak on our behalf. He stepped aside and Amidala rose to a light scattering of applause. Moving to the front of the box, she faced Valorum, honorable representatives of the Republic, distinguished delegates, and Supreme Chancellor Valorum. I come to you under the gravest of circumstances. In repudiation and violation of the laws of the Republic, the Naboo have been invaded and subjugated by force by droid armies of the Trade Federation. Lot Dodd was on his feet again, voice raised angrily. I object. This is nonsense. Where is the proof? He did not wait for recognition as he turned to the chamber at large. I recommend a commission be sent to Naboo to ascertain the truth of these allegations. Valorum shook his head, overruled. Lot Dodd sighed heavily and threw up his hands as if with that single word his life had become hopeless. Your Honor, you cannot allow us to be condemned without granting our request for an impartial observation. It is against all the rules of procedure. He scanned the chamber for help, and there was a murmur of agreement from the delegates. A third box glided forward to join those of Naboo and the Trade Federation. The chair recognized Ax Moe, the senator from the planet of Malastare. Stocky and slow-moving, his 3 eye stalks waving gently, Ax Moe put the thick, heavy pads of his hands on his hips. The senator from Malastare concurs with the honorable delegate from the Trade Federation. His voice was thick and gnarly. A commission once requested must be appointed where there is a dispute of the sort we have encountered here. It is the law. Valorum hesitated. The point is. He trailed off uncertainly, left the sentence unfinished, and turned to confer with his vice chair, identified on the printed register as Maz Amda. Amda was of a species Anakin had never encountered, human in form, but with a head swollen by a pillow of cushioning tissue narrowing into a pair of tentacles that drooped over either shoulder and feelers that jutted from above the forehead. Together with their aides, the chair and vice chair engaged in a hurried discussion. Anakin and Jar Jar exchanged worried glances as Palpatine's voice reached them through the handheld viewscreen's tiny speaker. Enter the bureaucrats, the true rulers of the Republic, and on the payroll of the Trade Federation, I might add, he was whispering to the Queen. Anakin could see their heads bent close. Palpatine's tone was heavy. This is where Chancellor Valorum's strength will disappear. Valorum had moved back to the podium, a worn look on his face. The point is conceded. Section 523A takes precedence here. He nodded in the direction of the Naboo box. Queen Amidala of the Naboo, will you defer your motion in order to allow a Senate commission to explore the validity of your accusations? Anakin could see the Queen stiffen in surprise, and when she spoke, her voice was edged with anger and determination. I will not defer, she declared, eyes locked on Valorum. I have come before you to resolve this attack on Naboo sovereignty now. I was not elected queen to watch my people suffer and die while you discuss this invasion in committee. If the Chancellor is not capable of action, I suggest new leadership is needed. She paused. I move for a vote of no confidence in the Supreme Chancellor. Voices rose immediately in response, some in support, some in protest. Senators and spectators alike came to their feet, loud mutterings quickly building to shouts that echoed through the cavernous chamber. Valorum stood speechless at the podium, stunned and disbelieving. He stared at Amidala, his face etched in sudden shock as the impact of her words registered. Amidala faced him boldly, waiting. Maz Amda moved in front of Valorum, taking charge of the podium. "Order," he bellowed, his strange head swelling. "We shall have order." The assembly quieted then, and the delegates reseated themselves, responding to Amda's command. Anakin noted that the Trade Federation box had maneuvered into position close beside the Naboo box. Lot Dodd exchanged a quick glance with Palpatine, but neither spoke. A new box floated to the center of the chamber, and the vice chair recognized Edsel Bar Gan, the senator from Runa. Iruna seconds the motion for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, Bar Gan intoned in a sibilant voice. Maz Amda did not look pleased. "The motion has been seconded." He turned now to Valorum, speaking quickly to him, keeping his voice low and his words hidden behind his hand. Valorum looked at him uncomprehendingly, eyes distant and lost. "There must be no delays," Ax Moe of Malastare declared in a loud voice, drawing Maz Amda's attention back to him. "The motion is on the floor and must be voted on at once." Lot Dodd was back on his feet. "I move the motion be sent to the Procedures Committee for further study." The Republic Senate erupted anew, chanting loudly, "Vote now, vote now." Maz Amda was deep in discussion with Supreme Chancellor Valorum, hands on his shoulders as if to bring him back from wherever he'd gone by sheer force of determination. "You see, Your Majesty, the tide is with us," Anakin heard Palpatine announce quietly to the Queen. The boy's eyes dropped to the view screen. "Valorum will be voted out, I assure you, and they will elect a new chancellor, a strong chancellor, one who will not let our tragedy be ignored." Maz Amda was back at the podium, addressing the chamber. "The Supreme Chancellor requests a recess." Shouts rose from the delegates, echoing across the chamber in waves as Valorum stared at Senator Palpatine and Queen Amidala. And even from where he stood watching now at the entry doors to the Naboo box, Anakin Skywalker could discern the look of betrayal registered on the Supreme Chancellor's anguished face. Less than an hour later, Anakin burst through the open doors of the Queen's antechamber in search of Padme and found himself face-to-face with Amidala instead. The Queen was standing alone in the center of the room, her eyes directed toward him, her robed form radiant and solitary. "Excuse me," Anakin said quickly, "Your Majesty." She nodded silently, white face smooth and perfect. "I was looking for Padme," he continued, standing rooted in place just inside the doorway, undecided on whether to stay or go. He glanced around doubtfully. "Qui-Gon says he will take me before the Jedi Council. I wanted Padme to know." A small smile flitted across the Queen's painted lips. "Padme isn't here, Anakin. I sent her on an errand." "Oh," he said quietly. But I will give her your message." The boy grinned. "Maybe I will become a Jedi Knight," he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. As Amidala nodded, "Maybe you will." "I think Padme would like that." "I think she would too." As Anakin backed away, "I didn't mean to," he searched for the word and couldn't find it. "Good luck, Anakin," the Queen said softly. "Do well." He wheeled away with a broad smile and was out the door. The day passed quickly for Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and sunset found them standing together on a balcony outside the Jedi Temple overlooking Coruscant. Neither had said anything to the other for some time. They had collected Anakin Skywalker from Senator Palpatine's quarters following his return from the Republic Senate and brought him before the Council for examination. Now they were awaiting a decision. As far as Obi-Wan was concerned, it was a foregone conclusion. The young Jedi was frustrated and embarrassed for his master, who had clearly overstepped his bounds once again. Qui-Gon had been right in his suspicion that the boy was possessed of an inordinately high midi-chlorian count. Obi-Wan had run the test himself, but that alone was not enough to demonstrate Anakin was the chosen one, if there even was such a one, which Obi-Wan seriously doubted. There were hundreds of these old prophecies and legends, handed down through the centuries as a part of Jedi lore. In any case, Qui-Gon was relying on instinct once again, and instinct was useful only if born of the Force and not of emotion. Qui-Gon was insistent on championing the causes of underdogs, of empathizing with creatures he found in some peculiar, inscrutable way he alone could comprehend, significant in the scheme of things. Obi-Wan studied his mentor surreptitiously. Why did he insist on pursuing these hopeless causes? The Council might find the boy possessed of more midi-chlorians than normal, but they would never accept him for Jedi training. The rules were clear and established, and the reasons supporting them were proven and unassailable. Training for the Order after more than a year of life was doomed to fail. At 9 years of age, Anakin Skywalker was simply too old. But Qui-Gon would not let it go. He would brace the Council once again, and the result would be the same as it had been on so many other occasions. Qui-Gon would be denied, and his stature as a Jedi Master would fall a little further. Obi-Wan moved to where the older Jedi stood staring out at the endless horizon of skyscrapers. He stood close to him, silent for a moment longer before speaking. "The boy will not pass the Council's tests, Master," he said softly, "and you know it. He is far too old." Qui-Gon kept his gaze directed toward the sunset. "Anakin will become a Jedi, I promise you." Obi-Wan sighed wearily. "Don't defy the Council, Master, not again." The older man seemed to go very still, perhaps even to stop breathing before he turned to his protege. "I will do what I must, Obi-Wan. Would you have me be any other way?" "Master, you could be sitting on the Council by now if you would just follow the code. You deserve to be sitting on the Council." Obi-Wan's frustration surfaced in a burst of momentary anger. His eyes sought the others and held them. "They will not go along with you this time." Qui-Gon Jinn studied him a moment, then smiled. "You still have much to learn, my young Padawan." Obi-Wan bit off his reply and looked away, thinking to himself that Qui-Gon was right, but that maybe this time he should consider taking his own advice. Inside, Anakin Skywalker faced the Jedi Council, standing in the same place Qui-Gon Jinn had stood some hours earlier. He was nervous at first, brought into the chamber by Qui-Gon, then left alone with the 12 members of the Council. Standing in the mosaic circle and ringed by the silent assemblage, awestruck and uncertain of what was expected of him, he felt vulnerable and exposed. The eyes of the Jedi were distant as they viewed him, but he sensed they were looking not past him, but inside. They began to question him then, without preliminary introductions or explanations, without expending any effort at all to make him feel comfortable or welcome. He knew some of them by name, for Qui-Gon had described a few, and he was quick to put faces to names. They questioned him at great length, testing memory and knowledge, seeking insights at which he could only guess. They knew of his existence as a slave. They knew of his background on Tatooine, of his mother and his friends, of his pod racing, of Watto, of everything factual and past, of the order of his life. Now Mace Windu was looking at a screen the boy could not see, and Anakin was giving names to images that flashed across its liquid surface. Images appeared in Anakin's mind with such speed he was reminded of the strange blur of desert and mountains whipping past his cockpit during a pod race. A bantha, a hyperdrive, a proton blaster. The images whizzed through his mind as he named them off. A Republic cruiser, a Rhodian cup, a Hutt speeder. The screen went blank and Mace looked up at the boy. Good, good, young one, the wizened alien called Yoda praised, the sleepy eyes fixed on him, intent behind their lids. How feel you? Cold, sir, Anakin confessed. Afraid, are you? The boy shook his head. No, sir. Afraid to give up your life? The Dark One called Mace Windu asked, leaning forward slightly. I don't think so, he answered, then hesitated. Something about the answer didn't feel right. Yoda blinked and his long ears cocked forward. See through you we can, he said quietly. Be mindful of your failings, Mace Windu said. The Old One called Kai Adi Mundi stroked his beard. Your thoughts dwell on your mother. Anakin felt his stomach lurch at the mention of her. He bit his lip. I miss her. Yoda exchanged glances with several others on the council. Afraid to lose her, I think. And Anakin flushed. What's that got to do with anything? He asked defensively. Yoda's sleepy eyes fixed on him. Everything. To the dark side, fear leads to anger and to hate, to suffering. I am not afraid, the boy snapped irritably, anxious to leave this discussion and move on. Yoda did not seem to hear him. The deepest commitment a Jedi must have, the most serious mind, much fear in you I sense, young one. Anakin took a deep breath and let it out slowly. When he spoke, his voice was calm again. I am not afraid. Yoda studied him a moment. Then continue we will, he said softly, and the examination resumed. Jar Jar Binks of the Gungans and Queen Amidala of the Naboo stood together at a window that ran floor to ceiling in the Queen's chambers, looking out at the gleaming spires of Coruscant. An odd pairing at best, the Queen regal and composed, the Gungan awkward and jittery. They kept company in silence and watched the sunset color the sky a brilliant gold that reflected here and there off the flat metal and glass surfaces of the city in sudden, blinding explosions of light. They had returned from the Republic Senate some hours ago, Jar Jar, Anakin, the Queen, and her handmaidens. They had come back principally because there seemed to be nothing else they could do to change the course of events regarding the future of Naboo. Senator Palpatine had stayed behind to politic with his colleagues over the selection of a new Supreme Chancellor, and Captain Panaka had remained with him, asked by the Queen to bring her news when there was any to offer. None had been forthcoming as yet. Now Anakin was gone as well, taken by Qui-Gon to the Jedi Temple where he was to meet with the Council, and no one had seen Padme in some time. So Jar Jar had rattled around in Palpatine's quarters rather like a stray Kadu until Amidala had taken pity on him and invited him to sit with her. She had gone into seclusion on her return, changing out of her Senate robes into a less imposing gold-trimmed black gown that emphasized how slender and small she really was. She wore an inverted, crescent-shaped crown with a beaded gold medallion arced down over her smooth forehead, but even so she stood several centimeters shorter than the Gungan. She was clearly in pain, her eyes so sad and distant that it made Jar Jar want to comfort her. If it had been Annie or Padme, he might have reached over and patted her on the head, but he was not about to try that with the Queen. There were no guards, but her handmaidens, Airtae and Rabe, cloaked in their crimson hooded robes and forever watchful, stood in waiting near the door, and he was certain there were guards somewhere close as well. He was careless of many things, oblivious to others, and in general given over to enjoying life in a haphazard way, but he was no fool. Finally, though, he could ignore the situation no longer. He shuffled his feet and cleared his throat, drawing the Queen's attention. She turned, her white painted face with red dots on each cheek and a red slash in the center of her lower lip, doll-like and expressionless. Me wonder sometimes why do gods invent pain, he offered sympathetically. Amidala's cool gaze was steady and clear. To motivate us, I imagine. Yous think yous people gonna die? He asked, working his build mouth around the bitter words as if he could taste them. The queen considered the question and shook her head slowly. I don't know, Jar Jar. Gungan's gonna get pasted too, eh? I hope not. Jar Jar straightened and a fierce pride brightened his eyes. Gungans no die without a fight. We warriors, we got a grand army. An army, she repeated, a hint of surprise in her soft voice. The grand army, lotta Gungans, they come from all over, dat why no swamp beings give us trouble, too many Gungans. Gotta big energy shields too, nuttin' get through, gotta energy balls, fly outta slings and splat electricity and goo, bomb bad stuff. Gungans no ever give up to mechanics or anyone. He paused, shrugged uncomfortably, dat why Nabu no like us meb. She was studying him closely now, her detached gaze replaced by something more intense, as if she were turning an unexpected thought over in her mind. She was preparing to speak to that thought, he believed, when Senator Palpatine and Captain Panaka strode through the doorway in a rush. Your Highness, Captain Panaka greeted, barely able to contain his excitement as both men bowed quickly and straightened. Senator Palpatine has been nominated to succeed Valorum as Supreme Chancellor. Palpatine's smile was contained and deferential, and his voice carefully modulated as he spoke. A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. I promise, Your Majesty, if I am elected, I will restore democracy to the Republic. I will put an end to the corruption that has plagued the Senate. The Trade Federation will lose its influence over the bureaucrats, and our people will be freed from the tyranny of this unlawful and onerous invasion. Who else has been nominated? Amidala asked abruptly, cutting him short. Bail Antilles of Alderaan and Axe Moe of Malastare, Panaka told her, avoiding Palpatine's eyes. The senator was quick to recover from the unexpected interruption of his speech. Your Majesty, I feel confident that our situation will generate strong support for us when the voting takes place tomorrow. He paused meaningfully. I will be Chancellor, I promise you. The Queen did not look impressed. She moved past Jar Jar to the window and stared out at the lights of the city as they brightened with the fading of the sunset. I fear by the time you have taken control of the bureaucrats, Senator, there will be nothing left of our cities, our people, or our way of life to salvage. Palpatine looked taken aback. I understand your concern, Your Majesty. Unfortunately, the Federation has seized possession of our planet. It will be nearly impossible to immediately dislodge them. Perhaps. Amidala turned from the window to face him. Her eyes were bright with anger and determination. With the Senate in transition, there is nothing more I can do here. She walked to where he stood with Panaka. Senator, this is your arena. I must return now to mine. I have decided to go back to Naboo. My place is with my people. Go back, Palpatine was aghast, his pale face stricken. Panaka looked quickly from one to the other. But Your Majesty, be realistic. You will be in great danger. They will force you to sign the treaty. The Queen was calm and composed. I will sign no treaty. My fate will be no different from that of my people. She turned to Panaka. Captains. Panaka snapped to attention. Yes, Your Highness. Ready my ship. Palpatine stepped forward quickly to intercept her. Please, Your Majesty, stay here where it is safe. Amidala's voice was edged with iron. No place is safe if the Senate doesn't condemn this invasion. It is clear to me now that the Republic no longer functions. Her eyes locked on his. If you win the election, Senator, I know you will do everything possible to stop the Federation. I pray you will find a way to restore sanity and compassion to the Republic. She moved past him in a smooth, gliding motion and was out the door, her handmaidens and Panaka at her heels. Jar Jar Binks followed, shuffling after as unobtrusively as he could manage, glancing just once at Palpatine in passing. He was surprised to catch the barest glimpse of a smile on the senator's shrewd face. In the Temple of the Jedi, Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker stood before the Council of 12. Clustered together at the center of the speaker's platform, they faced the circle of chairs in which the members of the council were seated and awaited their decision on the boy. Outside, the light was pale and wan as twilight replaced sunset, and night began its slow descent across the city. Finished, we are with our examination of the boy, Yoda advised in his guttural, whispery voice. His eyes were lidded and sleepy, his pointed ears pricked forward. Correct, you were Qui-Gon. Mace Windu nodded his concurrence, his dark, smooth face expressionless in the dim light. His cells contain a very high concentration of midichlorians. There was emphasis on the word very as he spoke. The Force is strong in him, Ki-Adi-Mundi agreed. Qui-Gon felt a rush of satisfaction on hearing the words, a vindication of his insistence on freeing the boy from his life on Tatooine and bringing him here. He is to be trained, then, he declared in triumph. There was an uncomfortable silence as the council members looked from one to the other. No, Mace Windu said quietly, he will not be trained. Anakin's face crumpled, and there were tears in his eyes as he glanced quickly at Qui-Gon. No, the Jedi Master repeated in disbelief, shocked, almost speechless. He tried hard to ignore the I told you so look on Obi-Wan's young face. Mace Windu nodded, dark eyes steady. He is too old, there is already too much anger in him. Qui-Gon was incensed, but he held himself in check. This decision made no sense, it could not be allowed to stand. He is the chosen one, he insisted vehemently. You must see it. Yoda cocked his round head contemplatively. Clouded this boy's future is, masked by his youths. Qui-Gon searched the faces of the other members of the Jedi Council, but found no help. He straightened and nodded his acceptance of their decision. Very well, I will train him then. I take Anakin Skywalker as my Padawan apprentice. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Obi-Wan stiffen in shock. He saw, as well, the sudden flicker of hope that crossed Anakin's face. He did not respond to either, keeping his gaze directed toward the council. An apprentice, you already have Qui-Gon, Yoda pointed out sharply. Impossible to take on a second. Oh, we forbid it, Mace Windu advised darkly. Obi-Wan is ready, Qui-Gon declared. I am, his protege agreed heatedly, trying unsuccessfully to mask his surprise and disappointment in his mentor's unexpected decision. I am ready to face the trials. Yoda's sleepy eyes shifted. Ready so early, are you? What know you of ready? Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged quick, hard looks, and the measure of their newfound antagonism was palpable. The breach in their relationship was widening so quickly it could no longer be mapped. Qui-Gon took a deep breath and turned back to the council. Obi-Wan is headstrong, and he has much to learn still about the living force, but he is capable. There is little more he will learn from me. Yoda shook his wizened face. Our own counsel we will keep on who is ready, Qui-Gon, more to learn he has. Now is not the time for this, Mace Windu stated with finality. The Senate will vote tomorrow for a new Supreme Chancellor. Queen Amidala returns home, we are advised, which will put pressure on the Federation and could widen the confrontation. Those responsible will be quick to act on these new events. Drawn out of hiding, her attackers will be, Yoda whispered. Events are moving too fast for distractions such as this, Ki-Adi-Mundi added. Mace Windu took a quick look about at the others sitting on the council, then turned once more to Qui-Gon. Go with the Queen to Naboo and discover the identity of this dark warrior who attacked you, be it Sith or otherwise. That is the clue we need to unravel this mystery. Yoda's nod was slow and brooked no argument. Decided later, young Skywalker's fate will be. Qui-Gon took a deep breath, filled with frustration and disappointment at the unexpected turn of events. Anakin would not be trained, even though he had offered to take the boy as his Padawan. Worse, he had offended Obi-Wan, not intentionally perhaps, but deeply nevertheless. The rift was not permanent, but it would take time for the younger man's pride to heal, time they could not afford. He bowed his acquiescence to the council. I brought Anakin here, he must stay in my charge, he has nowhere else to go. Mace Windu nodded. He is your ward, Qui-Gon, we do not dispute that. But train him not, Yoda admonished sharply. Take him with you, but train him not. The words stung, the force behind them unmistakable. Qui-Gon flinched inwardly but said nothing. I protect the Queen, Mace Windu added, but do not intercede if it comes to war until we have the Senate's approvals. There was a long silence as the members of the council regarded Qui-Gon Jinn gravely. He stood there, trying to think of something more to say, some other argument to offer. Outside, the last of the twilight faded into darkness, and the lights of the city began to blink on like watchful eyes. May the Force be with you, Yoda said finally, signaling to the Jedi Master that the audience was over. The Jedi and the boy, having been made aware of Amidala's imminent departure for Naboo, went directly to the landing platform where the Queen's transport was anchored to await her arrival. The shuttle ride over was marked by a strained silence between the Jedi and a discomfort in the boy he could not dispel. He looked down at his feet most of the time, wishing he could think of a way to stop Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan from being angry at each other. When they disembarked from the shuttle at the landing platform, R2-D2 was already bustling about. The little droid beeped at Anakin cheerfully, then wandered over to the edge of the rampway to look down at the traffic. In doing so, he leaned out too far and tumbled over. Anakin gasped, but a second later the astromech droid reappeared, boosted back onto the rampway by his onboard jets. On hearing R2-D2's ensuing flurry of chirps and whistles, the boy smiled in spite of himself. At the head of the loading ramp, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi were engaged in a heated discussion. Wind whipped down the canyons of the city's towering buildings, hiding their words from the boy. Carefully, he edged closer so that he could listen in. It is not disrespect, Master, Obi-Wan was saying vehemently. It is the truth. From your point of view, perhaps. Qui-Gon's face was hard and tight with anger. The younger Jedi's voice dropped a notch. The boy is dangerous, they all sense it, why can't you? His fate is uncertain, but he is not dangerous, Qui-Gon corrected sharply. The Council will decide Anakin's future, that should be enough for you. He turned away dismissively. Now get on board. As Obi-Wan wheeled away and stalked up the ramp into the ship, R2-D2 followed, still whistling happily. Qui-Gon turned to Anakin and the boy walked up to him. Master Qui-Gon, he said uncomfortably, riddled with doubt and guilt over what was happening, I don't want to be a problem. Qui-Gon placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You won't be, Annie. He glanced toward the ship, then knelt before the boy. I'm not allowed to train you, so I want you to watch me instead and be mindful of what you see. Always remember, your focus determines your reality. He paused, eyes locked on Anakin. Stay close to me and you will be safe. The boy nodded his understanding. Can I ask you something? The Jedi Master nodded. What are midi-chlorians? Wind whipped at Qui-Gon's long hair, blowing strands of it across his strong face. Midi-chlorians are microscopic life forms that reside within the cells of all living things and communicate with the Force. Oh, they live inside of me, the boy asked. In your cells, Qui-Gon paused, we are symbionts with the midi-chlorians. Symbi what? Symbionts, life forms living together for mutual advantage. Without the midi-chlorians, life could not exist, and we would have no knowledge of the Force. Our midi-chlorians continually speak to us, Annie, telling us the will of the Force. They do. Qui-Gon cocked one eyebrow. When you learn to quiet your mind, you will hear them speaking to you. As Anakin thought about it a moment, then frowned. I don't understand. Qui-Gon smiled, and his eyes were warm and secretive. With time and training, Annie, you will. The pair of shuttles eased up to the loading dock, and Queen Amidala, her handmaidens, Captain Panaka, and an escort of officers and guards disembarked. Last off the second shuttle was Jar Jar Binks. Amidala was wearing a purple velvet travel cloak that draped her body in soft folds and a gold-rimmed cowl that framed her smooth white face like a cameo portrait. Qui-Gon rose and stood waiting beside Anakin as the Queen and her handmaidens approached. Your Highness, Qui-Gon greeted with a deferential inclination of his head. It will be our pleasure to continue to serve and protect you. Amidala nodded. I welcome your help. Senator Palpatine fears the Federation means to destroy me. I promise you we will not let that happen, the Jedi Master advised solemnly. The Queen turned and with her handmaidens followed Panaka and the Naboo guards and officers into the transport. Jar Jar hurried over and enveloped Anakin in a huge hug. We'se gone home, Annie, he exclaimed with a grin, and Anakin Skywalker hugged him back. Moments later, they were all aboard, and the sleek transport had lifted off, leaving Coruscant behind. It was night in the Naboo capital city of Theed, the streets empty and silent save for the occasional passing of battle droid patrols and the whisper of the wind. In the Queen's throne room, Newt Gunray and Rune Hako stood attentively before a hologram of Darth Sidious. The hologram filled the space at one end of the room, rising up before them menacingly. The dark-cloaked figure at its center gestured. The Queen is on her way to you, the Sith Lord intoned softly. When she arrives, force her to sign the treaty. There was a momentary pause as the Neimoidians exchanged worried looks. Yes, my lord, Newt Gunray agreed reluctantly. A viceroy is the planet secure. The dark figure in the hologram shimmered with movement. Yes, my lord, Gunray was on firmer ground here. We have taken the last pockets of resistance consisting of mostly primitive life forms. We are now in complete control. The faceless speaker nodded. Good, I will see to it that in the Senate things stay as they are. I am sending Darth Maul to join you. He will deal with the Jedi. Yes, my lord, the words were a litany. The hologram and Darth Sidious faded away. The Neimoidians stood where they were, frozen in place. A Sith Lord here with us. Rune Hako whispered in disbelief, and this time Newt Gunray had nothing to say at all. Aboard the Queen's transport, coming out of hyperspace and approaching the Naboo star system, Qui-Gon Jinn paused on his way to a meeting with the Queen to study Anakin Skywalker. The boy stood at the pilot's console next to Rick Ollier. The Naboo pilot was bent forward over the controls, pointing each one out in turn and explaining its function. Anakin was absorbing the information with astonishing quickness, brow furrowed, eyes intense, concentration total. And that one, the boy pointed. The forward stabilizer. Rick Ollier glanced up at him expectantly, waiting. And those control the pitch. Anakin indicated a bank of levers by the pilot's right hand. Rick Ollier's weathered face broke into a grin. You catch on pretty quick. As quick as anyone he had ever encountered, Qui-Gon Jinn thought. That was the reason Anakin was so special. It gave evidence of his high midi-chlorian count. It suggested anew that he was the chosen one. The Jedi Master sighed. Why could the Council not accept that this was so? Why were they so afraid of taking a chance on the boy when the signs were so clear? Qui-Gon found himself frustrated all over again. He understood their thinking. It was bad that Anakin was so old but not fatal to his chances. What troubled them was not his age, but the conflict they sensed within him. Anakin was wrestling with his parentage, with his separation from his mother, his friends, and his home, especially his mother. He was old enough to appreciate what might happen, and the result was an uncertainty that worked within him like a caged animal seeking to break free. The Jedi Council knew that it could not tame that uncertainty from without, that it could be mastered only from within. They believed Anakin Skywalker too old for this, his thinking and his beliefs too settled to be safely reshaped. He was vulnerable to his inner conflict, and the dark side would be quick to take advantage of this. Qui-Gon shook his head, staring over at the boy from the back of the cockpit. Yes, there were risks in accepting him as an apprentice. But few things of worth were accomplished in life without risk. The Jedi Order was founded on strict adherence to established procedures in the raising and educating of young Jedi, but there were exceptions to all things, even this. That the Jedi Council was refusing even to consider that this was an instance in which an exception should be made was intolerable. Still, he must keep faith, he knew. He must believe. The decision not to train Anakin would be reconsidered on their return and reversed. If the Council did not embrace the boy's training as a Jedi voluntarily, then it would be up to Qui-Gon to find a way to make it do so. He turned away then and walked from the cabin to the passageways beyond and descended one level to the Queen's chambers. The others she had called together for this meeting were already present when he arrived. Obi-Wan gave him a brief, neutral nod of recognition, standing next to a glowering Captain Panaka. Jar Jar Binks hugged the wall to one side, apparently trying to disappear into it. Amidala sat on her shipboard throne on a raised dais set against one wall, two of her handmaidens, Rabe and Artire, flanking her. Her white-painted face was composed and her gaze cool as it met his own, but there was fire in the words she spoke next. When we land on Naboo, she advised the Jedi Master after he had bowed and taken up a position next to Panaka, it is my intention to act on this invasion at once. My people have suffered enough. Panaka could barely contain himself, his dark face tight with anger. When we land, Your Highness, the Trade Federation will arrest you and force you to sign their treaty. Qui-Gon nodded thoughtfully, curious as to the Queen's thinking. I agree. I'm not sure what you hope to accomplish by this. Amidala might have been carved from stone. The Naboo are going to take back what is ours. There are only 12 of us, Panaka snapped, unable to keep silent. Your Highness, he added belatedly, we have no army. As her eyes shifted to Qui-Gon, the Jedi cannot fight a war for you, Your Highness, he advised. We can only protect you. She let her gaze drift from them to settle on Jar Jar. The Gungan was studying his toes. Jar Jar Binks, she called. Jar Jar, clearly caught off guard, stiffened. Me, Your Highness. Yes, Amidala of the Naboo affirmed. I have need of your help. Deep in the Naboo swamps, at the edge of the lake that bored downward to the Gungan capital city of Otoh Gunga, the fugitives from the Queen's transport were grouped at the water's edge, waiting for the return of Jar Jar Binks. Amidala and her handmaidens, the Jedi Knights, Captain Panaka, Anakin, R2-D2, Rick Olier, and several other pilots, and a handful of Naboo guards clustered uneasily in the misty silence. It was safe to say that even now no one but the Queen knew exactly what it was she was attempting to do. All she had been willing to reveal to those in a position to inquire was that she wished to make contact with the Gungan people, and Jar Jar would be her emissary. She had insisted on landing in the swamp, even after both Panaka and the Jedi had advised against it. As a single battleship orbited the planet, all that remained of the Trade Federation blockade. Housed within was the control station responsible for directing the droid army that occupied Naboo. When Panaka wondered aloud at the absence of the other battleships, Qui-Gon pointed out rather dryly that you don't need a blockade once you control the port. Anakin, standing apart from the others with R2-D2, studied the group surreptitiously. Jar Jar had been gone a long time, and everyone but the Queen was growing restless. She stood wrapped in her soft robes, silent and implacable in the midst of her handmaidens. Padmé, Artée, and Rabé had changed from their crimson hooded cloaks into more functional trousers, tunics, boots, and long-waisted overcoats, and there were blasters strapped to their waists. The boy had never seen Padmé like this, and he found himself wondering how good a fighter she was. As if realizing he was thinking of her, Padmé broke away from the others and came over to him. How are you, Annie? She asked quietly, her kind eyes locking on his. He shrugged. Okay, I've missed you. It's good to see you again. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to talk with you before, but I've been very busy. They hadn't spoken more than a few words to each other since leaving Tatooine, and Anakin hadn't even seen Padmé since their departure from Coruscant. It had bothered him, but he'd kept it to himself. He stuttered, looking down at his boots. They decided not to make me a Jedi. He recounted the story for her, detailing the events surrounding his appearance before the Jedi Council. Padmé listened intently, then touched his cheek with her cool fingers. They can change their minds, Annie. Don't give up hope. She bent close then. I have something to tell you. The Queen has made a painful, difficult decision, a decision that will change everything for the Naboo. We are a peaceful people and we do not believe in war, but sometimes there is no choice. Either you adapt or you die. The Queen understands this. She has decided to take an aggressive posture with the Trade Federation army. The Naboo are going to fight to regain their freedom. Will there be a battle? He asked quickly, trying unsuccessfully to hide his excitement. She nodded. I'm afraid so. Will you be involved? He pressed. She smiled sadly. Annie, I don't have a choice. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan stood together some distance away. The Jedi still weren't speaking to each other, or only barely so. Their words on the journey out from Coruscant had been reserved almost exclusively for others. The hard feelings caused by Qui-Gon's bid to train Anakin did not soften. The boy had tried to talk to Obi-Wan once aboard the Queen's ship just to say he was sorry this had happened, but the younger Jedi had brushed him off. Now, though, Obi-Wan was beginning to feel uncomfortable with the situation. He had been close with Qui-Gon for too long to let a momentary disagreement put an end to 20-odd years of friendship. Qui-Gon was like a father to him, the only father he knew. He was angry that the Jedi Master would dismiss him so abruptly in favor of the boy, but he realized, too, the depth of Qui-Gon's passion when he believed in something. And training this boy to be a Jedi was a cause Qui-Gon championed as he had championed no other in Obi-Wan's memory. He did not do so to slight his protege. He did so because he believed in the boy's destiny. As Obi-Wan understood, who could say, perhaps this time Qui-Gon was right. Perhaps Anakin Skywalker's training was a cause worth fighting for. "I've been thinking," Qui-Gon announced suddenly, keeping his voice low, his eyes directed toward the others. "We are treading on dangerous ground. If the Queen intends to fight a war, we cannot become involved. Not even in her efforts to persuade the Gungans to join with the Naboo against the Federation, if that is what she intends by coming here. The Jedi have no authority to take sides." But we do have authority to protect the Queen," Obi-Wan pointed out. Qui-Gon's eyes shifted to find his. "It is a fine line we walk then." "Master," Obi-Wan said, facing him now, "I behaved badly on Coruscant and I am embarrassed. I meant no disrespect to you. I do not wish to be difficult in the matter of the boy." "Nor have you been," the older Jedi replied, a faint smile appearing. "You have been honest with me. Honesty is never wrong. I did not lie when I told the Council you were ready. You are. I have taught you all I can. You will be a great Jedi, my young Padawan. You will make me proud." They gripped hands impulsively, and as quickly as that the breach that had opened between them was closed. Moments later, a dark shape broke the surface of the water with a splash, and Jar Jar Binks climbed from the lake, shaking water from his amphibious skin onto the assembled. Long ears dripping, build mouth shedding water like a duck, he shook his head worriedly. "Tease nobody Dara, days all gone," his eye stalks swiveled. "Some kind of fight days have, Makinix Meb very bombed, Otoh Gunga empty, all Gungans gone, all gone." "Do you think they have been taken to the camps?" Panaka asked quickly, glancing around at the group. "More likely they were wiped out," Obi-Wan offered in disgust. But Jar Jar shook his head. "Me no think so, Gungans too smart, go into hiding, when day in trouble go to sacred place. Makinix no find dem Dara." Qui-Gon stepped forward. "Sacred place," he repeated. "Can you take us there, Jar Jar?" The Gungan sighed heavily, as if to say, "Here we go again," and beckoned for them to follow. They traversed the swamp for some time, first skirting the lake, then plunging deep into a forest of massive trees and tall grasses, following a water-screened pathway that connected a series of knolls. Somewhere in the distance, Trade Federation staffs buzzed and whined as a search for the transport fugitives commenced in earnest. Jar Jar glanced about apprehensively as he picked his way through the mire, but did not slow. Finally, they emerged in a clearing of marshy grasses and stands of trees with roots tangled so thickly they formed what appeared to be an impassable hedge. Jar Jar stopped, sniffed the air speculatively, and nodded. "Descend it." He lifted his head and made a strange chittering noise through his build mouth, the sound echoing eerily in the silence. The group waited, eyes searching the misty gloom. Suddenly, Captain Tarples and a scouting party of Gungans riding Kadu emerged from the haze, electropoles and energy spears held at the ready. "Haity ho, Captain Tarples," Jar Jar greeted cheerfully. Binks, the Gungan leader, exclaimed in disbelief. Not again. Jar Jar shrugged nonchalantly. We come ta see de boss. De Tarples rolled his eyes. Ouch time, Binks, ouch time for Alayu's Meb. Herding them together, Gungans on Kadu providing a perimeter escort on all sides, Tarples led them deeper into the swamp. The canopy formed by the limbs of the trees became so thick that the sky and the sun almost disappeared. Bits and pieces of statuary began to surface, crumbling stone facades and plinths sinking in the mire. Vines snaked their way across the broken remains, dropping down from limbs that twisted and wound together in vast wooden nets. Pushing through a high stand of saw grass, they arrived in a clearing filled with Gungan refugees, men, women, and children of all ages and descriptions, huddled together on a broad, dry rise, many with their possessions gathered around them. Tarples led the company past the refugees to where the ruins of what had once been a grand temple were being slowly reclaimed by the swamp.